Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Volume 3, Chapter 166. Ta Lin couldn't help but stiffen. Bui Min frowned and asked, "Is that even permissible?" Hua Cheng said, "Why not?" The several people couldn't help but look towards him. Hua Cheng continued, "Isn't divine appointment bringing mortals up to heaven? He only needs to temporarily bring the common people neighboring the imperial city of Wu Yong up there, waiting until after the volcanic eruption, when the dust settles, then return them. What's wrong with that?" Bui Min said, "Crimson Rainsought Flower, don't speak so easily. Your Excellency is certainly aware that divine appointment also requires expending spiritual power. Not to mention, how many people would that crown prince bring up? Divine appointment, in fact, is using one's own spiritual power to elevate mortals into divine officials, allowing them to follow and provide assistance. If there were no restrictions, wouldn't the various divine officials desperately choose people to bring along? The emperor would bring up all his palace women and the entire civil and military court, while generals would bring up their entire armies." Hua Cheng said. Judging from the remaining traces, the entire Wu Yong nation had an estimated several 100,000 people. The neighboring imperial city only had several tens of thousands of people. Ta Lin said in a low voice, "Although it would require all one's strength, barely making a desperate effort, it might not be impossible to achieve." Bui Min said, "Even if there were several tens of thousands of people, there has never been any divine official who dared to do such a thing. If that story is true, it's hard to call it courage, rather it's extreme foolishness. No one has done it before, and no one will do it again." Ta Lin gazed at the bridge on the fresco, unblinking. Beneath the bridge, the white-robed crown prince and the four guardian deities in his eyes became increasingly eerie. The more he looked, the more they resembled his own divine self and the four imperial preceptors of Xian Lu. Then, thinking of that fluorescent star guards the heart, this felt like a story repeatedly reenacted through cyclical recurrence, making him anxious to know what would happen next, yet at the same time giving him a feeling as if he already knew. He dared not continue looking at that fresco, quickly turned his head and asked, "Have you found water yet?" Ban Yu tugged at Bui Duci and said, "That older brother went to look." The older brother she spoke of was Dan Nok. Ta Lin looked at the unconscious Bui Duci, pondered for a moment, then still said, "I think it's better to leave young General Bui here, while we continue our journey. Bui Duci is currently a mortal body anyway, bringing him along would be very inconvenient. Moreover, at present, it's still unknown what awaits them." Bui Min squatted down to look at Bui Duci for a moment, then said, "All right, I agree. But I trouble your highness the crown prince not to tell him the reason. I will explain this matter. Ta Lin, General Bui, rest assured. Promise this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until young Bui fainted to speak. After all, Bui Duci was once a young martial god with a bright future in the heavenly court. If he knew he was the reason holding everyone back, he would inevitably torment himself with self-reproach. Doing wrong surely means receiving punishment. The taste of exile is exactly like that, and one can only willingly endure it." Everyone lingered in the divine temple, discussing for a while. Ta Lin found it odd. Why hasn't Dan Nok returned after so long? Has he been gone all this time and still can't find water? Hua Cheng, meanwhile, was intently watching the violet spirit butterflies perched on his hand. Those silver butterflies had successfully completed their mission, now returning to accumulate energy. Just as Ta Lin finished speaking, he immediately raised his head and said, "It's not that long." Ta Lin grew cautious, stood up and said, "I'll go take a look. General Bui, keep watch here. Little Sanlang, will you come with me?" He didn't know why he so naturally wanted to go with Hua Cheng. Having said that, Ta Lin left Ruyi behind, commanding it to form a protective circle. The two of them left the divine temple and ventured deeper into the city. Along the way, there were not a few houses and objects in chaos. Ta Lin picked up a usable bottle. Hua Cheng found it amusing and asked, "Why pick that up?" Ta Lin replied, "If we find water later, I can bring some back for young General Bui." Following his former habit of collecting scraps, he couldn't help but pat the side of the bottle. "Look at this, it's a 1,000-year-old ancient bottle, you know." Hua Cheng chuckled as he looked at him. "If Gij likes this kind of thing, one day I'll take Gij to my place. I also have a few items for Gij to choose from freely." After the burning of a stick of incense, The two of them vaguely heard the gurgling sound of flowing water. Not long after continuing on, Ta Lin joyfully exclaimed, "It's here!" At the bottom there was indeed an underground river. Ta Lin took the bottle he had just picked up and put it into the water, vigorously washing it clean. The stubborn layer of dust clinging to the outside had been there for 1,000 years. It wouldn't wash off completely, but it could still be used. He used the bottle to stir the surface of the water, lowered his head just about to take a sip, when Hua Cheng, who was observing the surroundings, turned his head and saw, immediately stopping him, "Don't drink it." Ta Lin brought the jar close to his face, heard him protest, and suspiciously inquired, "What?" At this moment, a voice suddenly rose, "It's too hot." Now there were only the two of them, so from where did this third voice emerge? Ta Lin instinctively looked towards the source of that sound, and to his utter surprise, it was precisely from within the jar. He lowered his head and suddenly saw within the jar a pair of glowing red eyes, hidden in the water, staring intently at him. Upon closer inspection, it was still a pair of eyes. Could it be that someone was hiding within? The moment he met these eyes, it suddenly lunged towards Ta Lin. Fortunately, Ta Lin was quick-handed and quick-eyed, sending the jar flying several truong away. It struck the wall with a clatter, and the 1,000-year-old antique lay scattered there, while the contents of the jar had been flung onto the ground, vanishing into the shadows in an instant. Ta Lin, in his haste, had not seen it clearly, only knowing the thing was utterly black. He quickly asked, "What was that?" Hoa Tan blocked his path, and Ta Lin muttered vexedly, "But there clearly wasn't such a thing here before, was there?" Hoa Tan said no, it swam into the jar from the water. This river often has obscure things forming groups and swimming within it, which is why I told you not to drink this water. Ta Lin thought to himself, then how could little General Pei just casually drink it? Suddenly, Ta Lin felt a chill run down his spine, and he exclaimed, "Who's there?" In that very instant just now, he had heard someone cough from far away. This sound was absolutely not an illusion. His entire being immediately went on guard. Not long after, a sound like a small tide began to emanate, then spread towards them. The two of them looked in every direction, only to see pairs of red glowing spots appear, and before long they were surrounded by them. Hoa Tan said, "There's no need to worry. They are not human." Ta Lin thought to himself, how can he say there's no need to worry just because they're not human? Listening intently to those glowing spots softly murmuring, Ta Lin finally made out what they were saying. "Cough, cough, cough. So hot, oh dear. I'm burning to death. Oh, I'm bored to death. Is anyone here? Don't move, you mustn't move." Though these sounds were faint, they clearly caused the listener agony, like countless tiny ants crawling one after another, ceaselessly assailing one's ears. Ta Lin was about to raise his hand to draw his treasured sword, Tan Tom, when he suddenly heard a mournful voice cry out, "Crown Prince, Your Highness! Where is Crown Prince, Your Highness? Save me, save me, save me!" Hearing these words, Ta Lin's hair stood on end. He had the uncanny sensation that this voice was calling out to him specifically. Suddenly, Hoa Tan waved his hand, and countless spectral butterflies instantly fanned out, hurtling towards the brightest red eyes. The light from the silver butterflies flew forth, illuminating countless tiny forms in the darkness. They were indeed not human, they were actually rats. Hoa Tan pulled Ta Lin, saying, "This place is rumored to have many rats. Let's go." As Ta Lin walked, he exclaimed in surprise, "Are those rats? No matter how I look at them, they resemble cats." Indeed, each rat there was as large as a kitten, its entire body covered in fur as black and stiff as needles, while their eyes flashed with ferocious glints. They stared intently at them, and from their mouths they even spoke human language utterly grotesque. As soon as the silver butterflies arrived, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the rats. Red light and silver light intertwined chaotically, obscuring the precise situation of the fight, yet it was clear that the conflict was intensely brutal to the extreme. Ta Lin said, "Dan Nok wasn't dragged away by them, was he?" Hua Cheng said, "He is not so useless. He must be possessed by something else." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Xie Lian felt a fleeting sense of relief. The second half, however, again brought up the unsettling topic. Xie Lian said, "Rats this big, never mind, but why are there so many? What do they eat to grow so large?" Hua Cheng said simply, "As long as someone dies, that is all their food." It turned out that when this city was covered by volcanic ash, people, along with their cattle, horses and livestock, naturally could not escape. Only these swarms of rats managed to burrow deep within the underground passages, relying on the air and stored provisions in the deep cellars to miraculously survive the catastrophe. After everything had passed, they once again crawled out of their burrows, scurrying through the city that had become a veritable hell, searching for food. However, all the food had been utterly destroyed, either buried by lava or covered by volcanic ash. Why not at and ruined countless objects, but as time wore on they found no sustenance. Finally one day they caught a whiff of a foul stench. That foul stench emanated from people who seemed to have turned to stone. Some corpses encased in volcanic ash, with their bodies relatively thin, had begun to decay, emitting strange odors and oozing putrid fluid. Therefore these red-eyed, ravenous rats swarmed around the petrified corpses, digging several small holes through the outer stony layer. Through these apertures they burrowed inside, deliciously gnawing away at the remains within the bodies. The more compact one was, the easier it was to survive. Outside the corpses lay a hardened layer of ash. Within, their fear, anger, resentment, and a myriad of other emotions were encased. When these rats consumed their bodies, it was tantamount to devouring these very sentiments. Thus they began to speak human language, uttering words that, before their deaths, the victims themselves could not voice. Xie Lian suddenly understood, so that is it. That's why they spoke those words. Before I had found it quite peculiar, unable to comprehend why. Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng suddenly asked, "What did Gij say?" Xie Lian, bewildered, asked, "What did I say?" Hua Cheng stared intently at him, asking, "What did they say? Did Gij hear them?" Xie Lian, in puzzlement, said, "San Lang, didn't you hear? It was too hot, suffocating, don't move, save me quickly." However, before Hua Cheng could respond, Xie Lian himself reacted. "That's not right. Those rats, having consumed the corpses of the Wu Yong populace, would naturally speak the Wu Yong language. Therefore, why could Gij understand the Wu Yong language?" Book 3 Chapter 167. Hua Cheng, by dint of his deductive abilities, had learned the written script of Wu Yong. He could decipher the meaning of the characters, yet he could not understand the spoken tongue, for not a soul remained from the kingdom of Wu Yong, no one to converse with. Therefore, it was utterly natural that he would not comprehend what those corpse-eating rats were mumbling and discussing. But Xie Lian, who had never once set foot in Mount Tonglu, understood them. What did this signify? Hua Cheng took one look and knew exactly what Xie Lian was thinking. Immediately saying, "Gij, there is no need to be nervous. I will repeat those words once more now, please listen carefully." Xie Lian assented at once. "All right." Hua Cheng's memory was exceptionally keen. The moment the rats departed, he immediately moved his lips, repeating the very words they had just uttered. Xie Lian gazed intently at his lips, listening to a sequence of sounds, neither fast nor slow, with what seemed to be a peculiar pronunciation. The strange ancient intonation, captivating to the heart, flowed from Hua Cheng's lips, neither heavy nor light. His voice was deep and truly melodious to the ear. Concentrating for a moment, Xie Lian shook his head. "I don't understand," he said. This was truly unusual. Those mice spoke and he understood, but now Hua Cheng recounted it clearly, not one bit less, yet he could not understand. However, he could be certain that the words heard from those mice earlier were absolutely not an illusion. Hua Cheng continued to speak. "Just now the sounds you heard were heard and immediately understood, naturally understood, right?" Xie Lian replied, "Yes. At that time there was absolutely no translation in my mind. That was why I fundamentally didn't perceive it as another language." Hua Cheng crossed his arms, pondering for a moment, then opened his mouth. "I see." Xie Lian wondered, "See what?" Hua Cheng said, "What you understood was not Wu Yong language, but the worries and thoughts of the deceased." Xie Lian half understood, half didn't. Hua Cheng took a step forward to explain, "That is to say, a long time ago, someone heard the voices of the dead, not only understood but also remembered them. Afterwards, unintentionally, they pushed this memory to you, gifting you with this kindness. Because that person understood Wu Yong language, he had already transmitted this understanding step. Therefore, you fundamentally do not need to understand Wu Yong language. These sounds have always been hidden deep within your mind. When you hear them speak, you can directly hear the worries and thoughts in the hearts of the deceased." Xie Lian felt this theory was very plausible, but the problem is, who transmitted these memories and worry. As to me and when. Pausing for a moment, he murmured, the national preceptor? Hua Cheng spoke again, not certain. Gij, suppose your master was a Wu Yong person. But recall, if that were the case, previously inside the mountain's belly, shouldn't they have used Wu Yong language to communicate with each other? This was not difficult to explain, Xie Lian said, because the kingdom of Wu Yong was destroyed over 2,000 years ago. In other words, in the last 2,000 years, if they truly operated in the mortal realm, they would certainly use the language of later generations more. When communicating, they would naturally use the current language more proficiently. Hua Cheng grasped his shoulder, raising his voice slightly. Gij, don't just think from one perspective. Only then did Xie Lian return to the present. All right. So San Lang, what conditions are needed to transmit true memories and emotions to an outsider? Hua Cheng said 2 conditions. First, you must absolutely trust this person without any guard, and moreover, you must be willing to guide this person. After pondering for a moment, Xie Lian had an answer in his heart. Hua Cheng continued. Second, you have no resistance whatsoever towards this person, being suppressed by the other party in all aspects, and moreover, your heart holds deep fear. Gij, think carefully among those you've known in recent years who fits these 2 conditions. Xie Lian thought very carefully, and only after a while did he slowly rep. Why approximately there are 3 people. Hua Cheng said 3 people? Xie Lian said the first person is the national preceptor. Although he deeply loved his parents and had no guard against them, deep in his heart, he disagreed with his father's views. Therefore, it could not be said that his father was the one who led him onto his current path. However, the one who brought Xie Lian into the sect, teaching him everything, was the national preceptor, making him the person most suited to the condition. As expected, Hua Cheng continued to ask, then the second person? Xie Lian replied, Jun Wu. His admiration for Jun Wu was more than sufficient without needing to say more. He fit the first condition. Hua Cheng's expression showed disdain, but he did not comment, asking further, what about the last person? Xie Lian said the third person does not fit the first condition, but rather fits the second condition. Hua Cheng understood clearly. He guessed in a low voice, white no face. Xie Lian closed his eyes and nodded once, raising a hand to wipe his forehead, saying, I wasn't deceiving you. Although no one knew, not even Feng Xian and Mu Qing, I had never spoken of it, but in reality, deep within his heart, he was always afraid of that person. For a time, every time he heard this name, he would shiver uncontrollably. But Xie Lian dared not let others know, even to this day. Because he confronted Bai Wuxiang with all his hope, if even he was afraid, wouldn't others despair to their death? If he spoke of it, everything would completely collapse. Of course, now everything was much better. Hua Cheng tightened his grip on his shoulder even more, saying, it's all right. Being afraid of something is not a shameful thing. Xie Lian gave a self-deprecating laugh. It's merely that I'm not brave enough. Hua Cheng then said, if there were no such thing as fear, then there would be no such thing as courage. You don't need to be so harsh on yourself. Upon hearing this, Xie Lian was a little stunned. Hua Cheng quickly changed the topic. Are there only these 3 people? Xie Lian nodded. In other words, it's highly probable that only these 3 people could make him understand the worries and memories of the people of Wu Rong before their deaths. Hua Cheng seemed to be pondering something, frowning slightly, while Xie Lian, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, not only. Hua Cheng turned his head in surprise. What? Xie Lian took a light breath, saying truthfully, it's not only these 3 people, there's also a fourth. This person fits the first condition. However, he is certainly not related to those things. Upon hearing this, Hua Cheng completely turned around and asked, oh? How so? Is His Highness also a close acquaintance of this person for many years? Xie Lian thought in his head, not exactly a close acquaintance of many years. He simply trusted him himself. In his heart, he continuously apologized for doubting that person, and vaguely replied, in any case, he can be considered the person I trust the most, even more deeply than my master and Jun Wu. Hua Cheng said, then why? Xie Lian lightly coughed, and said with a hint of embarrassment, it's truly shameful to say. Because, if I were to make a colossal mistake or wanted to do anything bad, the first person I would think of would definitely be him. Moreover, compared to my master and the Heavenly Emperor, it's not the same kind of trust. Before he finished speaking, he immediately noticed Hua Cheng's expression was a little unusual. He reined in his words and hesitated slightly as he softly called, San Lang? Only then did Hua Cheng recover his senses, and raising an eyebrow replied, Oh, it's nothing, I was just thinking. Does His Highness truly trust this person to such an extent? Although usually he would raise an eyebrow to show pleasure or teasing, just now it was a little unnatural. Xie Lian nodded and said, Is there any problem? Hua Cheng slightly lowered his head to adjust the protective bracer on his wrist, and said indifferently, It's nothing major. However, I believe Gij also shouldn't casually trust outsiders. Hearing him say that, Xie Lian almost reconsidered who he was talking about, but dared not take another step to expose it, only daring to utter a soft After a moment of silence he still couldn't help but ask San Lang, Aren't you going to ask who this person is? Hua Cheng said, Me? Gij says he trusts him and is certain he is not involved with this matter, then there's no need to ask. Xie Lian rubbed his brow. Immediately after, Hua Cheng then said, however, if Gij is willing to speak, San Lang is also willing to wash his ears and listen. Although the words sounded reluctant, if Xie Lian told him, it would be a little awkward, like chasing after family members to ask if they know who you trust the most. Xie Lian could also distinguish what were polite words from what was truly no problem. Just at this moment the purple spirit butterflies, who had just torn the rats to a bloody pulp, flew back. Having gone through a fierce battle, the silver butterflies flew a little low, as if slightly tired. Xie Lian hurriedly went to meet them, reaching out his hand to receive a small silver butterfly, and softly said, You've worked hard. He gently reached out his hand, and the slow-flying swarm of silver butterflies in the air suddenly caught a scent they liked, flocking towards him. Xie Lian, whose hand was holding a small silver butterfly, was almost stunned with surprise. Hua Cheng lightly coughed once, and the swarm of silver butterflies immediately stopped, dutifully flying towards him, landing on the silver protective bracer on his wrist, and merging with the exquisitely carved silver butterflies into one. The two continued to search for Yin. After walking for a while, Hua Cheng suddenly said, It's not Feng Xine. Ta Lian had already begun contemplating other things, so hearing Hua Cheng speak, he was immediately bewildered. What? Hua Cheng said, The person Gij mentioned. Ta Lian immediately waved his hand, Of course not. Hua Cheng twitched an eyebrow, It's not Mu Qing either, is it? A drop of cold sweat trickled down Ta Lian's forehead. He swiftly wiped it dry. It's even more impossible for it to be him. But why would San Lang suddenly ask about such a thing? Hua Cheng smiled. I was just pondering who might most easily be the fourth person. Therefore, to guard against all eventualities, perhaps Gij could tell me about that intimate, deeply trusted friend of yours if you would? Ta Lian gazed at his smile, always feeling as though that smile truly knew how to deceive one's intuition. Just as he drew a deep breath, preparing to speak, the silver butterfly, scouting the path upon his hand, dimmed slightly, then abruptly vanished. All around them darkness descended. Hua Cheng swiftly grasped Ta Lian's hand and pulled him along, his body shifting to the main street right beside them. Ta Lian sensed something was amiss, and quietly asked San Lang, Has something arrived again? Although his vision had abruptly turned pitch black, rendering him unable to see anything, he still carefully followed Hua Cheng, precisely taking step after step as they hid inside a house. Hua Cheng whispered softly into his ear, It's here. In the darkness, a string of terrifying sounds suddenly rang out. Thump, thump, thump. Although still very far, each thud was incredibly heavy, and with every resonance the distance was greatly shortened, the speed terrifyingly swift. Ta Lian found this sound truly familiar to his ears, certain he had heard it somewhere before. Waiting until the sound pressed not far from them, he turned his head to look outside. Indeed, on the main street within the city, a new bride, clad in her wedding gown, appeared. Although that bride wore a wedding gown, it was ragged, desolate, and dismal. Her face was long with a pointed nose, utterly devoid of a single trace of vitality. Atop her head flickered a ghastly green ghost fire, casting its light upon her ashen, gloomy face. In her arms she held a baby whose face was also quite dim, yet compared to hers, it possessed far more vitality. Clearly, it was a living person. Hua Cheng said, An old friend once more. That was clearly the female ghost Xianji. Volume 3 Chapter 168. They had also come to Mount Tonglu. Lian said, Guzi is here, could Qirong also be here? Hua Chong said, looking at the green glimmer upon her head. There can be no more doubt. Guzi seemed somewhat afraid of Xianji, lying obediently in her arms, not daring to stir in the slightest. But perhaps due to the icy cold body temperature emanating from Xianji, it shivered twice. Xianji irritably snapped, don't fidget. As she spoke, the ghastly green ghost fire shone down, making the muscles around her mouth twist even more. Ghost fire was also considered one of the symbols of ghosts, and this aesthetic was truly dreadful. Lian felt that if any female ghost possessed ordinary taste and cherished her image, she would absolutely refuse such a vibrant, ghastly green fire pressing upon her nape. Needless to say, it was undoubtedly Qirong who had insisted she wear it. The green fire, combined with the brilliant red of the wedding gown, created a visually jarring spectacle. This was truly like a sect leader forcing disciples within their sect to don incredibly ugly uniforms. It was enough to make a person crumble. Guzi's tears fell copiously. Yeah, I just drank water and now my stomach doesn't feel well. Water? Xie Lian could not help but wipe his sweat away once. In that underground water, there were mice-eating corpses forming a swarm swimming past. Although it would not be so serious as to get poisoned by something, children's resistance is weak. Drinking it might cause a stomach ache. Xianji inherently did not like children, also was not patient with it. Bear with it for a little while. We are already on the way back. Their retreating backs gradually vanished into the patch of darkness. Without needing to say one more word, Xie Lian and Hua Cheng silently pursued. Not long after, they followed closely behind Xianji, moving through several alleys, and then entering a large street. At the end of the street was a magnificent house, from within which human voices emanated. Surely it was the target. Xie Lian and Hua Cheng looked at each other and nodded. The latter followed the former, flying up onto the rooftop, piercing through a gap, looking down below. Indeed, they saw Qirong sitting, eating gluttonously in the grand hall. He captured over a dozen petrified people, their heads facing him, because all these petrified people were lying prostrate on the ground, looking as if they were prostrating themselves low before him. Qirong gloated, enjoying the so-called king's audience, smugly gnawing on an arm profusely bleeding. In the corner, there were about 5 or 6 farmers sitting, and among them, one person, buried his head in silence as if invisible, was Inu. He was indeed intercepted by Qirong. Although there were no ropes binding each person, on their heads hung a ghastly green ghost fire. Looking closely, it was truly different from Xianji's unsightly appearance. His facial features were long, his eyes haughtily cast downwards, his expression sinister, like an evil villain closely monitoring the people below. Xie Lian whispered that fire is problematic. Hua Cheng immediately said that is Qirong's ghost fire lock. Being closely watched by that fire, if they were to cry out loudly or dare to escape, by merely chanting an incantation, the hostages would be instantly burned to death. Qirong was fervently gnawing on the arm, when suddenly he heard Xianji's voice echoing from outside. Your lordship, I am back. He immediately dropped the arm, wiping his blood-stained mouth. Xie Lian felt it was strange. Gee, what kind of movement was this? Afraid of being seen by others? Qirong too would have a day where he felt guilty towards people watching him eat? Xianji had not yet entered. Her 2 hands first placed Guzi down. Guzi waddled in, quickly running up to Qirong, looking once then pointing at his mouth, crying out loudly, Father, stealing things is not good. Qirong retorted, I didn't. Guzi sniffed, I can smell it. Eating it will make your mouth stink. Qirong took a few breaths then reacted. Surely it had smelled the bloody stench filling his mouth. Unable to deny it, he immediately yelled, damn it. Xianji, why did you suddenly bring it back? Didn't I tell you to take it out for a while when I was eating? Xianji silently walked in after it drank the water. Its stomach wasn't comfortable, so I had to bring it back first. Your lordship, this is the son you bore. I don't know how to look after it. Qirong glared, criticizing. What? Are you not a ghost maiden? How can a ghost maiden not like looking after children? You are not, are you? Xianji replied, it is not my child either. Guzi grabbed Qirong's lapel and tugged. Father, don't eat those things anymore, it's not good. Qirong, annoyed by it, angrily cursed, get out, get out, get out. Don't bother others here, what business do children have managing adults? Go out and play by yourself. Xie had no choice but to go outside to play in the mud before leaving. He also prayed for the people in the corner to be safe and sound. After it left, Xianji then said, Your Lordship, I truly don't understand. If you find this child troublesome, why must you bring it along? All the way it kept eating, then drinking, then crying, then getting sick. If not for the monster mountain carrying us for a segment of the journey, I fear I would have been implicated long ago. Qi Rong laughed boisterously. Just let that brat call me father, giving it a little convenience. As for me, I spit on that nonsense. Of course it's because I want to eat its little stupid bird. Children's meat is fresh and tender. Eating it raw without seasoning is also superb. Ha ha ha. Xianji wondered, why has your lordship not eaten yet even now? Qi Rong's eyes flashed with green light. You don't understand. Raise it until it's fat, then slaughter it. The best dish must be saved for last. Furthermore, we have stored so much provisions like this. No hurry, no hurry. Speaking of provisions, Xianji stared intently at Inu. I find this newly captured person very suspicious. Extremely, extremely suspicious. Has your lordship asked about his background yet? Qi Rong harbored deep hatred for Hua Cheng. If he knew Inu was Hua Cheng's subordinate, wouldn't he devour him first? Qi Rong replied, Asked clearly already. This lad came to assist the Rainmaster. A non-prominent sense of existence and personality can sometimes be a good thing. Ordinary people would also not expect Inu and Crimson Rainsalt Flower to be connected. It seems Inu had successfully concealed his identity. Xie Lian breathed a sigh of relief. Xianji's expression changed slightly. Has the Rainmaster arrived here? Qi Rong said no. This lad, like us, accidentally found this underground city. The Rainmaster has not found it temporarily. But damn her. He suddenly cursed. Why is this Rainmaster so hard to deal with? All the way, acting ruthlessly and leaving no stone unturned. Forcing us to burrow deep into the ground to hide. Just capturing a few farmers? Why be so petty? God officials, I know on the heavenly court every single one of them is the same. Narrow-minded. He always found himself justified and fearless, not only capturing those excellent farmers, but also with a twisted heart, refusing to give any of the captives a single bite to eat. Upon hearing this, Xie Lian's hands itched uncontrollably. Xianji said, So, do you want to release them or not? Tik Dung felt doing so was truly losing face, and glared as he said, Not releasing. I have already eaten half, now returning half is also useless. Their end is to become food. Either don't rob from the start or eat and eat clean. Dare to coerce me, this old man will give a flame to burn everything to ashes. No one should think of escaping. Xianji said, I originally also did not expect it to become like this. The Rainmaster's temperament before was not like this. He would not take offense even when trampled upon by everyone. I captured them because I thought the Rainmaster's domain and robbed of its people would also keep silent, not daring to do anything. Who knew it would bring such great trouble, unable to even discard it? Xianji knew Rainmaster, and moreover seemed to hold him in very low regard. It seemed it was likely they knew each other when she was still human. Recalling some legends, Xie Lian guessed in a low voice, could it be that Xianji was a general of the Rainmaster's nation? Hua Cheng said, Gige's guess is not wrong. It is indeed so. Xie Lian doubtfully said, but that's not right, is it? Lord Rainmaster is a descendant of the royal family of the Rainmaster's nation, with a noble and esteemed status. Xianji is merely a general, a subordinate official. How dare she look down on someone from the imperial family? Moreover, she even said trampled upon by everyone. At this moment, Tik Dung said, Who cares about that dog Rainmaster? When this Ghost King enters Tonglu to cultivate into a supreme, to emerge shaking heaven and earth, everyone in heaven and on earth must kneel at this old man's feet. Kneel until sinking into the mud at my feet. By then I want to dismantle the ghost market, sink Blackwater Island. Junwu also must give me face. Treat this old man with utmost politeness. Ha 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 ha. Hearing him shamelessly boast, imagining his brilliant future without restraint, Xie Lian could not help but feel amused. Hua Cheng did not even have the interest to laugh. Tik Dung turned to Xianji and said, By then I will give you pay. Ming's iron bird to play with. Let him become a slave for you to humiliate as you please. Hearing that name, Xianji clenched her 10 fingers, and a glimmer of vitality also appeared on her bleak face, as she said, No need. As long as your excellency pledges to hand him over to me for disposal. Xianji will be eternally grateful. When not related to Pei Ming, Xianji looked no more than an ordinary ghost woman, but as soon as General Pei was mentioned, Xie Lian again saw on her face the reflection of a love as steadfast as a mountain. She entrusted this absurd hope to Tik Dung, which could only be explained by a love so blind. Xie Lian raised his head, saying, San Lang, you and these farmers are in Tik Dung's hands, what should we do? They could of course directly go in, beating Tik Dung and Xianji, but the trouble was that the farmers and you were hostages. Tik Dung was a scoundrel. If provoked in the slightest, he would burn one person to death. They would be the ones put in a passive position, just as he had just said. If coerced, he would give a flame to burn everything to ashes. Hua Cheng unhurriedly and calmly said, Tik Dung's ghost fire lock must have a password first. We should think of a way to figure out the password. Xie Lian said, who goes down? How to lure him? We definitely cannot go. No sooner had he asked, than the two people's gazes, by unspoken agreement, fell downwards, landing on Guzi, who was playing with mud outside. After pondering for a moment, and Xie Lian reconsidered. No, that won't do, it's too dangerous. Tik Dung originally wanted to eat Guzi. What if he discerned some clue? Hua Cheng, however, said with his intellect, he won't be able to discern anything. If he wants to lay hands on this little child, then we will make a move and rescue him first. What Gid should worry about is whether this little brat, having followed Tik Dung for so long, has been assimilated by him, his mind becoming abnormal. Xie Lian replied earlier, looking at Guzi's reaction, it shouldn't be that bad. Or should we give it a try? No sooner said than done. Hua Cheng opened his 5 fingers, and from his palm flew out an extremely small silver butterfly, gently flapping its silver wings and flying away. Tik Dung and Xianji were in the room talking, while Guzi sat in a corner, using his hand to draw on the mud, sketching a picture of a father holding his small child's hand. Suddenly seeing a small butterfly emitting a faint light flying past, he immediately raised his head, eyes wide, making an OA sound, about to catch it, when he heard that little silver butterfly emit a human voice. Guzi, be quiet for a moment. If you speak, I will fly away immediately. It's me, do you still remember me? If Guzi continued to cry loudly, Hua Cheng would order that silver butterfly to use its silver light to charm his mind. But Guzi covered his mouth, indeed very obediently, and said in a small voice, I remember. It's the Gidge who collects scrap, isn't? Xie Lian smiled, ha ha ha, your memory is truly good. It is that's right, precisely the Gidge who collects scrap that you spoke of. You quietly come closer. Lightly now, don't let your father discover you. Guzi nodded once, stood up, and was just about to quietly approach. Tik Dung suddenly ran out from the room shouting, hey, don't run around carelessly, do you hear me? Dare to wander around here, big rats will eat your flesh. Hurry back. The silver butterfly, seeing the movement, immediately hid in a hidden corner. Guzi widened his eyes, stammering in reply, I am going to pee a little. Tik Dung pouted, children have too much poop and pee. Having said that, he turned back into the house, no longer paying attention. Guzi groped his way to one side, softly calling, scrap collecting Gidge, scrap collecting Gidge. Ta Lin on the rooftop said, perhaps you should call me Taoist priest. This title of ragged elder brother is a bit strange, huh? Cock Tuesday. Those people your father caught, they are all very, very pitiable, and furthermore they are all subordinates in other people's homes. What if your father gets beaten by their masters? Can you lend a hand to let them escape? Cocktoo nodded and said, I know. They are people of the immortal elder brother who rides the enormous ox. He scratched his head once and continued, I also want to release them. But my father is very seriously ill. Father said he must eat human flesh to recover from his illness. Eating human flesh is a very normal thing. I am still young and do not understand. When I grow up he will teach me to eat. But I feel eating that is not very good. This is not just not very good. Ta Lin secretly thought, how dangerous, having followed Tik Dung for too long, Cocktoo had already begun to vaguely be a little distorted. If he were to see such scenes continuously, perhaps it would become a habit, accepting eating human flesh without any second thoughts. He hurriedly said, extremely not good. Eating human flesh will cause very serious illnesses. If you eat people, ghost souls will entwine you and your father. Your father is not sick. He is merely uncontrollably greedy for food. You must think of a way, absolutely must not let him eat again. Otherwise you will not be a good child. Cocktoo hurriedly asked, then what should be done? Hoatan said to Ta Lin, elder brother, let me. He spoke a few sentences towards the silver butterflies. Cocteau listened from that side, trying hard to remember. Having said that, Hoatan again raised his head and said to Ta Lin, first, we must lure out Twin Company. Inside the house, Twin Co voiced her doubts to Tik Dung. I still feel this person is very suspicious. He said he is a subordinate of the Rainmaster, but his entire body is full of ghostly aura. I think more than half of it is a lie. Perhaps I should question him again to be sure. Seeing Cocteau move to one side, Tik Dung seized the opportunity to continue. Gnawing on a hand, vaguely mumbling as you wish. One shouldn't think that Twin Co would go crazy every time she encountered Bui men at times. She was far more cautious and suspicious than Tik Dung. After all, she was a woman. Moreover, Cocteau was still a little afraid of her. If she kept standing there, he would easily be exposed. Ta Lin nodded, asking how to lure her out. The two looked at each other, their eyes parallel, and once again, without prior arrangement, they both uttered General Bui. Ta Lin clasped his hands and said, there's no other way. For now, we'll have to trouble General Bui to sacrifice a little. After everyone is saved, they will also thank you. Hoatan laughed heartily and said, it's still better to thank elder brother. Having said that, the silver armor on his wrist transformed into a purple spirit butterfly, flying to Ta Lin's ear, transmitting the voice of a man, which was Bui Min. It turned out that before leaving, Hoatan had still kept a few silver butterflies, transmitting sounds from the other side. Ta Lin listened attentively, quietly replying, possible. Well, come to obstruct a bit, let's choose these few sentences. Twin Co had her back towards the window, steadily staring and questioning Dan Nok. Dan Nok's face was full of an expression that said, I will cooperate, and he honestly confessed, I am in charge of supplying provisions to wandering hungry ghosts in Rainmaster's territory. When they wander to the door, I give them a ruler, and then send them on their way, which is why I have ghostly ore on me. The remaining captives were truly farmers from Rainmaster's territory. Although Rainmaster's territory indeed had people providing relief, it was naturally not Dan Nok. Knowing clearly that this person was talking nonsense, yet no one spoke up. Tik Dung yelled loudly, I am also a hungry ghost, why don't you receive my supplies? Just ate a few people and then chased them to the death. What the hell kind of narrow-minded poor ghost pretends to be generous? Twin Co then scornfully said, there are so many hungry ghosts in the world. Can all of them be supplied? Just trying to put on airs. At this moment, a silver butterfly retracted its light and silently flew behind her, flickering in and out of sight. All the captives saw this scene but remained very calm, all tacitly pretending not to see it. Twin Co was still asking questions when suddenly she faintly heard the sound of a man's voice. Since it's like that, take the mouse. Go. Do you still have? No? Throw. The original sentence was, since it's like that, then roast this mouse. Do you still have any snakes? Throw a few over here. The moment Ta Lin heard Bui Min say these words, his heart was simultaneously shocked and sympathetic. There must have been a corpse-eating mouse that ran past and was killed by Bui Min, who butchered the mouse, preparing to cook it for Bui to eat. Perhaps he hadn't eaten yet? Eames they must quickly return to stop him. Just now, Hoatan vaguely cut off the later few words. The effect was quite good. It seemed to have some meaning, yet also seemed to make no sense. Twin Co shuddered all over, suddenly turning her head. But that silver butterfly was very intelligent and nimble. Its wings did not light up from the very beginning, and as soon as she turned her head, it instantly darted to one side. Twin Co was startled and suspicious, turning her head to question the captives. Did you hear anything just now? Did you see anything? Dan Nok shook his head, and the captives also shook their heads rapidly in unison, all displaying an appearance of knowing nothing at all. Tik Dung, his mouth full of blood, suddenly spun his head around. What did you hear? Twin Co was slightly confused. I seem to hear Bui Min's voice. Tik Dung said, is there something wrong with your ears? I didn't hear anything. That silver butterfly was very close to Twin Co. Naturally, others could not hear it. Twin Co said doubtfully, is that so? I always feel he is very close. She was bewildered for a moment, then sighed and said, perhaps this is what is called a spiritual connection. My lord, if there's nothing else, may I go outside and take a look? Didn't think it would be smooth this quickly. Ta Lin secretly clenched his fist, raised his head and smiled at Hoatan. Hoatan also smiled back in return. Who would have thought just at this moment tick-do? Ing again splashed out a basin of cold water. Shaw. Didn't you just go outside? What kind of spiritual telepathy is this? I'm sure it's an auditory hallucination. You have nothing to do all day but think about him. Naturally it's easy to have auditory hallucinations. Seeing that Twenko was somewhat convinced by him, half believing and half doubting, she had no choice but to give up. Although it was a failure, Ta Lin was not angry because he had to block a few words he had held back from letting out. Twenko was about to continue questioning Dan Nok, then once again heard Bui Min's voice. You stupid little girl. Stand aside, I'll teach you. Immediately after that, was the voice of a young girl. Bui General, I have done it once so I have some experience, how about letting me go? That was naturally Bui Min instructing Ban Noyet to roast the rat meat. However, falling into Twenko's ears, the matter was not simple at all. What was originally disdainful turned into tender affection and helplessness, annoyance and rejection turned into shyness and terror. Twenko screamed out, her 2 eyes instantly streaked with blood. The ghost fire on her head flared up threefold, as if the flames of jealousy in her heart were fiercely burning. She clutched and tore at her hair. It's him. No mistake, it must be him. He is here, I can feel it, in my heart I can feel him. Bui Min. You are like this again, what kind of woman is it this time again? I want to kill you. While screaming shrill. Ly, she dragged her 2 broken legs and hopped outside. Tik Dung angrily cursed loudly. Hey, Twenko? Damn it. Broken legs still running so fast. Is it worth it for a stallion? Ta Lin watched Twenko's staggering, tottering figure disappear, feeling a little sad for her. Hoa Tan probably thought that he was worried about the safety of the 3 people in the divine temple, then said no need to worry. The spirit butterflies will lead her in the opposite direction. Even if she does find them, but with Nuokta protecting, she won't be able to do anything. Let's resolve our side quickly first. Twenko retreated. Then it was Coctu's turn from outside in the courtyard. He stood up, took both hands full of mud and rubbed them on his butt. Ta Lin was still a little worried. Is there really no problem? Hoa Tan said calmly, Gidge, trust me. If this trick doesn't work, retreat and seek a different approach. There are still other methods. First, we must make Tik Dung forever unable to open his mouth to speak. Then slowly think of a way to extinguish his ghost fire. Coctu walked into the room. Tik Dung had already licked the blood off his hands clean. Seeing him, immediately said, Son, come massage your old man's feet. Therefore, Coctu went up and massaged his feet for him. After obediently massaging for a while, he said, Father, these people in the corner clearly aren't bound by ropes, but why don't they dare to move? He asked a bit. Tik Dung immediately enthusiastical. Oh, I replied, haha. Naturally they're so afraid of your old man that their legs turned to jelly and they couldn't move, that's why. Coctu's eyes widened and his mouth hung open. So amazing. Tik Dung's vanity was satisfied. He happily said, it's like this. Listen carefully. Today I'll let you know how truly amazing your old man is. Do you see that spark over there? As long as I give an order, in an instant all of them will be burned to death. They are naturally afraid of me. Moreover, there are 2 little devils, remember them well. Coctu nodded continuously. Tik Dung said, one of them is named Hoa Tan, one is nicknamed Blackwater. They are 2 good-for-nothings, small-minded people who got a bit of dogshit luck, but in reality they are fundamentally famous in name only. Do you understand what famous in name only means? I'll teach you. This is an idiom. The main meaning is that they look very powerful on the outside, but in reality, if we talk about actual strength, they are fundamentally inferior to me. Oh. Coctu understood yet also didn't understand, nodding his head yes. Tik Dung continued to speak. Aren't they just lucky? If I also had luck like them, I would become famous 10 times over. Just you wait. This time your old man must definitely pass through this trial. Then beat their faces swollen. No one should think of looking down on me, only I look down on others. He eagerly waved his arm and shouted loudly, although Coctu fundamentally didn't understand who he was talking about or what he meant, but still gave him some face. Father, you can definitely do it. Ta Lin was on the rooftop, one hand propping his forehead. Tik Dung this time truly made people speechless. Thinking that after all, Tik Dung was also his cousin, he truly felt a great loss of face, turned to Hoa Tan and said, San Lang this. Hoa Tan gave a small, forced smile and said, Gidge, no need to mind. What he said also has some truth. This is merely the tip of an iceberg. To tell the truth, throughout history, In this world there have been many men prone to bragging. A gust of wind blew a young lattice handkerchief from the peeping fragrance brothel into your hand, and you would immediately turn around and say that you are secretly and endlessly loved by a peerless beauty. Carried shoes for the emperor's grandson's concubine's cousin, and you would naturally go outside and transform into an important royal relative in the mansion's stewardship, holding a position of power and influence. Therefore, men who do not boast are truly precious. But boastful men, firstly, often exaggerate in front of those they love, and secondly, enjoy telling their sons. Ta Lin remembered that when he was a child, his father also often recounted various great achievements to him. It was precisely because of this that he, from a young age, firmly believed his father would be an enlightened monarch destined to be remembered for generations. Gradually, as he grew up, the thought father is nothing more than that emerged, with an enormous disparity between the impression and reality, leading to a rebellious spirit. Thinking of this, Ta Lin shook his head, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Why am I comparing Tik Dung with my father? It was truly inexplicable. Perhaps it was because both liked to praise themselves in front of their sons. However, whether it was his father or others, at least it still remained within the scope of normal exaggeration, whereas Tik Dung had reached the point of being brazen, shameless, and fearlessly justified. No wonder even the always humble Ha Huin would criticize Tik Dung, and upon meeting him, would immediately find an excuse to beat him soundly. Ta Lin felt a bit strange, wondering how it was that he only heard him scold others, but never heard him curse himself. Ta Lin? Had he changed his nature? However, Ta Lin also somewhat understood why Tik Dung still hadn't eaten cock two up until now. If a normal person or someone of equal age were to boast to another, the other party might not necessarily be sincere even if they outwardly humored them. It would just be to make that person feel there was sincerity, or perhaps they would exaggerate excessively. This was often seen in the imps under Tik Dung's command previously. But Kok Tu's praise was different. The words came from the heart, for it truly felt that father was the most formidable in the world. Tik Dung hadn't been this happy for a long time. Finally satisfied, he threatened, "You must listen, understand? If you don't listen, I'll also give you ghost fire." Kok Tu was indeed scared, hastily covering his head. "I don't want it, I don't need to wear it. Oh father." He remembered the words Hua Chong and Ta Lin had just taught him and said with trepidation, "This, if I wear the green fire, then father won't be able to take it off, right?" If he had asked if, once worn, father could take it off, Tik Dung might not necessarily have told the truth. But he asked instead, "Father can't take it off, can he?" This sentence carried a hint of doubt naturally. It was taught by Hua Chong and Ta Lin. Tik Dung immediately kicked away the skull of a petrified person. Angered, "Nonsense. This old man can lock it when I want to lock it, and unlock it when I want to unlock it. Look, father will unlock one for you to see." After speaking, he then pointed at a farmer and yelled, "Dog Ta Lin. Think, huh." The ghost fire on that farmer's head extinguished, and he jumped up, but before he could run a few steps, Tik Dung let out a phi sound, and again spat out a wisp of green ghost fire from his mouth, locking it onto the farmer's head. Tik Dung laughed loudly, "Ha ha," patted Kok Tu's head and asked, "How is it? Do you see how formidable this old man is?" Ta Lin on the rooftop wiped away sweat. Hua Cheng's expression was indifferent, but his words were filled with anger. "This good for nothing probably wants to be complet. Illy crippled." His finger bones crackled. Rang Rac. Ta Lin then said, quite good. Much easier than imagined. Originally, they had taught Kok too many polite responses, but it seemed none of them could be used. No wonder Tik Dung had never cursed Ta Lin before. It turned out it wasn't a change of nature, but rather he had transformed the curse for him into a verbal command, truly considering it a deep-seated affection. At this point, the two no longer needed to hide. They immediately smashed through the rooftop and jumped down. With a very loud crash, Tik Dung was startled and fell off his chair. Who? He steadied himself and looked again. Dog. He probably wanted to curse, but remembered this was an important verbal command, and hastily covered his mouth. The farmers in the corner whispered, "He just uttered the verbal command. Why don't we try to see if we can undo it for each other?" "That's right, it's just cursing once. Although it feels truly guilty towards the person called Ta Lin, that person isn't here, so it should be fine." Hua Chong subtly raised one eyebrow and looked in this direction. A drop of cold sweat ran down Dan Nok's forehead and he said, "This person, regardless of whether he is here or not, I suggest you all best not utter those words, otherwise the consequences will definitely be more severe than now. On the other side, Tik Dung held Kok Tu in front of himself as a shield and revised his words, dog on Ta Lin's body. Why? Oh, you are shameless. Eavesdropping. Despicable. Ta Lin asked in bewilderment, what is dog on the body? Tik Dung was smug again, however, haha, even if you know the verbal command, it's useless. Would you curse yourself? Hua Cheng, you can't utter it either, can you? Hearing this, Hua Cheng's expression darkened, and his knuckles cracked twice again. Ta Lin didn't notice and said inexplicably, I know, what's wrong with that? After speaking, 5 or 6 mouths cursed one after another. Each person once. The prisoners who now knew the verbal command to curse which deity couldn't help but give a thumbs up in their hearts, brave enough to endure humiliation. A true man. However, the ghost fire locked on top of their heads still refused to unlock. Ta Lin's expression changed slightly. Tik Dung laughed madly, ha 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 ha. You've been tricked. Let me tell you, if I don't personally unlock it, it won't be undone. Your cursing is in vain. Ha! A silver butterfly flew past Kok Tu's eyes. His eyelids fluttered twice, drowsily, and a short while later, he fell asleep. Tik Dung was still laughing madly when he was suddenly enveloped by a white sleeve, coiled 18 times, embedded into the wall, and blurted out, dog Ta Lin. After cursing, the ghost fire on Dan Nok's head disappeared. Dan Nok jumped up and swiftly retreated a great distance backward. Tik Dung knew he had accidentally spoken ill, and immediately covered his mouth. Ta Lin said with a gentle expressio, and oh my, it's not related, is it? It's that you couldn't control your own nature, just keep cursing. He, on one hand, maintained a peaceful demeanor, and on the other, used his sleeve to bind Tik Dung, truly not knowing what he intended to do. Tik Dung said hoarsely, hit me then. Even if you beat me to death, I still won't curse that phrase again. Then from the side, Hua Cheng said, just as I like it. Tik Dung turned his head to look back. Hua Cheng feigned a smile towards him, and then fleetingly disappeared. A moment later, his head was sunken 3 inches into the ground. Hua Cheng pulled his head up. Tik Dung yelled loudly, you all dare to treat me like this? Then I'll just bet it all. I want a single flame to burn everyone to ashes. Everyone life for a life. Dog Hua Cheng. Burn them. It seems this phrase dog Hua Cheng was precisely the command to burn people. But after he yelled, he did not hear any screams of agony. Carrying doubt, he opened his eyes, only to see those farmers all standing on the opposite side, watching him. Tik Dung was surprised. What is happening? Why aren't you dead yet? Hurry and die for me. Who unlocked you all? Xie Lian replied, you yourself. As he spoke, a silver butterfly flapped its wings and flew over from one side. From the silver butterfly emanated a roaring sound exactly like his, you cursed in vain. Ha 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 ha. It turned out, this purple spirit butterfly recorded Tik Dung's voice, including his command phrase, and, as long as one cursed a phrase, it could be endlessly dispelled. Hua Cheng coldly uttered, you yourself go on your way. Outsiders will not accompany you. Again it was a strong blow. Tik Dung was struck with a palm on the back of his neck by him. A burst of fireworks scattered, and the farmers all gathered around, looked for a while and said, can this still be brought up? Inu jumped down into the deep hole that Hua Cheng had struck out, and a short while later, jumped up holding a green roly-poly toy in his hand, and said, City Lord, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, should green ghost Tik Dung be collected? The greenish roly-poly toy bared its teeth and grinned, rolled its eyes and stuck out a long tongue, as if mocking someone, yet also like it was using its life to fool the world. In short, its appearance was extremely ugly, even children would dislike it and throw it aside. It's unknown if it was his special constitution that decided he could only transform into this, or if Hua Cheng intentionally transformed him like this. Hua Cheng said, don't give this kind of thing to us. Take it far away and play with it. Inu said yes. To be honest, Xie Lian also did not want to hold that thing. He only picked up Guzi lying on the ground. The purple spirit butterflies flew over from the other side, alighted on the back of Hua Cheng's hand. He lowered his head and glanced, and said, let us quickly return to the divine temple. Xie Lian suddenly turned his head and asked, did something happen at the divine temple? Book 3 Chapter 170. Hua Cheng slightly raised his hand to receive a silver butterfly, and brought it to Xie Lian's ear. From the silver butterfly he could hear Pei Ming's voice transmitted, you idiot. Do Do you hear a strange sound? It's probably that Pei Ming hadn't flirted for a long time, even if he knew he had no such intentions towards Banyu, but it also made people feel peculiar. Banyu felt a little gloomy. I am not foolish, I hear it. This sound is very strange, I feel. It surely isn't General Hua and his people returning. Of course not. Because that was clearly the sound of Xianzhe's broken legs hopping on the ground. The sound ceased, both people were silent. Suddenly a wild laughter hee ha 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 of a woman emitted. That laughter echoed in the air, transmitted through the silver butterfly. When heard faintly, it seemed noisy, but was truly terrifying only when heard close to the ear. Need one even ask? It was naturally because Xianji had finally found Pei Ming. Thus in her laughter intertwined joy and hatred. Xie Lian said, didn't the silver butterfly lead her in the opposite direction? Hoa Cheng then said, she's even smarter than imagined. It turned out, Xianji originally fiercely pursued the purple spirit butterflies, running with extreme speed to the end of that large street, but in the end saw nothing. After all, she also used to be a female general who experienced many battlefields very quickly. He realized she had been lured out by someone. According to theory, after realizing, she should immediately return to Tikdung's location. But no, she single-mindedly wanted to find Pei Ming. Therefore she directly ran in the opposite direction, tossing Tikdung aside. Xie Lian felt it was truly funny, words failed him. He hastily led the newly escaped captives and ran towards Wurong Divine Temple. The ghost woman Xianji had waited for Pei Ming for too long. After hearing that burst of laughter, it was already possible to imagine how twisted and contorted her face was. Pei Ming was probably also shaken, surprised for a long time before speaking. You are? Xianji faintly smiled, looking at him. Who would have thought? After a short pause Pei Ming then continued, who are you? Twin Ko trembled with rage and hatred. Her sharp voice spat out, are you intentionally provoking me? And you dare to ask who I am again? Ta Lin wiped away a layer of cold sweat once more. General Bui, is it not? Is he truly doing this on purpose, or does he genuinely not recognize her? Hoa Tan replied, I'm afraid it's the latter. After all, if the legends were true, then over the past few hundred years, the number of beauties Bui men had associated with had reached 1,000. How could he possibly possess such a keen memory to remember each and every one clearly? What's more, she was already quite aged several hundred years ago. Furthermore, the last time the ghost bride wreaked havoc on Mount Yu Jun, he had also left its handling to Chu Bui, fundamentally not making an appearance, and thus not seeing Twin company. Twin Ko muttered to herself, that's right. You are precisely trying to infuriate me. I won't fall for your trick. Ah, you wish to trick me into believing you don't remember me, you wish to deceive me, haha. Having finished muttering, her voice turned sharp once more, questioning Bui Min. Who is this little hussy? Don't you possess remarkably good taste? Or perhaps this time you intend to switch up your tastes a little? Ban Noi yet? Bui Min? Although both of them did not understand what was happening, that resentful tone seemed to stir Bui Min's memory. He slightly furrowed his brow and asked Twin Ko, how did you come to be in this state? Ta Lin suddenly recalled that at that moment, Twin Ko was certainly in a disheveled state, her hair a tangled mess. Her eyes were bloodshot like those of a fiend, the bridal attire on her body blazed crimson, the hem of her robes was unbearably soiled, just like a malevolent crocodile crawling across the ground. When they first saw her, she was almost exactly in this state. It was truly impossible to imagine that she had once been a majestic and formidable general. Twin Ko, hearing Bui Min's question, instantly flared up in rage. Why have I transformed into this state? And you still dare to ask me? Is it not because of you? My current self, is it not all thanks to you? Hoa Tan silently listened, no movement. Ko Uld escape his keen ears. She is attacking towards the protective barrier. Ta Lin, on the contrary, was not worried, saying Nuokta will bear the load. Just as predicted, the silver butterfly transmitted a cry of alarm. Of course, it was because Twin Ko had charged forward only to be flung out by Nuokta, sent flying several dozen truong away. Bui Min exclaimed with admiration, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince possesses such an excellent magical artifact. I must also cultivate one someday. Ta Lin thought to himself, if you knew how to cultivate it, you would surely give up right away before the thought had even faded. Bui Min suddenly roared, what are you doing? Stop! Twin Ko also shouted back, don't you even dream of hiding inside. Boom! Ta Lin grew even more anxious. What is that sound? Did something collapse? What has Twenko done? Hoa Tan, who had been walking shoulder to shoulder with him all this time, said she pushed down the divine temple. The rocks from the peak collapsed. It turned out that Twenko, having been kicked away by Nuokda, found herself unable to enter and instantly flew into a rage, and with a single strike brought the entire divine temple crashing down. Talin asked, are General Bui and the others all right? Tu Bui and Ban Noyet are also there. Especially Bui Tuc, who is currently immortal. He could very well be crushed. Oatan said they are fine. Bui Min will protect them. As the rocks from above crashed down, Bui Min deployed his body as a shield, shielding Bui Tuc and Ban Noyet beneath him. Talin let out a sigh of relief, saying that's good then. The protective barrier also remained unbroken. On the other side, Bui Min shattered the rock, pressing down on his body with a single punch, and angrily said, why are you acting so insane? Even if you bring down the sky, you still won't be able to enter. Twenko, however, let out a chilling giggle. Ban Noyet exclaimed in shock, General Bui, be careful. Bui Min said the incident occurred in an instant. Talin distinctly heard the sound of a sharp sword piercing through a chest without a shadow of a doubt. It was Bui Min who had been impaled by the sword. He was aghast. What happened? Who stabbed General Bui? The protective barrier was broken? Impossible, a sword? In that instant he finally understood Twenko's true objective. So it was like this. Xianji burst into laughter. Coldly uttered, who said I wanted to enter? Suddenly another voice cut in, hey Pei Ming, take a look, who is this? Sister Xianji has arrived. Rongguang. It turned out, Xianji toppled the divine temple. Basically not an angry, reckless act. Nor was it to enter the protective circle. Her goal was to smash the two jars inside, releasing the ghosts trapped within, so that they could break out of the encirclement from there. And after Rongguang ran out of the jar, he hastily broke through the protective circle, then personally gifted Pei Ming a sword. Pei Ming gritted his teeth, wanting to pull the sword out, but Rongguang absolutely refused, stubbornly keeping it pierced through his body, saying, don't you dare. Go die. Pei Ming struggled to ask Banue, Imperial Preceptor, is that other jar all right? Xianji and Rongguang were attacking from both inside and outside. If Kuemo were added, then it would be completely over. Banue said no. Kuemo is still inside. Faced with the critical situation, Xie Lian felt a little worried. Just as he was about to quicken his pace even more, Hua Chang suddenly stopped. Xie Lian was startled, turned his head and said, San Lang? On Hua Chang's back of the hand rested another purple spirit butterfly, seemingly informing him of a new development. After listening, he raised his head and said, Gidge, don't worry. I think we don't need to go either. On the other side, Rongguang was still stubbornly pierced through Pei Ming's chest, while Xianji was like a red lizard, clinging to his boot shaft and slowly crawling up. From her attire to the ghost fire on her head, no matter how one looked, she resembled a madwoman. Pei Ming said, you. Xianji muttered, Pei Lang, Pei Lang. Her whole body twisted with two broken legs wrapped around Pei Ming's body. This posture, truly, one couldn't tell if she wanted to fiercely crush him to death, or tightly embrace him. Suddenly, the corner of her eye caught sight of Pei Su. Remembering that he was the descendant Pei Ming had sent down to Mount Gao last time, she gritted her teeth. And he cursed this little bastard. Seeing a claw reach out halfway, it was suddenly blocked by another arm. Two pale wrists. Looking closely, it turned out to be Banue. Xianji thought that she clung to Pei Ming all day long, and fury burned in her heart. I haven't even wanted your little slut's life yet, and you deliver yourself to my door. After cursing, her hand turned towards the back of Banu's neck. However, Banue was not one to meekly stand by and await death. Xianji's wrist was still caught by her. When Xianji was alive, she was a female general. One must know that many men were shamed by her. Ordinary ghost women encountering her would be beaten to shreds. She hadn't expected this little girl, who looked so thin and fragile, to possess such terrifying arm strength, seemingly even more formidable than hers. Banue locked her two wrists. The two women's gazes sparked fire as they glared at each other. But Xianji was the first to be alarmed. In this little girl's eyes were filled with killing intent and stubbornness, sharp as blades, making her recall old battlefields. Her heart trembled for a moment, and she immediately swung her arm to shake her off. Banue seized the opportunity to grab Pei Su, using Xianji's force to throw her off. Landing lightly on the ground, then immediately shouted, "Release General Pei." Rongguang's sword light flashed. Pei Ming has such good fortune with women, don't you see? 2 ghost women are fighting for your love now. Ha ha ha. Xianji, her entire body like a python wrapped around Pei Ming. Her 10 fingers gripped his throat. She coldly said, "Your little lover actually has some skill." Pei Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Are you mad? She is not my lover," Xianji said, still trying to argue. "If she's not your lover, then why would she tell me to release you?" Pei Ming said, "If my mother were here, she would also tell you to release me. According to your logic, would my mother also be my lover? If there was anyone to blame, it was only him for being so frivolous, carelessly blurting out such intimate calls to others." Xianji now refused to believe him. Jealousy having driven her mad. "What's wrong? Don't dare to admit it? Weren't you calling each other so intimately? Didn't you used to happily admit it directly? Why do you refuse my sincerity? Do you know how much I suffer? How come you don't dare to admit that, little girl, now? Is it that General Pei you have begun to fear death? Or is it that you like her so much that you won't even let me touch her fingertip?" Huh? The divine temple was still quite far away. Xie Lian stood watching and then didn't dare to continue, turning his head to say, "San Lang, otherwise why don't we go back and save the people first?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Gidge, no need to hurry. Someone will step forward on our behalf. What's more, even if we go up now, Xianji will not release Pei Ming." This was also true. With the hostage in hand, nothing would be favorable. Yin Yu and the few farmers also looked very nervous, speaking one after another. "Yes, it feels like that ghost woman's love has turned to hate. It's more like she's gone mad. I look at her and cannot bear to strike her. Come, have some melon seeds, won't you?" "Thank you once again," Xie Lian said. "Do you all still have the mood to chew melon seeds now?" Everyone said, "Your Highness, haven't you also eaten quite a bit yourself?" Oh, only then did Xie Lian realize that just now, while intently watching, he hadn't noticed the person beside him handing him melon seeds, and had already finished chewing all of them. He covered his forehead with one hand and said, "This truly, how rude of me." Over there, Pei Ming could no longer bear it. "Xianji, don't always drag others into that matter. After so many years we have long since gathered and dispersed. Why must you?" Xianji clutched his throat, her almond eyes wide, and said, "Absolutely not. You made me love you, and after that you still want us to part ways so easily? There's no chance." Pei Ming sighed. "You truly are not changed a single bit. It is precisely because of this that we could never have a good outcome." Xianji suddenly pressed her face close to his eyes and furiously said, "Am I like this? Am I like that? Am I not beautiful enough? You once said I was very beautiful. Did I not willingly give you the battle formations and secrets of Yushur Kingdom? It was you yourself who refused. Am I not worthy enough to love you? You said you didn't like me, Bian Ji fierce, so I chopped off my legs. Who can love you more than me? But what about you? Over these past few hundred years, you wouldn't even grant me a single glance. When did you ever pay attention to me?" Pei Ming pushed her away. "It is precisely because I knew you would fly into a rage that I did not come." Xianji grasped the Mingguang sword, plunged it in a few more inches, then pulled it out. Pei Ming again spat out several large mouthfuls of blood. Xianji's eyes shone brightly as she yelled, "Speak! Quickly swear in the name of a heavenly official that from now on, you will forever only have me. Swear that besides me, you will forever not look at anyone else. And if you so much as glance, I will smash your pupils." Rongguang said with a hint of gloating, "Speak quickly, Pei Ming, say it and you can get your little life back." Pei Ming cursed, "Shut your mouth. Damn it all. I, Pei Ming, had always thought I would die on the battlefield, or die gloriously under a sword. Who would have thought I would die in the hands of a ghost woman?" Not getting the desired answer, Xianji was completely enraged, lunged and struck Pei Ming's head. Xie Lian truly could not wait any longer, gripped Feng Xian tightly behind his back, and said, "San Lang, I feel this situation is a bit critical. Did you say someone was chasing us? They won't catch up, so why don't we make our move first?" Hua Cheng said, "They'll catch up. Gidge, look, they're here." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianji, who was furious beyond reason, suddenly stopped all her movements. She was as if struck by an immobilization spell. From her expression to her movements, everything froze. Pei Ming had already been stabbed repeatedly by her sword 5 or 6 times. Blood spewed all over the ground, and from within the darkness suddenly, the sound of an ox's hooves rang out. Not fast, not slow, it walked calmly. Soon after, a person riding a black ox appeared before their eyes. The person riding the black ox was a maiden in blue, her eyes clear and her expression serene. Slowly approaching, she slightly raised her head and looked forward. Pei Ming's lips were covered in fresh blood and dumbfounded. He said, "Yusher Kingdom Lord?" That maiden looked towards him, her expression unchanged, and softly smiled and bowed in return. Xie Lian was also astonished. "Yusher Kingdom Lord?" Hua Cheng said, "That's right. The Yusher currently serving in the heavenly court is the 16th Princess Yusher Huang, and is also the last Kingdom Lord of Yusher Kingdom." Volume 3 Chapter 171. Xie Lian said, "I've never had the chance to meet Yusher. Nor did I know Yusher was a princess." On the other side, Twinco gnashed her teeth and said, "You? What trick did you play?" "Why, I cannot move." Wu Su withdrew her gaze from Buimin, saying softly, "I brought the Wulong sword." Xie Lian said, "Wulong sword?" Hua Cheng said, "The treasured sword that guards the Wu Su nation. It once followed many sovereigns. It was refined by Wu Su into a magical artifact, possessing great deterrent power against people of Wu Su. Since Twinco is a rebel general, her heart harbors fear and a guilty conscience. Naturally, she could only obey. Wu Su commanded her not to move, and she truly seemed unable to move. Deng Quang said, "If you can't move, then I'll come myself." As he spoke, he intended to stab Buimin once, but he had just thrust it in by less than half an inch when a red mist immediately enveloped them. With a clang, the long sword that had pierced Buimin's chest disappeared, and as it fell to the ground, it instantly transformed into a sword no longer than a single finger. Deng Quang said in a fury, "What's going on? Why can't I move anymore either?" Hua Cheng and the others no longer stood by watching, but strode over from afar. Hua Cheng gazed down at the minuscule Min Quang sword, saying, "Much more pleasing to the eye." Wu Su said, "Twinco, let go." Twinco's hand involuntarily slowly released Buimin's throat, but she remained unwilling, struggling to move her fingers. "I won't let go. Once I've seized him, I won't let go." Wu Su said, "If you insist on holding on to something to feel at peace, why not pick up yourself, cast upon the ground, and clutch it in your hand once more?" Nevertheless, the might of that treasured sword was simply too formidable. No matter how Twinco struggled, she was still dragged down, her body collapsing with a thud onto the ground, her hair disheveled and declothes in disarray. "What right do you have to lecture me? Do you genuinely consider yourself the sovereign? Surely you've forgotten how you became the sovereign." "I don't acknowledge it, I don't acknowledge you." Wu Su remained silent. Ban Noyet, seizing this moment, suddenly cast forth a flask, directly trapping Twinco within. With this, the cause of the turmoil was finally quelled. Xie Lian went to support Buimin. "General Bui, are you unharmed?" Buimin said, "I want die. But your Royal Highness, let me ask, what took you all so long to get back?" Xie Lian, "Haha, how could that be?" He picked up the small Min Quang sword, which lay sealed upon the ground. Buimin looked at the sword in his hand and said, "Crimson Rainsalt Flower, are you certain about this seal? Or should we just crush it completely now?" Hua Cheng replied, "Of course. Unless you hold the sword's hilt in your hand, injecting spiritual power, and at the same time resolve in your heart to release it, otherwise, it can by no means be opened accidentally, or opened by a scheme." Only then did Buimin sigh in relief. Meanwhile, Dan Nok rushed over from among the farmers, crying out, "Lord Wu Su!" Those on this side all turned. Xie Lian lowered his head slightly. "Wu Su sovereign." Wu Su had already dismounted from the ox's back, leading it by the rope with one hand, and returned the bow with a slight nod of her head. "Your Royal Highness." As he bowed, Xie Lian's gaze inadvertently swept across her neck, and he saw a slight tremor. He then spoke, "That year, when Xianlu faced a great drought, thanks to your Excellency's kindness in bringing rain, you aided those in dire straits. Since then, I have never had the chance to meet you and convey my thanks today. My wish is finally granted." As he spoke, he lowered his head further. Wu Su stood unmoving, waiting for his bow to conclude before she spoke. "I believe that if I do not allow your Royal Highness to offer thanks, you would surely not relent. If it is done, then simply let it go. Do not dwell on it in your heart." Her voice was clear and serene, her tone soft and placid, the corner of her mouth curved faintly upward. bearing an especially tranquil demeanor. Suddenly a voice cut in, "Hey Buimin, don't you feel disgraced? Needing a woman to rescue you, and the Wusu Empress at that." Wusu's composure remained as tranquil as ever, and Buimin also did not take it much to heart. The moment Xie Lian realized it, immediately, with swift hands and keen eyes, he affixed a talisman onto the small sword, sealing its mouth. The black ox Wusu was leading also puffed steam towards Buimin, shaking its head and flicking its tail. Although it was not directed at Huacheng, Xie Lian knew that oxen become agitated when they see red. Remembering several painful past incidents, he hurriedly stepped in front of Huacheng, fearing that this ox would grow even more agitated upon seeing the crimson robes. Buimin understood what he needed to say. He touched his nose and said courteously, "Many thanks to Wusu's sovereign for her grace in rescuing this humble Bui." Wusu was also exceedingly courteous, replying, "It was merely a small effort." Ban Noyet approached and tugged at Wusu's sleeve, saying, "Lord Wusu, Buzigich has fainted from hunger." Huacheng glanced upwards, saying, "Let's return to the surface first." In this matter, the people of Wusu village were the most useful. Because Wusu oversaw agriculture, they often did not carry food with them. Returning to the ground, a night had passed, the sun rose, beginning a new day. Wusu then took out several seeds from the pouch hanging on the black branch, found a patch of ground to sow them, and not long after, a patch of crops grew. The long hungry stomachs rumbled loudly. Ta Lin remembered that Cock 2 had probably not been fed for several days, so he woke it up. But after waking, the first thing Cock 2 did was ask where father was, why father had abandoned it, and cried away for a while. Ta Lin, helpless, gave the ugly, pitiful roly-poly doll to it. Cock 2, hearing that this was father, stopped crying, and as if having found a treasure, hugged it and ate. Ta Lin, Hoatan, Wusu, and Buimin were on the other side discussing important matters. In front, the peak of Donglu could already be seen. Only upon standing closer did they discover that beneath the mountain was a large expanse of dark red, like a pool of blood, while above it was pure height accumulated snow. Ta Lin said to Bui General Ban Noyet, "Cock 2, they should all stay behind, they cannot go forward. If we need to bring them along, we are afraid we will have to climb the snow mountain." Buimin, while holding a bottle of medicine to treat his wound, shook his head and sighed. The expedition started unfavorably, constantly meeting difficulties. His Bazi was truly etched with but a single line, truly unlucky to the point of death. Wusu sat properly beside Ta Lin, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Your Highness, this time you have come here to catch all those with the potential to become a calamity in one net. As such, there is one individual you should pay attention to." Ta Lin's mind was clear, and he asked Wusu, "Darren, did you encounter anything on the way?" Wusu nodded slightly. "On the way here, I encountered a white-clad youth." Ta Lin softly said, "Ah," and continued, "The person you just mentioned, we also heard about him on our way here. Many demons and monsters are extremely afraid of him, and we almost ran into him ourselves." "Did you see him with your own eyes? How did you escape?" Wusu said, "It's quite embarrassing. It was all thanks to the foot strength of my protective spirit that I managed to escape. That youth also wasn't interested in entanglement, otherwise, it would be hard to know what the consequences would have been." Ta Lin then asked, "In his appearance?" Wusu shook her head. "His appearance wasn't clear, because his face was wrapped in bandages." "Face wrapped in bandages?" Ta Lin was surprised. "Lang Huin." Buimin frowned and said, "Tai Tu Dien Ha, do you know him?" Ta Lin said, "I'm not certain." At this moment he turned to Hoatan and asked, "Tam Lang, is Lang Huin still truly in the ghost city?" Hoatan's expression was also very serious. He paused for a moment before saying, "He was before, but not now. It's hard to say. Perhaps brother should ask again for clarity." Ta Lin then continued to confirm, "Wusu, Darren, the person you mentioned, is he over 10 years old, or perhaps slightly older, but in any case a very thin and weak youth?" Unexpectedly, Wusu said no. That youth was around 16 or 17. His build quite similar to your Highness. This was beyond Ta Lin's expectation. He said 16 or 17 years old. Lang Huin is not that old. Was it him after all? Based on the current amount of information, one couldn't guess anything. Buimin put down the medicine bottle and said, "Anyway, we will enter Donglu eventually. Waiting is all that's needed." As a martial god, Buimin's recovery ability was extremely fast. After one bottle of divine medicine was used, Even such a severe wound had already closed up by 6 or 7 parts. At this moment, Wusu tilted her head slightly in wonder. Bui General, do you not have a sword? Bui Min seemed not to have expected Wusu to actively ask him, and for a moment he couldn't think of a reply. On the other side, Bui Tusi, who had just woken Yu and was eating a roasted sweet potato, answered for him. Bui General's sword was broken. Wusu, after hearing this, pondered for a moment, then unfastened her sword and offered it to Bui Min with both hands. Her expression was not unusual. Her language, gestures, and actions were all extremely graceful. But Bui Min's expression subtly changed. As if he saw her offering a venomous snake, he hesitated for a moment and then said, many thanks. But this is the nation-guarding treasured sword of Wusu. Placing it in Bui Mao's hands, I am afraid it is not very appropriate. Wu Shi spoke gently. General Pei is indeed a martial god, a master of the sword. At this very moment, with the Ghost King poised to emerge, this sword in your hands, compared to being in mine, can unleash its full power even more effectively. Pei Ming, however, hesitated once more, still politely declining this. Pei thanks you, National Lord Wu Shi. But there is no need. Seeing this, Wu Shi did not press the matter. Everyone idly conversed for a few sentences, and Wu Shi even inquired about news of the Windmaster. Only then did Xie Lian realize that Wu Shi and the Windmaster were on rather good terms. Shi Qingxian frequently visited Wu Shi's realm. After the Black Water incident, Wu Shi had also dispatched people to search for him, but finding no trace, she couldn't help but sigh with sorrow. Everyone agreed to prepare and depart. An hour later, Xie Lian moved to a different spot, originally intending to simply find a tree to lean against and rest for a moment. From who knew where, Hua Chang had already produced a pile of ropes and fabrics, which he fashioned into a hammock slung between 2 trees. It was just enough for 2, and resting in it felt utterly pleasant. After they had rested for a while, Xie Lian pillowed his head upon his hands, asking curiously, San Lang, why do you think General Pei refused to accept Lord Wu Shi's sword? A martial god without weapons, who doesn't even bother to seek out another, does he wish to be struck down? Hua Chang, also resting his head on his hands, said unhurriedly, someone like Pei Ming is precisely that way. Although he enjoys women, he doesn't necessarily hold them in high regard. For the person who saved him to be a woman, and one he was once acquainted with, he surely feels utterly indignant and believes he has lost face. Furthermore, Wu Shi had previously saved his descendants. He likely fears that this time Wu Shi is deliberately mocking him. How could he possibly accept the sword then? The 2 swayed in the hammock, creaking softly. Xie Lian sighed, such inexplicable pride. By the way, San Lang, did you happen to notice an old wound on Lord Wu Shi's neck? Hua Chang replied, one needn't notice, it's easily guessed. The princess who took her own life, after all. Xie Lian propped himself up slightly, exclaiming, indeed. Hua Chang continued, Gidge, did you notice that Wu Shi speaks a little slowly? That too is caused by the old wound on her neck. Xie Lian mused, I had thought it was merely her personality. But then again, if she was a princess, why would she take her own life? And that line, have you forgotten how you became the national lord? Also makes one exceedingly curious. How could she have ascended to the position? Hua Chang also rose, saying, the full account is quite long-winded, so I shall give you the summary. It turned out that Princess Wu Shi, despite being a royal descendant of the Wu Shi nation, was firstly a female, and secondly, born of a palace attendant. Her status was not high at all. Coupled with her shy and quiet nature, she had 15 elder brothers and sisters above her and younger siblings below, all of whom were far more favored than she. The imperial Taoist temple of the Wu Shi nation, called Wulong Temple, required successive national lords to select one royal descendant to undergo pure cultivation there. This was meant to earnestly pray for favorable rains and gentle winds, for the nation to prosper and its people to live in peace, thereby expressing their utmost sincerity. While it sounded like a grand and important duty, in truth it was incredibly arduous. Cultivation at Wulong Temple was exceptionally rigorous. No ornaments were allowed, and one had to perform manual labor there. In the past, this duty was always shirked, or a wealthy family would buy a stand-in with gold to go in their stead. However, by this generation no selection process was even deemed necessary. It was directly decided that Princess Wu Shi would go. Xie Lian shook his head. Though both were of royal blood and both had entered the imperial Taoist temple for cultivation, his own experiences were vastly different from Wu Shi's. He remarked, "No wonder Xianji claimed she couldn't be bothered with Wu Shi." Huacheng said, "Of course. Though she wasn't a princess, Xianji hailed from an illustrious background and was pursued by all. Princes and nobles valued her far more than they did Princess Wu Shi." He continued, "However, now that Xianji has reduced herself to such a state, it's no wonder she can't bear to see Wu Shi living peacefully, tilling the fields." Wu Shi advising her to let go, in Xianji's eyes, would surely seem like nothing more than condescending remarks from a high pedestal. In short, from then on Wu Shi spent her days at Wulong Temple in quiet, pure cultivation. Until one day, several noble dignitaries arrived from the Tulu nation. The Tulu nation and the Wu Shi nation were not entirely without mutual regard in the past. They had maintained a facade of cordiality and polite exchanges. To preserve this false peace, the Tulu nation dispatched several members of its royal family, generals, and civil officials to the Wu Shi nation's national banquet. Along the way, they visited the imperial Taoist temple. One day, Princess Wu Shi had gone to clean the roof tiles of the temple. When she wished to descend, she discovered that the latter had, unbeknownst to her, been moved by someone. Everyone standing below watched the person above struggle fruitlessly to descend, immediately finding it amusing. Even the princesses and princes present covered their mouths to giggle. Only the general of the Tulu nation chuckled a few times, then gracefully sprang up and helped her down. This general, naturally, was none other than Pei Ming. Xie Lian secretly mused to himself that General Pei was still quite something. Suddenly, a voice spoke wherever Pei Ming goes. He carries that same disposition like a dog that must mark its territory everywhere. Xie Lian was immediately jarred back by that vulgar and malicious analogy. He turned his head to look, then picked up the small sword that had been shrunk countless times, saying, "General Rongguang, when did you break the talisman? It seems you're quite eager to speak." Rongguang declared, "Let this old man speak. I know Pei Ming's wicked deeds as clearly as the back of my hand. Even if I spoke for 3 days and 3 nights, I wouldn't be finished." He clearly knew the Tulu nation was about to attack the Wu Shi nation, yet he still dared to incite bitter jealousy between the eldest princess and the 12th princess of the Wu Shi nation. Tell me, is this man not utterly devoid of virtue? Truly utterly devoid of virtue. Who knew, yesterday you were still happily laughing and chatting with me, yet today you ride forth to level my homeland. Xie Lian felt a pang of pity. So, did National Lord Wu Shi and General Pei have a very good relationship before? Rongguang retorted, "No. Pei Ming only saw Princess Wu Shi twice. The Wu Shi nation was simply teeming with beauties by the very next day. He had already forgotten her. In this world, it isn't only women who turn hostile quickly. Men, in truth, turn even faster, though the consequences are vastly different. When women fall out, they might resort to slaps, hair-pulling, and scratching. But when men turn hostile, the outcome is often death with no intact corpse, leaving them no chance whatsoever to complain." The Tulu nation no longer wished to maintain its false peace, and thus sought a pretext to wage war. Pei Ming directly led his army to attack the imperial palace, forcing National Lord Wu Shi to retreat deep within its walls, fiercely guarding the final defensive line. Yet, Pei Ming needed only a slight exertion of force to easily shatter that last layer of defense, like crushing a snail shell. However, on the contrary, he had no desire to crush it so easily. So, he took Rongguang's suggestion and embarked upon a certain task. The Tulu army brought several hundred death row prisoners to the Wu Shi nation, disguised as common folk, and presented them before the imperial palace gates, demanding that the Wu Shi nation's lord personally emerge to kowtow 3 times, repent his sins of oppressing the populace, and then commit suicide to atone for his crimes. Upon doing so, this charge would be cleared and he would, moreover, not be permitted to send any imperial relatives or kin to take his place. Otherwise, his subjects would be beheaded. 3 days' time was given, within which a group would be killed each day. After 3 days, they would storm in to slaughter the entire imperial family, and finally the remaining common people. Xie Lian said, "General Deng, this tactic of yours truly is both vicious and beautiful." Deng Guang, far from getting angry, became rather smug. "I shall take that as you praising me." The Tulu nation's attack on the Wu Shi nation was summarized by the declaration, the Wuxia nation's lord's harsh governance is intolerable to heavenly principles. Now our Tulu nation, from a heart of benevolence and righteousness, has resolved upon encountering injustice to proactively save the people of the Wuxia nation who are falling into a plight of boiling oil and burning fire. It was grand and solemn, extremely beautiful. If the Wuxia nation's lord refused to come out, then it would be due to his own selfishness, proving he fundamentally did not love his own subjects. The awkwardness was that on normal days, the Wuxia nation's lord had always declared himself to treat the people as his own children. To be appeased would inadvertently cause the people of Wuxia to harbor resentment, believing themselves to have been deceived. Don't you treat the people as your own children? Why then do you want all the people to sacrifice for your imperial family? Thus their devotion to the Wuxia imperial family would also vanish. And after slaughtering these common people, they would then declare that in truth, those people were death row prisoners in disguise who deserved to die anyway. The objective was merely to expose the selfish and deceitful true face of the Wuxia imperial family. Such a vast disparity in claims and reality would naturally be able to appease the people of the Wuxia nation who were falling into fear, and subsequently, the process of annexing the territory of the Wuxia nation into the Tulu nation would be much smoother. But if the Wuxia nation's lord truly came out to commit suicide, then it would also not have much impact. They would not need to personally act, which would also be considered less trouble. Moreover, they still believed that the Wuxia nation's lord would not come out to commit suicide to atone for his sins. It must be said, no imperial family member would be willing to endure humiliation and then end their own life. To kneel before common people and enemy forces, admit guilt, and then go to their death? Dream on. Who would have thought, approximately one day later, just at the moment Pei Ming was preparing to kill the first group of common people, the Wuxia nation's lord truly came out. The palace gates opened wide. The nation's lord, carrying the nation-guarding treasured sword, knelt down towards his people and kowtowed 3 times. He drew his sword and took his own life, and blood stained the palace gates. Xie Lian Di already guessed what had happened and said the one who came out was Lord Wuxia, right? Huacheng said that's right. Afterwards, careful interrogation of palace servants and other imperial descendants revealed that such a matter had transpired. That day, Pei Ming and Deng Guang, with their generals and soldiers outside the palace, called out their demands, pacing back and forth, laughing loudly without cease, extremely arrogant and aggressive. Inside the palace it was a scene of chaos, with cries reaching to the heavens and wails to the earth. The Wuxia nation's lord naturally could not possibly go out and commit suicide, sitting on his throne, his face ash-green. His senior kinsmen and kinswomen, his maternal and paternal cousins, who usually fought for favor until their heads bled, were now weeping profusely. After their miserable wailing, they still did not see him move. They began one by one to go forward, cautiously advising him. All sorts of reasons poured forth, such as, "This is also for the people and for the nation. Even if you die, your name will be remembered for eternity. And if things continue like this, the people will face disaster." But no matter how much they advised, he still did not move. Seeing that a day was almost over, several princes grew frantic, agitatedly roaring a few words at their father. This nation's lord, who had not even died yet, suddenly flew into a rage, swinging his national staff and chasing after them, striking. In normal times, the princes and grandsons would certainly be beaten without striking back, cursed without talking back. But at this critical moment, who still cared about such things? Therefore, one prince could not restrain himself and struck back. But perhaps the force was slightly beyond control. He then struck the nation's lord, who was over 60 years old, until his head broke and bled, unable to crawl back up. A group of princes and princesses were first scared into confusion. Then, discovering he was still breathing, they began again to discuss finding a way to drag the motionless nation's lord outside. Moreover, they still had to complete the high-difficulty task of kowtowing to atone for sins, even planning to hang him up like a puppet. The whole group discussed methods with sky-high vehemence. The old nation's lord, over 60 years old, was so angry his eyes were bloodshot. After that, they again decided, or rather, to find 2 people to support the old nation's lord out to atone for his sins. But a new problem arose: which 2 people to find? This matter was too dangerous. Who knew? Pei Ming might suddenly lose interest and shoot an arrow, killing them instantly. The clamor never ceased. Suddenly, the 16th princess, who had been silent until now, and whom no one had paid attention to, quietly said a sentence to the old nation's lord. Wushi Huang said, "Please bestow the throne upon me." The Wushi nation's lord, from ancient times until now, had paid attention to this Princess Ot more than a few times. From the corner of his eye finally flowed down a single turbid tear. However, there was also only one drop. Therefore, less than half an hour later, the most rudimentary and hasty enthronement ceremony, and the person least likely to become a nation's lord, once again attained the kingship, marking its place in the history of the Wushi nation. The new nation's lord, with one sword, slit her own throat. Blood flowed like a spring, her eyes dim and hazy. Pei Ming had not expected things to develop in such a way. His entire being was dumbfounded. Deng Guang cursed at his bad luck, cursing how things could turn out this way. And it could even be like this. An unrelated person died. Neither was there a way to shake the people's hearts, nor was there a way to kill the old scoundrel. Although the soldiers of the Tulu nation could not bear to watch and hastily tried to save her, ultimately, the injuries were too severe. All the imperial physicians said she could not be saved. They could do nothing but abide by their promise to leave the common people outside in peace and temporarily not kill the imperial family. They took this nation's lord to Wulong Pass, waited for her to breathe her last there, and then buried her in the imperial mausoleum at Wulong Pass. Who would have thought that very evening, just at the moment Wushi Huang was about to breathe her last, suddenly the divine statue of Wushi above her head sighed. Thunder roared and lightning fell. Ashed. A new Wushi ascended. Xie Lian said thoughtfully, "No wonder General Pei, seeing that sword, immediately changed countenance." Book 3 Chapter 172. This is precisely the nation-guarding precious sword that Wushi Hong once used to take his own life. That's right, it is precisely a divine artifact but also an ominous weapon. Deng Guang said how generous Wushi Hong is, otherwise he is intentionally trying to scare him, wanting to remind him, which is why he gave Wulong to him to use. Would he still dare? Ha 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 ha. Xie Lian could not help but say, "What is the need for such dark thoughts?" The hand holding the talisman was raised. Just then, at this moment, Pei Ming from that far-off distance said, "Crown Prince, Your Royal Highness Bloodrain Saltflower, have the two of you rested well yet? The beds should also be packed up now, let's get going." In fact, the rest was not for very long either, not even a little chat was possible. The remaining people stayed here. Xie Lian, Huacheng, and Pei Ming set off. Wushi led her riding animal, offering to escort them for a stretch of the road, bringing them to the foot of Mount Tonglu. Xie Lian gladly thanked her. Therefore, that black ox shook its body once, transforming into twice or thrice its original size, and yet it could still seat 6 people. It placed its front hooves on the ground, bent its body, and Wushi went up, sitting at the front. Pei Ming sat a distance behind that. Finally, it was Xie Lian and Huacheng. Xie Lian sat on that black ox, stood up, high above the ground. He touched the smooth, glossy black skin, and asked in surprise, "Wushi Daren's riding animal looks truly miraculous. Zan Lang seems to have mentioned it before. How did it transform like this?" The black ox lifted its 4 hooves, galloping quickly. The scenery on both sides rapidly receded behind them, both fast and steady. Huacheng sat behind him, gently embracing his waist, seemingly afraid he would fall down, and said it's due to a golden beast guarding the entrance of the Wulongguan Taoist temple of Wushi Kingdom that it transformed. It turns out Wulongguan has a custom: if one sees a golden beast guarding the entrance and approaches to touch it, one can enhance one's human fortune, accumulating good karma. Devotees flocked here. Most of them touched divine beasts like dragons, tigers, and cranes. No one touched the ox. It was extremely lonely and cold. Therefore, when Wushi Hong was cultivating in seclusion at Wulongguan, every time she passed by that doorway to boil water, she would also touch the head of the golden ox. That ox-shaped guardian beast received her human fortune after Wushi ascended. The ox followed her to fly up to the heavens together. As for other people, not one touched it. The black ox galloped quickly forward. Xie Lian's body swayed backward, as if leaning into his chest, and he said with a smile, "San Lang indeed knows everything. It's as if no ancient tale can stump you." Huacheng als. Oh said with a smile, "Gidge, do you still want to know anything else? I guarantee I will tell you everything." Pei Ming sat in front. Vusu said nothing, and he also did not speak. After listening, his expression stirred, and he casually said, Ghost King, Your Excellency speaks quite well. Crown Prince, Your Royal Highness, why not ask a little, to see what the background of Blood Rain Soughtflower is like, and see if he dares to answer you? Xie Lian immediately retracted his smile. To ask about the background of a Ghost King, this was also not very polite. The degree of secrecy in Xie Lian's heart was equivalent to asking a man's size. He was afraid Hua Cheng would be displeased, immediately changed the subject, and indifferently said, General Pei. Pei Ming what? Xie Lian, it's bumpy ahead, please be careful. Pei Ming what? No sooner had he finished speaking, the black ox beneath the four people suddenly let out a loud roar like a bronze bell, and Pei Ming was thrown down. He said in surprise, why is it like this? Truly, never before had he heard of it. Never before had he seen it. If it had just thrown him off, that would be one thing. If a person can make a mistake, an ox can also miss its step. But why didn't it throw off the person sitting in front? Nor did it throw off the person sitting behind, repeatedly throwing off the person sitting in the middle? According to common sense, how could such a thing happen? The ox galloped ceaselessly. Xie Lian at the front turned his H.E. A string of loud shouts left behind. I already said it was bumpy ahead. General Pei, please be careful. Along the way, the ox threw Pei Ming off another 7 or 8 times. The four people finally sat steadily on Vusu's Dharma-protecting riding animal, arriving at the foot of Mount Tonglu. Tonglu was originally a Mount Yu Jun located in the center of the royal capital, with charming scenery, comparable to the former Mount Songshan. At its foot was a magnificent royal capital, the most prosperous imperial city. This imperial city had originally been buried deep underground, probably because after experiencing several earthquakes, it was shaken to the point of emerging, once again seeing the sun. Xie Lian sat on the ox's body, gazing for a moment, just about to get down to look more closely, when he saw Hua Cheng already standing below, extending his hand towards him. His heart stirred slightly. He took his hand, turned and stepped down, and said, there are also divine temples in the royal city, aren't there? Hua Cheng said, that's only natural. Although Pei Ming was thrown off 7 or 8 times along the way, he was indeed worthy of being a martial god, extremely stubborn, walking without a single complaint, and even extended his hand to pat the ox's neck, not noticing it was baring its teeth at him. Pei Ming said, if the most imposing architecture in the city isn't the imperial palace, then it's probably the divine temple, right? Hua Cheng immediately said no. It is. The imperial city Wu Rong divine temple on the mountain. He extended his hand and pointed. Indeed, a corner of a roof was revealed on the crimson mountainside, and as more parts appeared, they were all red. Xie Lian said, why is that mountain crimson? He had not yet finished speaking when suddenly that black ox, which had already transformed back to its original form, suddenly let out a loud roar. Everyone had moved forward and turned their heads in alarm. That ox vigorously tossed its head, struggling on the ground. Vusu firmly held its leash, not letting go, and asked, what's wrong? That black ox again emitted a human sound, yelling out piercingly, a. Vusu, as soon as hearing the yell, immediately drew out Vulong, slashing one sword towards the black ox. Sword light streaked past. A pitch-black mass was slashed, flying out, hitting the mountain cliff on the other side with a bang, fresh dark red blood splattering everywhere. Corpse-eating rat. The one just now yelling loudly was not that black ox, but was a corpse-eating rat. Taking advantage of the opportunity while everyone was not paying attention, it leapt onto the ox's body and bit it once. Although it was about to die, it still yelled out piercingly, Crown Prince, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. Save me, save me, save me. Boom! Xie Lian, made to have a headache by its piercing yell, frowned in pain. Hua Cheng quickly pulled him backwards, slightly raising a hand. That's your piss-eating rat quickly transformed into a shower of blood. Yet, 2 small pupils were still stuck tightly onto the mountain cliff, emitting dark red fierce light. Hua Cheng said, Vusu, Your Excellency, I suggest you check your mount a bit. Vusu looked over the black ox's hide, and said, lightly injured. However, more and more human sounds began to emit from all directions, continuously and urgently. Cough, 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 take me away, someone please take me away. Escaping a little earlier would have been enough. I am not reconciled. I shouldn't have believed his fabricated words, harming me to die unjustly. Gidge, Gidge. Your Highness. This sentence was very clear again. It was Hua Cheng's voice. Xie Lian just regained his senses and said sorry. Hua Cheng's expression was serious, and he asked, "Do you understand what they are saying?" Xie Lian nodded. Hua Cheng brought his hand to cover his ears and said, "Don't listen. They are not speaking to you." Xie Lian's scalp was still numb, and he reluctantly said, "I know." More than 10 million pitch-black corpse-eating rats spread like a tide towards the 4 people and 1 ox at the center. This place was the royal capital, its population even more than a city's. The dead were probably even more numerous. The stored food for these rats was not lacking at all, therefore, their numbers multiplied even more. Seeing they were about to be surrounded, Pei Ming, with a serious expression, stood up, his body covered by a layer of protective spiritu. Light, and said, "Everyone go first, I will lure them." Who would have thought? He had not even finished speaking, only to see the horde of corpse-eating rats which were originally rushing towards him, suddenly stopped and swiftly rushed backwards. Turning their heads to look, they actually pursued Wu Su. Nobody knew when Wu Su had already leapt onto the back of the black ox, running in the opposite direction. That black ox had already galloped for several zhang, not too fast, so that the horde of corpse-eating rats could keep up, nor too slow, so as to be surrounded and gnawed into a skeleton by them, a just right speed to lure them to follow chasing behind. Wu Su from afar said, "All of you please go first, I will lead them out and will catch up later." While riding the ox, Wu Su simultaneously along the road scattered hot to wet white rice. Being rats, after all, their nature was still to like eating rice, and they didn't know how many years it had been since they had seen grain as white as snow, so plump and good, so they immediately swarmed up. This was originally the matter Pei Ming needed to do, but was preempted by Wu Su, making him have nothing to do. His expression was extremely subtle. As for Hua Cheng, he loosened his hand and said, "Gidge, let's go." Xie Lian, as soon as he heard the sounds of those corpse-eating rats, immediately got a headache, and no longer hearing them, immediately sighed lightly in relief and nodded once. Pei Ming turned his head and said, "Wait a moment. Are you just going to leave like that?" Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Pei Ming frowned. "What about Wu Su's side? What if she can't handle it just running like that? Isn't that being reckless?" Xie Lian strangely said, "General Pei, why do you feel Wu Su Your Excellency cannot handle it? Looking at the situation, Wu Su Your Excellency is clearly very proficient." But Bui Min seemed unhappy and finally still said, "Perhaps it is not right to go? Here it is not as if there are no martial gods. What reason is there to let a goddess official handle it herself? Your Royal Highnesses the Crown Princes, please go ahead first. We will gather at the Divine Temple later." Having said that, he immediately chased after them himself. Xie Lian called out a few times from behind, but Hua Cheng cut in, "Let's go, Gidge. No need to mind him, he simply cannot stand being protected by women. He definitely must reclaim the stage." Taking advantage of the time, the two passed through the empty royal city and countless petrified human statues, heading towards that mountain. After an hour they finally reached Mount Tonglu. Viewed from afar, this mountain seemed to be stained with blood, because a stretch of forest on the mountain was all blazing red. Clearly not maple leaves but crimson like maple leaves, their color like fresh blood. Xie Lian vaguely smelled a fishy scent of blood. Perhaps the fertilizer for them lacked neither resentful energy nor human blood. This fourth Wuyong Divine Temple, built on a protruding rock by the cliff face of Mount Tonglu, was the largest among the 4 temples, and also the most perfectly preserved. Inside the temple were many human-shaped stone statues, seemingly transformed from the temple servants. The two ran straight to the main hall, and as soon as they entered, they saw a mural on the wall. But as soon as Hua Cheng saw it, he immediately said, "It seems someone has arrived before us." In the main hall, there was only one mural. The 2 walls on either side were intact, but the front wall had been smashed. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Xie Lian was slightly surprised and asked who was it that acted? They didn't even know who drew the mural, and now there was an additional question of who smashed it. But they still seized the opportunity to first look at that mural. Just a fleeting glance without a closer look, the fine hairs on Xie Lian's body, in an instant all stood on end. What is this thing? The first mural in the Divine Temple was as different as heaven and earth compared to the other 3. In the image there was only one person, but their expression was dark and gloomy, the lines of their face extremely twisted, making it fundamentally impossible to discern what this person looked like, only that it was an ordinary commoner in tattered clothes. But this was still not too terrifying. What made Xie Lian's hair stand on end was that this person's expression seemed to be of extreme suffer. Ng frantically tearing their own clothes, revealing their body. And on his body, several human faces emerged, one after another, all twisted exactly like his own face. Human face disease. The shock was too great. Xie Lian's eyes were completely filled by that painting. He murmured to himself, it really is exactly alike. The people of Wu Yong Kingdom also suffered from the human face disease. Why were the things Wu Yong Crown Prince experienced more than 1,000 years ago, all terrifyingly identical to his own? Seeing that the situation was not good, Hua Chang comforted him, Your Highness, don't look anymore. However, the twisted image dealt him too great a blow, the human face disease leaving too heavy a shadow in Xie Lian's heart. As if he were haunted, he stared incessantly. Therefore, Hua Chang decisively pulled Xie Lian's body into his embrace, his voice strong yet not losing its tenderness. It's all right now. Your Highness, listen to me. Listen to me. Pausing for a moment, he continued to speak. Look, the murals before all progressed in chronological order, with cause and effect. One mural showed the Wu Yong Crown Prince building a bridge to the heavens. The next mural was definitely the subsequent event. But this mural is fundamentally illogical. There's no cause and effect, isn't that right? Xie Lian quickly reacted, saying, Yes, the intermediary part has definitely been omitted. Someone came before us and destroyed 2 murals. Hua Chang said, If this person destroyed 2 murals, then why did he not destroy this one as well? Why did he have to keep it? Xie Lian said there are 2 possibilities. First, he felt that keeping this mural was not important, as if leaving it or not leaving it made no difference, unafraid of me seeing it. Hua Chang said, and the second possibility, Xie Lian slowly said, second, this person destroyed the other 3 murals. The one left behind, in truth, is a fake. He drew it later. Hua Chang said, quite right. Perhaps all the murals along the way are lies. We are very close to the answer now. Before then, don't overthink things by yourself, alright, Gidge? Buried in his embrace for a long while, Xie Lian finally dug out all those horrifying images from his mind. Only then did he notice the posture of the 2 of them, hurriedly preparing to separate from Hua Chang's arms, saying, Sorry, San Lang, that Hua Chang did not let him escape. His arms embraced even tighter, smilingly said, No need to apologize. However, he lowered his head, said, Actually, there is a third possibility. Half of Xie Lian's face buried deep in his shoulder, Hua Chang's voice whispered into his ear, pressed down very low. Apart from him, no one else could hear a sound. He slightly held his breath, listening to Hua Chang say in a low voice, The third possibility is, this person did not want to destroy all the murals, but he did not have time. He had just finished destroying 2 murals when we arrived, and currently he is hiding inside this palace. Volume 3, Chapter 173. Hua Chang's breath was warm, but his words made the listener's heart tremble. Hiding within the main hall? In a flash, Xie Lian immediately reached out and embraced Hua Chang. Of course, it was not out of fright that he embraced him. Rather, if there truly was someone hiding here, and they had not discovered them, then it must be an extremely formidable character. If he were to know that they had found a clue, they might be put at a disadvantage. And if only Hua Chang embraced him, leaning in so close, it would be very easy to make others suspicious. But if 2 people were embracing and pulling, then it would look very normal. Xie Lian did not say a word, silently scanning his eyes around all 4 sides, at the same time asking in a low voice, Where do you think he is? This main hall had only one door, which was the door they entered. Inside the hall it was empty. A single look revealed nothing was missed. There wasn't even a single chest that could hide a person. Apart from them, there were only those petrified temple servants. The 2 of them simultaneously whispered, saying, Bodies. Inside those stone statues was hollow space. In other words, something could be hidden. A person could not be hidden, but a ghost could be hidden. After confirming this, Xie Lian sensed something, raised his gaze, looking at the petrified people behind Hua Chang. His 2 pupils suddenly contracted. It seemed to be a young man of very high tattoos. Because records of petrified people from Wu Rong Kingdom mostly depicted tragic death states unbearable to look at, therefore, the vast majority of poses were holding their heads, screaming silently, or curled up in a ball. This was also one of the very few standing in human form. However, what made Xie Lian notice him was not his posture but his face. Although the face was indistinct, it was still clearly visible. On the face of this petrified person, on the left side was a half-smile with curved lips, while on the right it was a half-crying face. Xie Lian blurted out, "It's this." Having spoken, he extended his hand and struck out with a sword. Hua Chang said, "Gij?" That petrified person was chopped into pieces by him. Only an empty earthen shell remained. But inside there was fundamentally nothing. Xie Lian did not give up. Sitting on the ground, searching through the fragments, Hua Chang grabbed his hand, saying, "Gij, what did you just see?" Xie Lian held up a few fragments, saying, "San Lang, this petrified person, his face. It's the mask of Bai Wu Xiang." Hua Chang's expression subtly changed, but he still said, "Wait a moment." He pieced those fragments together, forming a complete face. The two of them looked together, both falling silent. A moment ago, Xie Lian had clearly seen a bizarre half-crying, half-smiling mask, but now that Hua Chang had reassembled this mask, it was an indistinct face, not much different from the faces of other petrified people. An illusion? Or was it under a spell? Sitting still in place would not yield an answer. The two of them searched the hall once more, smashing all the stone statues. After considering for a moment, feeling that perhaps someone had already raced up the mountain by now, decided not to wait for Pei Ming, and walked straight towards the mountain peak. This Mount Tonglu itself was extremely bizarre. There was no way to fly upwards from here, therefore they could only walk. The higher they climbed, the steeper it became, and also the colder it became. At first they only stepped on a thin layer of accumulated snow, but the higher they went, the thicker it became, potentially as high as half a shoe. After 2 hours, the accumulated snow eventually reached above their knees, making climbing increasingly difficult. Because he had walked so much, Xie Lian did not feel cold at all. Instead, he was so hot that a thin layer of sweat covered him, his face covered in white dust, revealing a faint blush. He reached out to wipe his sweat, turning his head, about to speak with Hua Chang. Suddenly the soles of his feet lost sensation. His entire body groundlessly dropped 2 feet. His body was sunken deep into the snow. Fortunately, Hua Chang had always followed behind him, conveniently pulling him up, and spoke, "Gij, be careful." Xie Lian stood beside him, continuing to look at the place where he had sunk. That spot finally caved in a large area, revealing a deep, pitch-black hole. It was unknown. And if it led anywhere. If only Xie Lian hadn't timely grabbed the edge of the hole, or if Hua Chang's movement had been slower, he would certainly have fallen down. Hua Chang spoke again. "On this mountain there are many sinking spots. I roughly still remember their locations. Just follow me closely, walk slowly, and it will be fine." Gij walked too fast just now. As it turned out, the snow mass on this mountain was ultimately very fragile. Everywhere were large holes and small holes. It was unknown how many there were and unknown how deep. But Hua Chang even remembered all their distribution locations. Xie Lian breathed a sigh of relief, spoke, "All right, let's walk a little closer together." On a snow mountain, one cannot shout loudly. If by chance something happens, one should not shout loudly for help. Who would have thought? Before he had finished speaking, already heard a furious roar transmitted down from above. "Are you done yet? Which esteemed brother dared to shout and roar loudly in this deep mountain valley on a snow mountain? Xie Lian looked up with a blank expression, only to see across the vast expanse of white snow mountains, 2 small black dots fighting. One of them held a long bow in hand, continuously fired several arrows. The other held a horse-slaying saber in hand, swung it with unparalleled might, blocking all those rain-like arrows. Both saber blades and arrowheads had spiritual light. Both were cursing at each other, the one holding the saber cri. "Ed out, I said that kid was killed by someone else. I am also looking for them." As it turned out, it was Nan Feng and Fu Yao. Without time to think carefully why they were here, Xie Lian opened his mouth, about to cry out, "Shut up." However, he reacted very timely, swallowed it down before crying it out. If like them he were to shout so loudly, 3 people roaring together, could this snow mountain collapse then? Hua Chang crossed his arms, raised one eyebrow, and spoke, "Do they not know that roaring on a snow mountain will lead to an avalanche?" Xie Lian spoke, "Certainly not so foolish as that. They must know, but they are still like that. Their rage is too high, so they don't care about anything." Nan Feng and Fu Yao were extremely resentful, fighting and cursing simultaneously. Because they were too far away, it was unclear what they were shouting. They also hadn't noticed that new people had arrived below. Xie Lian wanted to rush over and separate the two of them, but the peak of the snow mountain was thick. The fallen snow immediately filled several deep holes. There was fundamentally no way to reach and stop them. Xie Lian ran 2 steps and stepped into a hole again, then pulled back his foot. They cannot be allowed to keep fighting like this. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver butterfly darted away like a sharp arrow. Xie Lian was stunned, but immediately afterwards his heart relaxed a little. What a good idea! They couldn't go immediately, so first letting the purple spirit butterfly fly over to relay a message would be fine. Right? The speed of that silver butterfly was indeed very fast. Almost within 3 seconds, it had flown to the other side. However, Xie Lian hadn't yet relayed the message when he saw Hua Cheng's complexion tremble. He sensed something was wrong, asked what's wrong? The smile at the corner of Hua Cheng's lips vanished abruptly. His expression was like the bitter cold of winter in the heart of the snow mountain. Xie Lian asked Sanlang what exactly is wrong. Hua Cheng's lips moved slightly, still without answering. Xie Lian suddenly felt an inexplicable chill down his spine, abruptly turned his head to look back, and immediately widened his eyes. Above the towering cliff of the snow mountain, there was a large white mass of mountain, trembling and shaking, then collapsed in a section. On the other side, the 2 culprits Nanfeng and Fu Yao, who were fighting, also sensed this sound, simultaneously looked up, only now realizing what was happening. A moment later, that mountain, like a 1,000-mile dike, once breached, immediately carried a sky-engulfing snow wave roaring madly, rolling down towards them. There really was an avalanche. Xie Lian pulled Hua Cheng's hand, turned and ran. Running 2 steps, getting a little closer to the peak of the snow mountain above, he suddenly stopped his steps, turned his head to look. Indeed, both of them put away their weapons and were no longer fighting, running away together. Fu Yao ran 2 more steps, stepped into a hole. His body was buried more than halfway down, white snow reaching above his chest. Nanfeng ran faster than him, then turned his head, hesitated for a moment as if wanting to turn back to save him. But he only hesitated for a second. The snow wave had already crashed down. Just as they were about to be buried by the snow, Xie Lian threw out Rui. The white silk immediately flew over, unerringly wrapped around Nanfeng and Fu Yao, pulling them up. In Hua Cheng's eyes there was anger. He said in a low voice, "Gidge. Leave them be, don't pay them any mind anymore." Xie Lian gripped Rui tightly, pulling those 2 as he ran, saying, "No. If we are not careful, they will be buried in the snow." Hua Cheng said, "Too late." Xie Lian was astonished. What? So fast? He lifted his head, only to see blurry shadows gathering thickly, collapsing right over his head. Xie Lian was still held back by Nanfeng and Fu Yao. Those ice-cold snow waves rushed onward relentlessly, separating him from Hua Cheng. Xie Lian was swept along, falling left and right, caught amidst the white waves, tumbling and crashing. Yet he could still struggle with all his might. But the avalanche was too massive, pouring down too powerfully, occasionally even surging over Xie Lian's head, bringing ceaseless bouts of suffocation. Xie Lian finally cried out aloud, "Sanlang." In the end he could not bear it, was buried, disappearing into the torrent of snow. He did not know how much time had passed, but the snow mountain finally calmed down once more. A long while later, upon the flat snow surface, a hand suddenly reached up. This hand touched the snow surface for a moment, and immediately afterwards an arm emerged, then a shoulder and finally a head. Not long after, a person who had endured countless hardships painstakingly crawled out, shook his head, and immediately sat down on the snow surface, letting out a sigh of relief. That person was none other than Xie Lian. The sensation of pulling himself out from a layer of accumulated snow was exactly like digging himself out of a grave. Xie Lian's face and hands were red from the cold, seemingly numb, and after casually rubbing them a few times, he lifted his head, looking around in a daze. The white snow was boundless and hazy, and he could not find the dazzling crimson hue of that someone. However, even if he could not find him, Xie Lian could not shout aloud, "Where are you?" lest another avalanche descended. For then all would be lost. He could do nothing but stand up and walk alone across the icy heaven and snowy earth, softly calling as he went, "Sanlang? Nanfeng? Fu Yao?" It was truly strange to say, clearly the same mountain, but now walking alone. It felt much colder than when he had walked with Hua Chang just moments ago. He also did not know when Rui had left his hand. Xie Lian was very bewildered. Rui surely would not leave his hand, even if he were to let go. You would still wrap itself around him. How could it be like this? Within his heart, he felt something was strange, yet he could not pinpoint what exactly was strange. Walking on in a daze. Suddenly, upon the peak of the snow mountain, there was an additional person. White robes, black hair, rustling and flying with the wind, slowly walked down, head bowed. Seeing the person walking, Xie Lian felt a slight joy in his heart, and went to meet him, saying, "Friend." He had only just finished speaking these few words when that person lifted his head. Upon his face, surprisingly, was a stark white mask, half smiling, half weeping. Xie Lian felt as if he had been stabbed by the person opposite him, and cried out loudly in terror. And as he cried out, he opened his eyes and sat up. After gasping for a moment, he finally regained his senses. At this moment, he was not at all walking alone in the snow mountain, but rather lying in a place as dark as ink. Turned out to be a dream. No wonder he had always felt something strange in his dream. Xie Lian let out a long sigh of relief, wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, searched around and found that he was lying on a large rock, Fong Xian tucked at his waist, Rui also wrapped around his arm. Xie Lian regained his composure, lit a flame on his fingertip, illuminating the surroundings, and first called out, "San Lang? Where are you?" Who would have thought, as the firelight flared, he immediately discovered that beside him in the darkness a person stood silent and still. This surprise was far from small. Xie Lian instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and in a flash gripped Fong Xian tightly. Someone stood so close to him, just a hair's breadth away. No matter what, how could he possibly not have noticed? However, upon a closer look, the cold sweat all over his body vanished. It turned out this was not a living person but a stone statue. Furthermore, these were not the remains of the unfortunate citizens of Wu Yong Kingdom after the volcanic eruption, but clearly statues carved by human hands, and what's more, they were statues of gods. Lifting the flame in his palm to illuminate a circle, Ta Lin increasingly believed firmly. The place he was lying was a stone cave. Inside the stone cave worshipped a deity. Standing in the cave, posture elegant, decorative patterns on the garments all very exquisite. But there was one very bizarre thing. On the face of this deity was covered by a thin layer of silk. The thin layer of silk gently moved, although covering the face of the deity statue, extremely strange, but also did not make others feel unseemly. On the contrary, it increased a mysterious, unfathomable feeling. But Ta Lin had not yet seen the face of that covered god official statue, instinctively reached out wanting to take down the thin silk cloth, when suddenly from behind came a voice, "Elder brother." Ta Lin turned his head, only to see before the entrance of the stone cave an unknown time ago appeared a figure in red. It was Hua Chang. At this moment, he immediately forgot the matter of needing to see the face of that deity statue. Welcomingly said, "San Lang. That's wonderful. I was just now still wondering where you were. Are you all right? Are you injured or not? Just now the avalanche was too sudden." Hua Chang stepped in, saying, "It's nothing." "What about elder brother?" Ta Lin said, "Since before, when have I ever encountered anything? Where is this?" Stepping out of this stone cave, he only then discovered that outside there was a long corridor, not short at all, not knowing if it led through or not. This was a place with not small space underground. Ta Lin had long since grown accustomed to waiting for Hua Chang to answer all his questions. But this time Hua Chang instead opened his mouth. "I don't know. More than half is buried under the snowy mountain." Ta Lin felt strange. "I still thought this was a place San Lang you found for refuge. Turns out even you don't know where this place is?" Hua Chang said, "I don't know. Such a thing truly was the first time." Hua Chang, with matters on mountain paths, how many holes to step over or avoid, remembered all clearly, yet did not know where this was. This stone cave was not large. Could it be that he had never discovered it until now? Ta Lin could not help but feel it was strange, but also did not ask too many questions. Raising the round spark in his palm up a little, said, "How did we get here?" Hua Chang summoned forth a few silver butterflies. They carried a faint light, flying around, gently said, "We probably stepped into a pit. Otherwise, how would we have been brought to this place?" Hearing him speak like that, Ta Lin could not help but recall the dream he had just had a moment ago. his spine slightly cold, then thought of another matter, opening his mouth. We are all here, so where are Nanfeng and Fu Dao? Hua Cheng indifferently said they're probably buried by snow. Elder brother doesn't need to pay attention to them, they are god officials after all, they cannot die. Ta Lin laughed wryly, saying although they cannot die, but unfortunately if no one digs them up, being buried for several decades they also would not be able to endure it. Who knows, perhaps they also fell in here. Or let's search here for a bit. Oh, that's right, San Lang, just now when you sent the silver butterflies to approach, what did you hear them say? Hua Cheng mockingly said it's simply bickering and quarreling. How could any words of praise be heard? Ta Lin thought to himself it certainly wasn't that simple, otherwise, how could one explain why after the purple spirit butterflies flew back, Hua Cheng's complexion immediately changed. Even now, at the time Hua Cheng was ridiculing them, his gaze was also extremely unkind. But if he didn't speak, Ta Lin also wouldn't ask. The two walked along the long corridor in the stone cave. After walking for a long time they only then realized this stone cave beneath the layer of snow was even more convoluted and complex than their imagination. Fundamentally not just one connecting path, but there were many crossroads, leading through many large and small stone caves. Each and every stone cave worshipped a deity statue. These deity statues had youths, had young men, each with their own appearance, lying, leaning, sitting upright, holding swords, dancing with swords. All were present. The garments and decorations also varied infinitely: flower robes, silk shirts, long gowns, evening wear, even tattered clothes. Furthermore, the standard of each deity statue was also not uniform. Some statues were clumsily carved, extremely unsightly, but some were exquisitely beautiful and unusually fine, exactly like the divine craftsmanship of the ghostly axe, surely not created by one person. Ta Lin looked closely, could not help but admire, saying this place is actually a grotto of 10,000 gods. The creator of this grotto must certainly be an incredibly devout worshipper. But all the deity statues all had one bizarre point in common. They were all covered in the face by a thin layer of silk. Some statues were even covered entirely, extremely bizarre. Ta Lin felt extremely strange, wanting to take down a thin silk cloth from the face of a deity statue, to see his face. Hua Cheng behind him said, "Elder brother, I suggest not doing that." Ta Lin turned his head back, surprised, asked why? "I feel these deity statues are a bit peculiar." Hua Cheng stepped forward, saying it is precisely because they are peculiar that it is best not to. If their faces are covered, naturally there is a reason. Decorative items are human spiritual energy. If taken down, allowing these peculiar idols to become angry, who knows what will happen. Pausing for a moment, he then said, "Elder brother, aren't you looking for those two attendants? If they cannot be found, then for now there is no need to search to avoid generating more trouble." These words, though sounding very mysterious, were also not without reason, lest perhaps, pulling down the veil, some divine statues might awaken. Then it would not be easy to deal with at all. Xie Lian also was not a naive hand who didn't know how to control himself. Thinking carefully for a moment, he immediately put his hand down, saying, "I am merely a little curious as to which deity this is." Hua Cheng casually said, "This is in Wu Yong Kingdom. Perhaps it is the statue of the Wu Yong Crown Prince. It is not at all rare." Xie Lian again said, "I am afraid it is not so." Hua Cheng wondered, "Oh, how does brother know?" Xie Lian looked at him, saying, "Just now we looked through several murals. The Wu Yong Crown Prince and the people of Wu Yong Kingdom had a bright style of clothing and jewelry, which with the style of these divine statues is not very similar. Therefore I feel that these divine statues, I am afraid, are not related to the Wu Yong Crown Prince. In fact, it might not even fundamentally be sculpted by the common people of Wu Yong Kingdom." Hua Cheng narrowed his eyes in a smile and said, "Is that so? Elder brother truly observes meticulously." Xie Lian also smiled faintly, saying, It's nothing. It's just that the style of these divine statues, regardless of the sculptors, the clothing and jewelry, or the way the patterns and lines are handled, are quite similar to later era styles. For example, the style of Xie Lian Kingdom." Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems, elder brother's understanding in this aspect is also very deep." Xie Lian said, Not at all. Seeing too many divine statues will always lead to a little insight." Although he did not know why, his intuition, starting from just now, seemed to tell him something was off with Hua Cheng. And by the time it was spoken to this point, He had begun to feel a vague sense of tension. Volume 3, Chapter 174. Chapter 174. The Cave of 10,000 Gods reveals the form of 10,000 gods too. However, he also did not ask much, only saying if Tamlang thinks there is a problem, then we should still be careful. Hua Chong nodded faintly, and the two continued onward. At this moment they encountered another fork in the path. Hua Chong directly chose the left fork. Xie Lian paused, not following. Hua Chong turned his head and asked, "What is it, elder brother?" Xie Lian, Tamlang has never been to this grotto? Hua Chong, yes. Xie Lian, then why is Tamlang so certain in Chu? Sing the left direction? Hua Chong, not certain either, just going randomly. Xie Lian, if you have never been here, how can you just go randomly? Shouldn't one carefully consider the other path? Hua Chong smiled and said, "It is precisely because I have never been here that I want to go randomly. After all, for a place one has never known, it is better to boldly try one's luck a little. And my luck, from before until now, has always been relatively good." Although there was indeed this reasoning in the past, every time the two of them set out together, Xie Lian was always the first to consider which direction to go, while Hua Chong would proactively lead the way. The opposite, like now, was not often seen. Xie Lian nodded once. As the two were about to step into the left cave entrance, suddenly, Xie Lian said, "Wait a moment. Tamlang, do you hear that?" Hua Chong turned back and asked, "What?" Xie Lian said, "There is the sound of people on the right." Hua Cheng's expression changed slightly. He concentrated and listened carefully for a moment, then said, "Elder brother, I am afraid you misheard. There is no sound at all." Xie Lian said again, "There truly is. You listen carefully, it's a man's voice." Hua Chong listened intently again, and after a moment, he frowned and said, "I truly cannot hear." Xie Lian was in a daze, secretly thinking in his mind, could it be an illusion again? Hua Chong said, "Your Highness, there's something strange about this matter. I fear there's a trap. I suggest we go out first, then talk." After a moment of hesitation, Xie Lian still refused. "No. Perhaps it's Nanfeng and Fuyao, I'll just go and take a look." Having said that, he immediately dashed away. Hua Chong shouted from behind him, "Gidge! Don't wander off." However, hearing the vague roaring sounds transmitted from the front, the other party must have encountered danger. In an urgent situation, Xie Lian also dared not be careless, and ran truly fast into the right side of the road. The deeper he went inside, the man's roaring became clearer. Xie Lian rejoiced secretly in his heart, it truly is Nanfeng and Fuyao. Not knowing how long he had run, he finally found the source of the sound. It was a large stone cave. In this stone cave there were no divine statues, but there was a deep pit. The sounds of Nanfeng and Fuyao were transmitted from the bottom of the pit. It seems both of them were trapped at the bottom of the pit, unable to climb up, but at least they still had the spirit to scold each other intensely, so surely their lives were not in immediate danger. From the mouth of the pit downwards it was pitch black. Xie Lian was at the top, with both hands holding close to the edge, and shouted downwards, "Hey! What happened to you all?" The two people at the bottom of the pit, as soon as they heard human voices, immediately stopped arguing. Fuyao raised his head and shouted, "Crown Prince, Your Highness? Is that you? Quickly help us up." Nanfeng did not speak. Xie Lian said, "Puzzle. Do you two can't climb up? This pit isn't deep, is it? What exactly is at the bottom?" Perhaps it was because of the continuous squabbling, thus currently Fuyao's temper was a bit fiery, and he irritably shouted, "Nonsense. If I could climb up, then I would have climbed up long ago, Crown Prince, Your Highness, don't you see?" Xie Lian narrowed his eyes and said, "I can't see clearly. Do you still have any spiritual power? If you do, create a little fire. If not, tell me you'll throw fire down." To his surprise, before his words were finished, the two people below shouted in unison, "No." The terrified shout echoed upwards. Fuyao shouted again, "Absolutely do not light a fire. If they couldn't light a fire, then they could only use other methods to illuminate." Xie Lian's first reaction was to turn his head back, San Lang. But Hua Chong still hadn't caught up. Behind him there was not a single soul. Xie Lian trembled slightly, first feeling a little uneasy, then thinking again, he found it strange. Don't tell me he lost his way. Ever since entering the Myriad Gods cave, Hua Cheng's entire demeanor had become strange. Xie Lian couldn't quite say what was strange about it. He looked around, and suddenly discovered on his own shoulder there was a small silver butterfly perching there. He tried to gently touch it, then whispered, "Hello, little one." The spiritual butterfly was lightly touched by his fingertip. Its silver wings gently fluttered, but it did not fly away, as if it only wanted him to look. Along the way, Xie Lian had once heard Hua Chong mention that his silver butterflies were divided into several types. He didn't know what type this little silver butterfly belonged to or what it was responsible for, but no matter which little silver butterfly, all could certainly illuminate. "Little one, can you help me go down and take a look?" That silver butterfly indeed flapped its wings and flew down. Xie Lian rejoiced. "Thank you." Waiting for it to fly to the bottom of the pit, the faint light clearly illuminated the situation below. Xie Lian couldn't help but widen his eyes. At the bottom of the pitch-black pit, there was a pure white expanse, all of which were dense layers of silk threads. Nanfeng and Fuyao were almost wrapped into cocoons by those silk threads, like insects caught in a spider's web. Moreover, their faces were all swollen, heads broken and bleeding. He didn't know if it was from fighting each other just now or not. Xie Lian truly thanked the heavens that he had not acted recklessly just now, for if he had thrown a flame down, he surmised that in an instant the entire pit would have been ablaze. He wondered, what situation is this? Is that spider silk? Could this place be a spider demon's nest? Fuyao said, "I don't know. And I can't break free." He was eager to escape. As for Nanfeng's expression, it was extremely marvelous. He surely intended to open his mouth to beg for help, but when he heard the voice and it was Xie Lian, he sullenly swallowed tea down. At this moment he said, "You shouldn't come down here. This silk is surely extremely difficult to shake off once it sticks to the body." Xie Lian said, "I won't go down." After a moment of thought, he took Rui, tied it tightly to the hilt of his Feng Xian sword, preparing to lower the sword a little. To his surprise, Rui stealthily groped its way down halfway, but was detected by the spider silk, which rapidly advanced to greet it, wanting to put that thing in its place a bit. Rui was frightened and immediately retreated. But it was already a step too late. It was wrapped by the spider web, tied in knots and violently pulled down. Xie Lian, who was originally holding one end in his hand, was also pulled along. Absolutely unimaginable. This spider silk was so fierce and keen. Xie Lian had just fallen to the bottom of the pit, when white silken threads quickly rushed forward, binding him completely. The remaining spider silken threads slowly crawled on the ground, reinforcing the cocoon on Fuyao and Nanfeng. Fuyao was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. "How did you also fall down? This time it's wonderful, all three are helpless. Let's just wait to die here together." Nanfeng said, "What the hell are you complaining about? Wasn't it to save us or something?" Xie Lian suddenly rolled back and forth. "Ha ha 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 ha." The two others looked at him in surprise. Fuyao, frightened, said, "Could it be that you fell down so your mind is also completely broken?" From the corner of Xie Lian's eye, a tear flowed out. He reluctantly said, "No. Not really, huh? These spider silken threads. What are they doing? They are truly ticklish. I'm done for. Ha 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 ha." When he fell, the soft silken cushion on the ground received him, and the spider web that wrapped him was also extremely gentle. Although it was binding him, it kept stroking him back and forth, truly feeling like it was tickling really itchy. Xie Lian's body curled up, stubbornly resisting. No, wait a moment. Stop. Stop. I'm scared. Stop. Only then did the white silken threads bind his hands behind his back, tightening. Nanfeng and Fuyao both looked at him. After a long while, Fuyao finally spoke. "Why do these spider silken threads bind us so tightly? Yet when they bind His Highness they are so casual? They don't even bother to cover his face." Xie Lian struggled to finally breathe. "Your faces? Weren't your faces also not covered?" Fuyao glared, saying they were covered before, but after we woke up, we used our teeth to tear them off. Otherwise we wouldn't fundamentally be able to speak. Xie Lian tried to struggle. Indeed, the spider silken threads were extremely durable, plus he had just laughed too intensely, causing his ribs to ache faintly, temporarily unable to exert strength. So he decided to rest for a while. Lying on his back, he said, "How exactly did you two fall into this place?" Fuyao said, "I don't know. Just now there was an avalanche. Snow fell down as if the sky had collapsed. When we woke up we were here." Xie Lian said, No, I want to ask, why did you two come to Tonglu Mountain?" As soon as this was mentioned, Fu Yao immediately became angry. I came chasing after the ghostess Lan Song and the fetal spirit. As for him, who would know? Nanfeng said I. I also came to investigate the mother and child fetal spirit. Fu Yao scoffed. Then you go chase them. Why attack me? My general has already said the matter of the fetal spirit has nothing to do with him. He didn't kill it. Truly, kindness is mistaken for a wolf's heart and a jackal's stomach. Wanting to be a good person is also impossible. Xie Lian, accustomed to this, said all right, stop making a fuss, let me find out the situation. First, you two stop fighting, don't be noisy, just now the avalanche was all due to your commotion. Can you still not be quiet? Quickly, let's think of a solution together. Nanfeng's anger blazed furiously. Doesn't your general himself understand his own virtues? No wonder others also suspect him. Fu Yao glared. What did you say? Have the guts to repeat it again. Nanfeng glared even more fiercely than him. So you also have courage. If you want me to repeat it again, I will repeat it again. You are also not a good sort at all. You merely want to bestow favor upon those you dislike, secretly pleased with yourself. You fundamentally only want to satisfy yourself. What can you do? You only sit and wait to watch others mock you. Don't say things like kindness being mistaken for a wolf's heart and a jackal's stomach. And don't assume you are good. Truly good people are not like you. You have never been good, from ancient times till now. Fu Yao's veins bulged on his forehead. The corners of his mouth twitched. He retorted, you truly have subjective thoughts that have become an illness, speaking nonsense. Nanfeng said, whether it's nonsense or not, you know best in your heart. Do I still not know the type of person you are? Fu Yao's veins crawled down to his neck. What right do you have to talk about me? Looking down on others from on high, aren't you afraid of carelessly falling and breaking your leg? Nanfeng said, no matter what, I am stronger than you. Do you think others don't know the bad things you've done? As soon as he mentioned this, Fu Yao seemed to become angry out of shame. Yes, I admit it, all right. But how much stronger are you than me? Praising yourself to the heavens, aren't you just someone who forgets his elder brother when he has a wife, with wife and children being the most important? Everyone is only for themselves, oneself is the most important. Daring to bring up my bad deeds from ages ago, your kind also has no shame. Hearing him mention the two words wife and children, Nanfeng's face turned purple with rage. I motherfucker. You. You? Although the two of them could not move, they had already clutched at each other to the point of madness, unconsciously. Their forms of ad-res had been mixed up, from your general my general suddenly turning into UI. And because they were too agitated, they completely did not realize what they had exposed, only now slightly reacting. Meanwhile, Xie Lian had been tactfully quiet all this time. Nam Fong and Fu Dao simultaneously turned their heads to look towards Ta Lin. They only saw Ta Lin silently roll over on the silk cushion, turning over, leaving them his back. I didn't see anything at all. Oh no, I didn't hear anything at all. Ta Lin turned his face to look at the rock wall, and gently said, do you two still want to continue? This, regarding the matters you two just spoke of, those things not worth discussing should be ignored. However, I actually feel that wife and children are the most important. This truly isn't wrong. It's a common human habit after all. As for old matters of years past, everyone doesn't need to delve too deep. First think of a way to get out, then we can speak. Fu Dao interrupted him. You already knew? Truly unable to be perfunctory or formal, Ta Lin could do nothing but say aha. Fu Dao could not believe it. When did you know? Why did you know? Ta Lin could not bear to tell the truth, and just uttered a sentence, I've forgotten. The truthful answer was from a very, very long time ago. Back when he was at Junshan, he had already vaguely suspected, and then by the time of Ban Yu Pass, he was already certain of this matter. What kind of minor heavenly officials in the Middle Heavenly Court? Nam Fong and Fu Dao didn't exist at all. They were merely two small clones of Fong Tin and Mu Tin, that's all. Fu Dao could not believe he had been exposed, and not giving up, continued to ask ultimately, when was it discovered? Why was it discovered? Surely there was an opportune moment, but ultimately where was the flaw? Ta Lin truly could not bear to tell the truth. Basically, there was no need for an opportune moment. Those two, their whole bodies were full of flaws. After all, the three of them could be considered to have grown up together. From their language to their actions and gestures, wasn't Ta Lin still familiar? The fake names weren't even chosen diligently, even their personalities were exactly alike, truly too easy to guess. If he couldn't guess who was under that mask, Then wouldn't living so many years have been for naught? However, some words shouldn't be said and some things shouldn't be done. For example, if one wants to maintain the image of a heavenly official, one shouldn't casually roll their eyes or curse at people. But if one changes identity, then one will be much more at ease and unconstrained. Therefore, Ta Lin felt there was no absolute need to expose them. Fu Dao, no, now he should be called Mu Tin. Mu Tin gritted his teeth and could only resignedly accept being exposed. Therefore, you, elder brother, already knew who we were. But all along you didn't speak, you wanted to silently watch us perform, isn't that our? Volume 3 Chapter 175. Looking at his angry face, Ta Lin thought for a moment, then advised, actually, this matter, there's nothing terrible about it. Mu Tin let out a cold laugh, and said what I said was indeed not wrong. Interesting, wasn't it? Watching me perform you were very amused, weren't you? Huh? To put it bluntly, his fake skin was torn off, revealing his true skin. On one side, Nam Fongo no Fong Tin also slightly revealed an awkward expression, but couldn't bear to hear these words. Why are you raising your voice? Mu Tin, with his pale face and thin skin. His blood surged up, extremely dazzling. His whole face turned crimson red, and he suddenly turned his head and shouted, raising my voice about what? Don't forget you are also a laughingstock. Letting him watch and be amused for so long. I am not as magnanimous as you. Ta Lin immediately denied. I truly didn't want to watch your antics. Fong Tin also said, don't think that others are as petty as you. You committed a heinous deed and were locked into heavenly prison. Even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince himself still wanted to help you. Mu Tin said, ha, many thanks then. But wasn't I captured into heavenly prison because your son harmed me? What now? Want to fight? You dare to live, yet you dare not let others speak now. He again mentioned his son Feng Xie and truly wanted to strike him dead with a palm, but unfortunately, currently all three were wrapped tightly, unable to move, poise and demeanor completely absent, and could only curse at each other back and forth. Seeing Feng Xie so angry his face turned crimson with rage, Xie Lian was very afraid he would get agitated and blurt out vulgarities, so he reluctantly twisted his body, flipped over, and rolled to Mu Qing's side, saying, Mu Qing, can you try to shift position? Mu Qing stopped arguing, panting, what do you want to do? Xie Lian said, Feng Xie is too far away for me to roll to him. Just now you said you could use your teeth to tear the spider silk, right? So let me try to untie you first and see. Mu Qing glared at him for a long time. His expression suddenly turned cold, like a dead fish looking at the sky. No need. Xie Lian helplessly said, I truly want to help a little. Mu Qing replied, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince has a golden jade body. I cannot bear to trouble you. Feng Xie angrily cursed, damn it. At this point, what are you still being wanton about? He's helping you, saving you, it's not like he owes you anything, is it? Mu Qing suddenly raised his head and said, who needs his assistance? Xie Lian. Why are you appearing at this moment? Xie Lian trembled slightly, suddenly vaguely recalling, as if Mu Qing had asked him these very words before. How had he answered then? He couldn't remember. He said, appearing at this moment, is there anything amiss? Mu Qing lay down again. In any case, I don't need your assistance. Xie Lian said, why is that? Sometimes one also needs others' help to overcome things. Feng Xie said, no need to pay attention to him. He is angry in his heart, feeling that asking for your help is something utterly humiliating. Feng Xie and Mu Qing again pinched each other. The ghostly butterflies carrying silver light leisurely fluttered around Xie Lian, neither fast nor slow. He thought of something and immediately changed the subject. You two stop squabbling. If others see us, that would truly be a laughable matter. Wait a little longer and someone will come to find us. Mu Qing said, this strange, eerie place, even if we cried to the heavens wouldn't know, cried to the earth wouldn't hear. Who would come to rescue us? Unless it. Before he finished his sentence, he immediately thought of someone and stopped abruptly. Feng Xie directly asked, is Crimson Rain Sought Flower with you? Mu Qing said skeptically, you trust him that much? He truly will come, won't he? Xie Lian affirmed he will come. Although on the way to Huachang there were still quite a few strange points, many times he also suspected it was a fake Huachang, but his intuition told him that was impossible. Mu Qing again said, even if he comes, can he find this pit? Feng Xie suggested otherwise. Let's call out a few times. Many people calling out together will be louder. Xie Lian said, no need. We just sit, no lie and wait. because between me and Huacheng there is a red thread. His words not yet finished, he saw the facial muscles of Feng Xian and Mu Qing Kanto. RT, as if there was a worm crawling into their ears. Xie Lian wondered. Why are you two making such expressions? Don't misunderstand, I said a red thread, not some red thread of destiny or whatever, it's just a magical artifact, just a magical artifact. The two then recovered their facial expressions. Feng Xian exclaimed, so that's how it is. Mu Qing still doubted, what kind of magical artifact is that? What good is it? Xie Lian replied, very useful. This is a red thread, tied to the hands of us two, forming an invisible link. One person can follow this red thread to find the other. As long as until the last breath, the red thread will never break. He had not yet finished speaking. The other two seemed to not hear him, interjecting, how is this thing different from the red thread of destiny? It's fundamentally the same kind. Xie Lian was stunned, saying it's not like that. They're not the same. Mu Qing said, you think for yourself, where is it not the same? In fact, they are very alike. Xie Lian thought carefully for a moment, and only then did he discover, they truly were alike. Their definition and function, the more he thought about it, the more he found them similar to the red thread of fate. Just as he felt he could not ponder it any further, a voice suddenly came from above. Gidge? Are you down below? As soon as he heard this voice, Xie Lian's heart relaxed a little. He immediately raised his head, calling San Lang. I'm down here. He then lowered his head and said to those will you two see, I already said he would come find me. Watching him smile with eyes squinted, Mu Qing and Feng Xin's expressions changed unpredictably. Huacheng did not stick his head down, but the three of them could clearly hear his voice. Gidge, I already said, don't run around aimlessly. What shall we do this time? Hearing his helpless tone, Xie Lian was startled, withdrawing his joyful expression, and opened his mouth to ask, is this spider silk very cumbersome? Can Yiming not cut through it either? He vaguely heard Huacheng say something, this silk is not difficult to deal with, but he was not certain if it was an answer. In that instant, Huacheng said faintly, Yiming's current state is not good. Xie Lian secretly exclaimed, how strange, Yiming was still lively and vigorous last time. Why was its state not good now? From the side, Mu Qing snorted, saying, you don't need to ask him. Will Yiming the scimitar ever be in a bad state? Clearly, he's just making excuses not to help. Xie Lian, don't say that. Rather, he felt it might be because Yiming had been disciplined, and Huacheng would not allow it to come out. Just as he finished thinking, a dark shadow flashed from above. A moment later, a figure in red robes lightly descended beside Xie Lian, and Huacheng bent low to firmly grasp his hand. Xie Lian composed himself and looked again, then hurriedly said, San Lang, why did you jump down here? Be careful of the spider web. Indeed, white silk threads fiercely attacked from the bottom of the pit. Huacheng did not even turn his head back. With a casual flick of his hand, hundreds of silver butterflies protected him from behind, forming a butterfly array, fiercely battling with the mass of spider silk. Huacheng tore through the white silk wrapped around his body, his left hand embracing Xie Lian's waist, his right hand opening the red umbrella, saying go. The two remaining people, seeing he hadn't come to rescue them, were all surprised. Have you two forgotten something? Xie Lian had not yet spoken, when Huacheng turned his head and looked back. I forgot. Having finished speaking, Feng Xian, wrapped in thick layers of spider web, flew straight over, falling into his hand. Huacheng handed the sword to Xie Lian, saying, Gidge, your sword. So it turned out he had forgotten this. Feng Xian and Mu Qing blurted out, hey. Huacheng held Xie Lian even tighter. His right hand flicked once. The red umbrella opened, saying, Gidge, hold me tight. That umbrella carried them upwards. Xie Lian obediently held him very tightly, flying Tu Zhang off the ground, then heard the two people below shouting, half laughing, half crying, saying, we didn't forget. His right hand released Rui. The white silk sash wrapped around the two people below in several turns, carrying them all out of the pit. In midair, Feng Xian cried out, wait a moment. Wait a moment. My possession just fell down. Xie Lian called out from above, what thing is it? Feng Xian said, a sword. It fell down to the corner. Xie Lian looked down. Indeed, in the corner, surrounded by white silk, he vaguely saw the hilt of a sword. He then let Rui extend further, wrapping around that sword, and together brought them out of the pit. By this point, the four people finally returned to the ground. Rui tossed the two thick cocoons onto the ground, immediately retreating to wrap around Xie Lian's wrist. It seemed to have been considerably frightened by that fierce white-colored thing, trembling uncontrollably. Xie Lian comforted it with one hand, while with the other, he held Feng Xian and cut through the spider web to help those two people. Feng Xian and Mu Qing, now able to move, immediately jumped up and frantically pulled and tore at the spider web. Xie Lian instructed Rui to deliver that sword to Feng Xian, then lowered his head for a look, saying in surprise, "This is Hongjing. Nanfeng, your family's general, has finished repairing this sword?" He said it casually, but having finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were currently still transformed into Nanfeng, and Fuyao Xie Lian had carelessly forgotten that their identities had already been exposed, and still instinctively continued to play along with them. Although it was only concern, the effect of showing concern at this moment was not good. Those two people both fell into a stunned silence. Feng Xian could not hide his expression. Awkwardness gradually appeared, and he transformed back to his original form, taking the sword and saying, "It's repaired. Tonglu Mountain is full of ghosts. Bringing along some light will make things smoother." Xie Lian looked at the culprit who had smashed Hongjing to pieces, coughed lightly, and then said, "You had a difficult time. After all, repairing something broken back to good condition is not easy at all." Mu Qing also returned to his original form, brushing off his sleeves, which were covered in spiderwebs, and said, "It's good that it's fixed. After all, most demonic spirits and monstrous beings will disguise and transform their appearance if one's mind cannot be used. Then one only needs to hold the red mirror and shine it upon them, and they will not be deceived." Feng Xian was greatly displeased. "Who are you implying has no mind? Do you think I don't understand? Here we go again." Xie Lian shook his head and sighed, then could only turn to speak with Huaqing Sanlang. "I ran too fast just now and left you behind. I'm truly sorry." Huaqing closed his umbrella and said, "It's nothing. I only hope Gage doesn't run around recklessly anymore." Xie Lian smiled, then suddenly saw Mu Qing cast a glance at Huaqing, his gaze solemn, and his expression seemed a little strange. He then corrected his address and asked Mu Qing, "What's wrong?" Hearing him mention himself, Mu Qing's soul immediately returned to his body. He glanced at him once, then replied, "It's nothing. I've just never seen this appearance of crimson rain-sought flower before. So it's a bit strange." Xie Lian didn't quite believe this explanation. Although this was indeed the first time Mu Qing had clearly seen Huaqing before, he had also seen Huaqing's true form when he was 16 or 17 years old. The difference between these two forms wasn't that great. Why must he reveal such a gaze? Everyone exited the cave. Before they had walked more than a few steps, Feng Xian exclaimed in surprise, "Where is this place?" Mu Qing was no less confused. What's going on? They had just been surrounded by spiderwebs at the bottom of the pit, and fundamentally had no opportunity to investigate the situation outside. Therefore, as soon as they came out, they saw a next cave, and inside the cave were many different divine statues. Thinking that this place was the bottom of a snow mountain, yet concealed such an intricate and exquisite secret realm, their hearts couldn't help but be moved. Xie Lian said, "This place is the cave of 10,000 gods." Mu Qing gazed around in all directions and mumbled, "This cave, one truly doesn't know how many years, how much painstaking effort it took to construct. Really is. He seemed unable to find any other words to describe it. Xie Lian could understand his feelings. After all, stone caves are also places used for cultivation and worshipping gods. That year, his parents had also once opened a cave for him. It must be said that no heavenly official could see such a grand cave of 10,000 gods and be moved. If one's own divine statue were also worshipped here, then one's cultivation realm would certainly increase by no small amount. Feng Xian said suspiciously, "Which god does this cave worship? Why must every single face be covered?" Xie Lian replied, "Of course, it's because they don't want later people to see them." Mu Qing said, "Then that's truly strange. They could have directly smashed the statues' heads. Why must they do it like that? I truly want to see what is hidden behind the thin layer of veil." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked up and yanked the thin veil off the face of a divine statue. Xie Lian hadn't even had time to stop him when suddenly, a cold light flashed brightly, and a silver scimitar shot out, stopping less than half an inch from his hand. The sudden appearance of killing intent made the atmosphere even more tense. Feng Xian asked vigilantly, what are you doing? Although the blade was right in front of him, Mu Qing was not afraid at all. He only wondered, isn't your scimitar still perfectly healthy? Why is it in a bad state? Hua Chang, standing behind him, said calmly and unhurriedly, didn't anyone teach you not to cause trouble when you come to someone else's territory? Mu Qing said, it's not your territory either. What justice are you presiding over? Hua Chang said indifferently, I just don't want more trouble to arise. After all, this place is Mount Tonglu. No one knows what will happen if one removes the veil from its face. Mu Qing said, Crimson Rain. Sought Flower is so arrogant, and yet there's a day when even you are afraid something will happen? As he spoke, his wrist moved down, again wanting to touch the hem of the divine statue's robe. The scimitar Yiming also moved down accordingly, once again confronting him intensely. Mu Qing continued, I didn't yank off the veil, I just wanted to see what the stone was made of. Crimson Rain, Sought Flower, why must you still stop me? Hua Chang said with a fake smile, to stop you from causing trouble. Ta Lin squeezed in between them, stop. People are setting up caves to worship gods or whatever here. We don't need to care much about what they're doing. This place is not suitable for staying long. Let's go out first and talk. Don't forget, each of us has personal matters. Hoa Tan stared intently at Mu Qing's hand. Since Gich has spoken thus, then he should withdraw his hand first. I will not haggle. Ta Lin urged Mu Qing, withdraw your hand. Mu Qing glanced askance at him. Are you mistaken? Why isn't he the one to withdraw his hand first? What if I withdraw it and then he doesn't? What then? Between a heavenly official and a ghost, Feng Xian naturally stood on the side of the heavenly official at most. Both sides withdraw their hands together. Hoa Tan did not yield an inch. Pipe dream. Seeing that neither side would back down, Ta Lin then took Mu Qing's arm and said gently, Mu Qing, let it go. After all, you were the one who made the first move originally, so you let go first. All right? Consider it for my sake? I guarantee that if you let go, San Lang will certainly uphold his promise. Although Mu Qing did not wish to yield, having already been deadlocked for so long, he slowly withdrew his hand, and once again returned to the path. At this, the taut bowstring was finally loosened, and Ta Lin let out a sigh of relief. Just then, ahead was a fork in the road. He asked Hoa Tan this time, which side do you feel we should take? Hoa Tan casually chose a path this way. Feng Xian and Mu Qing followed behind them, and in their idle moments seemed to want to bicker again. Mu Qing asked, how did you two choose? Why go this way? The two people ahead replied, casually chosen. Feng Xian frowned and said, how can you casually choose? It's best not to grope around blindly. Be careful not to fall into a pit again. Hoa Tan smiled and said, even if we fall into a pit, I still have a way to bring His Highness out. You can come along or not. But truthfully, I don't want to save you two again. You. Hoa Tan's way of speaking was precisely like this. Even if his face wore an elegant and polite smile, this smile was utterly fake. The faker the smile, the more his tone could infuriate others to death. Feng Xian was so angry that he slammed his bow hard onto the ground. Ta Lin knew he wouldn't actually strike, and said, I'm sorry, Feng Xian. But given such a situation unfolding right now, going right or left doesn't make much difference. Hoa Tan laughed here. Xie Lian said, how frightening, how frightening. It seems I should keep a little distance. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Ta Lin, and indeed moved quite far away. Ta Lin knew he merely wanted to distance himself from the two people behind, smiled and shook his head, and was about to follow when suddenly Mu Qing pulled him back. Ta Lin turned his head and asked strangely, Mu Qing? Is something wrong? Unexpectedly, Mu Qing did not answer a word, but immediately pulled Ta Lin and ran towards another path, yelling, make your move. Hoa Tan, who was walking ahead, sensed something was wrong, and turned his head to look back. Meanwhile, Feng Xian had just then punched a wall of rock, and several large boulders crashed down, blocking the passage. The two quickly advanced and in a flash threw out over 50 talismans, sticking them onto the rocks. Once finished, Hoa Tan and the three of them were separated by a layer of rock. So it turned out, earlier the two of them in the back were not bickering, but had finished their discussion and then suddenly launched an attack. Ta Lin asked in astonishment, what are you two trying to do? He struggled, wanting to go forward and see Hoa Tan outside, but Feng Xian clung to him for a while, and finally Mu Qing, with each of them taking one of his hands, pulled him to flee, speaking as they ran, hurry up. Those talismans won't hold for long. Mu Qing chided, how dare you even ask? Don't you see the strangeness about him? Ta Lin see. Entered strange in what way? Mu Qing said, you really are foolish, aren't you? It's as if his whole body screams strange, only a blind person wouldn't see it. Feng Xian yelled, stop talking and run fast. Damn it, it seems the purple spirit butterflies are chasing us. Mu Qing shouted, block the cave entrance. Feng Xian all the way running and fighting. Several cave entrances had been struck by him, rocks falling to seal them shut. The two pulled Xie Lian running through winding corridors like 9 coiled intestines. Xie Lian was almost dizzy to the point of fainting, hurriedly cried, stop. Stop. After running for another long stretch, those two only then stopped, panting heavily. Taking advantage of this moment, Xie Lian said, no way, you two. Ultimately, why did you suddenly pull me to run? Have you two discovered anything? Feng Xian with both hands on his knees. Breathing heavily, you tell him, continue to tell you. Mu Qing straightened his back, seriously said to Xie Lian, it's so clear. Yet you still haven't noticed? The pearl. That pearl, do you remember? Xie Lian, what pearl? Mu Qing slowly spoke each word, each sentence during the Shangyuan heavenly ceremonial parade. The item that the joyful god of martial arts used had a pair of dark red pearl earrings, and you at that time lost one pearl. Xie Lian couldn't recall it no matter how hard he tried. Touching his earlobe, vaguely said, at that time were my earrings red pearls? Did I ever lose them? Mu Qing's mouth twitched. Head angrily said, you two at that time even blamed me for stealing the pearl, why don't you remember then? Xie Lian said, anyway, it's already 800 years. Feng Xian however retorted, don't speak nonsense, who falsely accused you of stealing? It was you yourself being overly paranoid. Xie Lian waved his hand, quiet now. Why did you two suddenly tell me about that pearl? Mu Qing said, because that pearl has been found. The red pearl Hua Cheng tied in his hair, do you see? Xie Lian's eyes widened, what you mean to say is? Mu Qing was as certain as nails hammered into a pillar, that's right. So it turned out Mu Qing's unusual expression just now was because of this. Xie Lian said, why is that pearl with him? Mu Qing, you're sure you're not mistaken, right? Mu Qing interrupted him, that pearl. I searched relentlessly for an entire year. And even after that, continued to search. Who could be mistaken but not I? Xie Lian with both hands fidgeted with his robe, thought for a moment, frowned and said, I still feel that you might be mistaken. That pearl has no reason to be on Sanlang's hand, right? Aren't all good quality red pearls similar? Moreover, from before until now, Sanlang has always liked collecting rare treasures and exotic artifacts. He has thousands of antiques after all. Mu Qing nodded once and then said, all right. You feel I'm mistaken, right? Then all right, you look at this. He stood beside a divine statue while speaking, pulled down its veil. Then you quickly look at what this is, this time it certainly isn't mistaken. The veil was pulled down, Xie Lian swept his gaze over it. His two pupils suddenly constricted. That divine statue's face had no strange points at all. It was a young male figure, with a gentle countenance and a spirited demeanor. But, the moment Xie Lian saw this face, his scalp went numb. How could it not be frightening? That face, together with Xie Lian's face, fundamentally were carved from the same mold, facing a divine statue exactly like himself, as if looking into a mirror. Even the gentle, pure smile suddenly became extremely eerie. Xie Lian's scalp couldn't help but go numb in waves. This, Mu Qing indifferently said, like this, do you still want to say you're mistaken? Xie Lian with great difficulty finally uttered a sentence. Why does this place have a divine statue resembling me? Mu Qing then said, just one? Not only that. Brother, look at this. As he spoke, he pulled away the veil of another divine statue. And this face, clearly was exactly identical to Xie Lian's face. Continuously pulling down 5-6 veils. Unexpectedly all were exactly the same. Mu Qing said this place is indeed a cave of 10,000 gods. But in reality, it only worships one deity. All were him. From all directions were his own faces. Xie Lian felt as if he had fallen into a bizarre, illusory realm. Dazed for half a day, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a moment, Mu Qing. Before this you didn't care. Now about these divine statues, did you? Earlier, when you wanted to pull off the veil, weren't you stopped by him? Mu Qing snorted and said, I fundamentally don't need to look at those faces to know they depict brother. Xie Lian asked, then how do you know? Mu Qing crumpled a pile of veils into a ball and threw them to the ground. veins bulging on his forehead. Know what? Because in those years all of brother's clothes, accessories, daily necessities were my responsibility. I washed, mended, and sewed for brother. Every single outfit was unique in the world. These stone statues he carved too carefully. He carved everything exactly identical, so of course I knew who it was just by looking at the clothes. Xie Lian covered his forehead, beginning to recall Hua Cheng's strange behavior earlier. From the side, Feng Xian added, he didn't let us see these divine statues. He must have known clearly what the oddity was. I'm afraid even the avalanche or accidentally falling into the pit was a trick. He definitely knows where this is. Mu Qing then said, is it merely like that? Perhaps he threw us into the spiderweb pit. He wants to kill us. Xie Lian said, but what exactly is going on with these divine statues? Looking closely, each and every divine statue looked incredibly lifelike, down to the smallest details, so real it was frightening. One could imagine how meticulously the sculptor must have observed. Xie Lian could be certain that even the masterpieces from the most renowned craftsmen of Xianlu at that time had not reached this level. It was as if the sculptor thought only of this person in their mind, and saw only this person in their eyes. The three of them were surrounded amidst tens of thousands of divine statues with identical faces. Feng Xian felt sick and honestly, damn it, they're so disturbingly real. Like his mother. Moreover, the number was so immense. Mu Qing said, I suspect these divine statues conceal dark magic. Let's destroy them first and talk later. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand to strike down. Xie Lian thought for a moment, then stopped him. Stop. Mu Qing looked at him. Are you certain? This dark magic might be targeting you. Xie Lian thought for a moment, then said, don't act rashly for now. I feel the chance of being affected by dark magic is very small. Feng Xian said, I, on the other hand, think it's very high. Damn it, what the hell? Aren't you afraid of these things? Mu Qing faced Xie Lian, asking, based on what? Xie Lian shook his head, replying, there's no basis. It's just that these divine statues were carved with such devotion to destroy them without understanding would, I fear, cause the sculptor great regret. He paused, then added, San Lang might be hiding something from me. However, I've thought about it again. At least for me it's not harmful. Mu Qing could hardly believe it. Have you been poisoned in your mind by him or something? I think even if he brought the two words suspicious right in fro and T of you, you still wouldn't be able to read them. While the two of them were talking here, Feng Xian, as if encountering a great enemy, shouted loudly, careful. Xie Lian and Mu Qing instantly grew alert. What's wrong? Feng Xian said, those spiderwebs are coming again. Indeed, the flame from within his palm lit up the rock wall. Upon it, white threads clung intricately, and the three people all inwardly thought something was amiss, fearing they would have to engage in a fierce battle once more. Unexpectedly, these white threads were not as aggressive as before. They merely lay motionless without attacking, just like ivy. The three waited for a moment. Then Ta Lin said, these threads truly seem as if they are no longer alive. Fong Tin said, if they are not alive, what are they for? Ta Lin, with a thought in his mind, stepped forward to examine them, only then confirming they are covering something. The three walked to the front of the rock wall, and Ta Lin tried to tear off a piece of white thread. This thread was indeed exceedingly tenacious, not easy to rip, but not impossible to tear either. The veil concealed the face of the god statue, so upon the rock wall what would be hidden? The other two also joined in the task of tearing away the threads. The three divided to take responsibility for three different areas. Not long after, on Ta Lin's side, a section of the rock wall was revealed. He cried out, it's a mural. Upon the rock wall, hidden beneath layers of threads, was a large mural. The intricate lines twisted and turned, colors and figures, divided into many small sections. The drawing styles were vastly different, some crude, some beautiful, some exquisite, some eerie. After observing for a while, Ta Lin said, this must be what he drew. Emotin said him? Hoatan, can you truly be certain? Ta Lin softly replied, yes. Above, there is writing, the handwriting is his. He pointed at a tiny crimson figure on the wall, beside which was a jumble of words. The handwriting was crooked and shaky, as if penned when one's mind was not clear or while venting profound anguish. From the writing, one could roughly infer that this tiny figure was Hoatan drawing himself, only it was unknown why he had depicted himself as extremely ugly. Fong Tin took a look, unable to resist scoffing this writing. It's so ugly it blinds my eyes. I dare say I write more beautifully than him. If one were to compare ugly handwriting with Fong Tin's, then it could only be said that this was ugly beyond remedy. Ta Lin's eyes were utterly dazzled, fundamentally not knowing where to look, but once it was confirmed that this was Hoa Tan's brushwork, it was as if he had suddenly stumbled upon a colossal treasure trove, and his fingertips trembled ever so slightly. At this moment Mo Tin, standing not far away, seemed to have discovered something. "Your Highness, quickly come here. Quickly come here and look." Ta Lin only then regained his composure. "What is it?" Hong Tin and Mo Tin were already speechless, merely pointing at a painting on the wall for him to see. That painting could also be considered a large one in its center. It depicted a city wall, and below it was a sea of people, surrounding a magnificent high platform. The lines were simple, sketched with just a few strokes, yet they captured the figures with extreme precision. Mo Tin pointed to the center of the picture, and said with a trembling voice, "So, it's true. Is it him?" Ta Lin also stared intently at that spot. The entire image was devoid of color within the picture. Only two figures were adorned with hues. Below was another tiny figure, its entire body white, as if radiating light all around, looking up at the sky, extending both hands, about to catch another tiny figure falling from the city wall. And that tiny figure, its entire body was a single shade of red. Mo Tin muttered, "Is it him? Is it him? The child who fell on the Thuong Nguyen Tien Road? How could it be him? Again? Huyet Vu Tam Hoa? Is it him?" Fong Tin frantically patted them, his finger pointing to the side as he said, "There's still more behind it." Ta Lin walked over, only to see on another painting a small dilapidated temple. On the altar sat a god statue, around whose body also radiated a faint layer of light. One hand held a long sword, the other held a red umbrella, extended downwards. And below there was an ugly tiny figure, its entire body blood red, also using both hands to lift a small bouquet of flowers, offering it to the god statue. Ta Lin immediately felt a slight headache, one hand pressing his two throbbing temples, as he continued to look downwards. Moving down to the painting below, it depicted something akin to a battlefield. Groups of soldiers stood awaiting orders to depart, and in the air, a person dressed in white robes floated, a long sword in hand, his divine might awe-inspiring. And below, pressed within the army, there was also a red-colored person, looking up at the sky at that figure. Ta Lin was staring in a trance when suddenly Fong Tin's incredulous voice rang out again, "Red. It's all one person, isn't it? It's all him? It's all Hoa Tan? Damn it all. He has always been following your highness." Mo Tin's face was also filled with an unbelievable expression, not only following, he was also staring intently. "Look closely at every tiny detail, he is everywhere. You too, quickly look, here there's also a grand street, a deep forest. What is this? A mountain slope? Oh heavens, those god statues wouldn't be carved by his own hands, would they?" After Fong Tin finished looking, his hair stood on end. "Damn it all. Who is this person? From over 800 years ago, he has been staring intently at your highness. Even today he is still following your highness? Bloody hell. This is truly too horrifying. Is he possessed? What does he want to do? A devotee fundamentally would not go to this extent. What exactly does he want to do?" Mu Tin said, "There's a conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. Quickly, keep looking, we can definitely find a clue here." Xie Lian had been shocked to the point of confusion. He looked closely at the tiny red person on the wall. Before he could react, he only felt a great many things rush back, past memories hurried, chaotic, fighting to jostle into his head. Even his breathing was almost unable to keep up. At this moment, he again heard the two people on that side shouting loudly. Xie Lian was startled. What's wrong now? Fong Xian and Mu Tin stood rooted to the spot before the cliff face, as if having seen something extremely dreadful. As soon as they saw him approaching, Fong Xian immediately hastily pushed him back. "Damn it, don't look." "Xie Lian, what's wrong? What thing? Why can't I look?" Mu Tin's complexion also turned dark, saying, "Don't look. There's nothing pleasant to see, quickly run." The two people each held one of his arms, rushing quickly. Xie Lian was pulled by them, hastily cried, "What are you two doing? I still haven't finished looking at that fresco yet." Feng Xian while running cursed, "No need to look. That thing cannot be looked at. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Really, damn it all, I've never seen anything like this. Such a person." Xie Lian was utterly bewildered. "What haven't you seen? What's wrong with San Lang?" Mouton scolded, still calling him San Lang. "What for? Don't call him anymore. Running isn't even enough. In the future, don't get close to him. It's not normal. He's sick. He's a madman." Xie Lian truly could not listen anymore. "Why must you two scold him? No, I'm saying, doesn't everyone have their own eccentricities?" Feng Xian yelled, "Don't ask anymore. You don't understand. He's not at all like us. He's mad. He towards you. Towards you." Xie Lian said, "What about me? Please release me. Let me go back and look for myself, all right?" One person wanted to go back, 2 people wanted to pull, the 3 people pulled and pushed without ceasing. Suddenly, from ahead, a cold voice was transmitted. "Did I not say, when arriving at another's territory, one should not mess around?" All 3 people stiffened, turning their heads to look back. Ahead was a figure in red standing straight. Hua Chong was leaning against the cliff face, blocking their path, smiling as he said, "Otherwise, whatever happens, I would find it hard to say for sure." Although he was smiling, in his eyes there was not half an intention of a smile. On the contrary, they were gloomy and pitch black. He held one arm, his other hand playing with something. That was precisely the dark red coral bead tied in his hair. The coral gracefully flowing with red light, along with the destiny knot on his pale white finger, was truly dazzling and eye-catching. Book 3 Chapter 176. The several tins of talismans with thousands of piled-up stones also had no way to stop him. Feng Xian and Mouton reacted extremely quickly. Feng Xian shot out several arrows. Mouton cleaved out a wind-rending saber strike. After attacking, they then pulled Xie Lian, lifting their feet to run together. Feng Xian reverted to his old trick. While dropping a great many stones down, he opened his mouth and said, "Son of a bitch. How did he find this place so quickly?" Mouton opened his mouth. "How would I know?" "Ah, that's right. The red thread. The red thread. On his hand there's also a thread connected to this thread." The 2 people, having just realized, simultaneously grabbed Xie Lian's hand. Xie Lian, how could he let them do it easily? His other hand covered his own red thread, saying no. Feng Xian said, "Crown Prince Highness, if you still wear this red thread, he will find you. If you don't want to be chased by him, you must take it off." But Xie Lian insisted on holding his own hand, saying, "Why would I need to be afraid if he chases? I want to go ask him clearly." Mouton widened his eyes. "You still want to go ask him? I reckon you'll probably only realize how dangerous he is after he's completely devoured you." Xie Lian said, "He's naturally very powerful, isn't he? You 2 refuse to tell me what that painting is, yet you want me not to go near San Lang. This is completely unconvincing to me." Mu Qing said, "He is a ghost king. His actions are eerie. Without anyone needing to say it, ordinary people just seeing these things would know to keep their distance, wouldn't they?" Xie Lian raised 2 fingers, saying, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, let me go back and ask him direct. Or 2, let me go look at that fresco." Feng Xian and Mu Qing seemed to recall something terrifying. One twitched at the corner of his mouth. The other's brows were furrowed in horror, blocking his path, speaking in unison. Neither. So Xie Lian rolled up his sleeves. "Since talking won't work," he said, "which of you 2 will fight first? Or will you both come at me at once?" Mu Qing told Feng Xian, "You go first." Finishing his words, he stepped aside. Feng Xian at a glance was not confident he could defeat Xie Lian, but wanting to save the person who had lost his sanity, he disregarded it, his hand gripping his bow tightly, saying, "Very well. Your Royal Highness, forgive my offense." Xie Lian also said, "Come here." Unexpectedly, the customary polite opening words had not yet finished when his chest warmed up, and from behind, a voice roared, "Stand still, don't speak." His entire body instantly solidified into an iron slab. Not only so, but not even a sound could be emitted from his mouth. Mu Qing appeared from behind, saying to Feng Xian, "Pull him along. This talisman can temporarily render him immobile for a while, but not for very long." Feng Xian was slightly surprised. "Why did you ambush him? Didn't we say it would be a one-on-one fight?" Xie Lian hadn't imagined Mu Qing would immediately go back on his word. If it weren't that he wholeheartedly trusted these 2 former subordinates, he wouldn't have been so easily caught by such a trick. Mu Qing said, "Do you really think we Ave, time for a one-on-one fight now? He's doing this on purpose. One can tell he's deliberately stalling for time, waiting for Hua Chong to catch up. Can't you see how he is? He's practically possessed now. Whatever you say he won't understand. Perhaps if Hua Chong meets him and casually cajoles His Highness with a few words, tells him a few absurd things, he'll believe them immediately, as if his mind has been enchanted by a fox spirit. Feng Xian thought for a moment, feeling that what he said made a lot of sense. Inside, Your Highness, it's not that we intentionally deceive you, but it's what he does to you. It's incredibly difficult to explain. Unspeakable. Just come with us. Mu Qing also said, let's go. This command from Mu Qing was not a suggestion, but an order. Just now, when he patted Xie Lian's back, he had, of course, already used his own fresh blood to draw a Tong Men Fu. The Tong Men Fu has the ability to make the person struck by the charm follow the caster's words, but, in reality, it can only execute a few simple commands such as don't speak, follow, stand still, run fast, and so on. Slightly more complex commands are difficult to enforce. There's no way to bewitch a human's mind. Only strange ghosts like the brocade immortal could reach that level. The two quickly took Xie Lian along, when suddenly their path was blocked by a pile of rubble. Feng Xian looked at the blocked path, saying, why are there rocks blocking the way here? We can't go on. Mu Qing didn't you'd. ROP this boulder? Why are you still asking me? Feng Xian was suspicious. You're supposed to be leading the way. What kind of path are you taking? We've already been to this place before. Why have we circled back? Mu Qing immediately denied the suspicion. Ridiculous. How could I not recognize this path? And as for me leading the way, didn't we just run around in circles here? Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Feng Xian crossed his arms and conceded, all right. I don't have time to waste talking to you. Clear these rocks. Hua Chong was chasing after them, so they could only go forward, not retreat. Otherwise, there was a high chance they would run into him. Blocking a path is easy, but clearing it is hard. The two let Xie Lian obediently stand in a small corner. Feng Xian punched haphazardly for a while, and Mu Qing, veins bulging on his forehead, used his magnificently renowned long saber to smash that boulder. After 3 strikes, he immediately cleared this path. Rocks flew in a torrent, dust and debris scattered everywhere. Just as they were about to call Xie Lian over, unexpectedly, after the dust settled, facing them suddenly was a figure in red. Xie Lian's eyes instantly lit up. It was indeed Hua Chong. His gaze was cold, standing with his arms crossed, not saying a single word. Feng Xian froze in place and exclaimed, You? Why do you cling on like a leech? He truly clung on like a leech. Just now he was clearly left behind. How could he appear before them in the blink of an eye? It was unknown since when he had been waiting here, secretly waiting for them to clear all the obstacles, presenting himself right at their doorstep. Truly a persistent spirit that wouldn't leave. Wasn't it extremely eerie? Feng Tin and Mu Qing both retreated backward a distance. Hua Chong did not look at them at all. His gaze swept to the side. One step after another he advanced closer to Xie Lian. Feng Tin and Mu Qing reacted in time to who he was advancing towards, turning slightly towards Xie Lian. In unison, do not come near there. Hua Cheng's complexion was extremely grim. If it were normal, if anyone told Crimson Rain Sought Flower not to come near there, he would fundamentally not take these words to heart. It would be strange if he didn't laugh heartily and step forward to see, but this time, he was as if he had some taboo, not daring to act rashly. His footsteps halted. After a long while, he slowly said, What do these two wish for? This tone, when heard, was extremely calm. Feng Tin bluntly said, You do not need to pretend anymore. This place is originally your dwelling. We have all seen the divine statues here, and also the paintings you drew. We have seen everything. Hua Chong, who was originally leaning forward to block them, hearing this, his hands clasped behind his back slightly retracted, as if 2 fingers were unnaturally twitching. He slightly lowered his head, his voice faint as he asked, Your Highness, did you also see? This sentence fell extremely low, although his voice still sounded without any tremor, but the tone was hoarse, clearly extremely unusual. Xie Lian thought to himself, I didn't see. In reality, he also didn't see much, but at this very moment Xie Lian could not move, nor could he speak. He could only properly lean against the corner of the cliff, as if hiding behind the 2 people, not daring to come out to face Hua Chong, nor wanting to speak with him. Feng Tin pulled taut his bowstring, replied, That is correct. what your intentions are. We all know clearly. We implore you as the Ghost King, if you still have self-respect, then do not entangle yourself with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince any longer. Xie Lian's mood at this moment was like a thatched hut being burned, smoke billowing intensely. Hua Cheng must have noticed his strange point, right? Xie Lian only hoped he could ask him a question, sensing something was amiss, but Hua Cheng seemed to have absolutely no inclination to observe these things, coldly saying not to come near His Highness anymore. You two, with what status or qualification do you say these words to me? Without even waiting for their reply, Hua Cheng suddenly raised his eyelids, saying you have no right to remind me. If you wish to continue, then I shall add another debt to your account. As soon as he finished speaking, countless silver butterflies shrieked and rushed towards those two. Facing an assault like a storm, the only choice was to create a shield. Fong Tin and Mu Qing cried out together, "Protective shield." The butterfly dance was blocked by the invisible protective shield, turning into silver light in the air, but quickly reformed into new silver butterflies, flying again ceaselessly. They on one side obstructed and on the other retreated backward, while Hua Cheng steadily advanced closer step by step. His black hair, due to being in a place of violent winds and dancing chaos, flew scattered, the depths of his eyes filled with anger and murderous aura. Under the silver butterfly's light as clear as day, nothing was missed. Continuously defending so passively was not a good idea. Fong Tin and Mu Qing exchanged glances, deciding to actively attack. Holding their protective shields, they charged forward, each taking out their weapons. The three people fought in the not-so-spacious rock cave. Fong Tin dealt with the ghostly spirit butterflies, while Mu Qing contended with Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng raised his hand, and in his left hand immediately appeared the scimitar Yiming, directly meeting the attack. This was Xie Lian's first time truly seeing Yiming fight. The scimitar was slender, coldly resplendent and slaughtering, its silver light seizing lives. Truly a demonic saber filled with sinister energy, unharmed and unbroken. This battle was truly excellent to the extreme. Hua Cheng, taking on 2 against 1, did not fall into a disadvantageous position. He held his breath and concentrated. Not long after, the scimitar Yiming swung once, sending Mu Qing's horse-chopping saber flying into the cliff. Although Mu Qing's hand still grasped the hilt of the saber, he still could not pull it out. He was astonished, and Hua Cheng had already punched him on the chin, directly sending his entire body flying up, the hilt of the saber finally leaving his hand. On the other side, Fong Tin's rain of arrows was also cut off by the sharp wings of the ghostly spirit butterflies. Ultimately, because their numbers were too vast, there was no way to cope. Victory and defeat decided. Countless threads suddenly appeared from the cliff, wrapping them into 2 large white cocoons. The more they dodged, the more entangled they became. The more they struggled, the tighter it got. Mu Qing, while pulling at some threads, said as expected, "It was you who threw us into the snow pit." Fong Tin said, "These are not spider webs. These are..." Xie Lian also understood clearly. They are cocoon threads. One step before breaking the cocoon to become a butterfly is to transform into a chrysalis. Those strange spider webs were all created by Hua Cheng, and perhaps are deeply related to this fierce swarm of ghostly spirit butterflies. The battle situation decided. Hua Cheng retracted his scimitar, opening his mouth. "I threw you in to help you escape calamity. After all, if not for you two yelling atop the high heavenly snow mountain, you surely would not have had the chance to enter this cave of 10,000 gods. Are you not going to thank me for saving your dog lives?" Hua Cheng's original plan was to wait for the avalanche to pass, for the snow mountain to calm down, then take Xie Lian out, abandoning Fong Tin and Mu Qing in this place. Who knew those two had already broken out of their cocoons, discovered by Xie Lian, and only then did a series of subsequent events occur. Otherwise, Xie Lian might truly not have looked at a single divine statue and left with him. But now it had turned into the most disheveled situation. All secrets ripped open, brought out into the light. Xie Lian's heart burned like a raging fire, but his body still had to obediently sit in place. The murderous aura in Hua Cheng's eyes grew deeper and deeper, as he looked down upon Mu Qing from his lofty position, and softly said, "It seems, the one with the talent for using a saber is me, not you." Mu Qing's throat was wrapped by several silken threads, squeezing him until his face alternated between green and red. A trickle of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, as he reluctantly said, "You. It's you? So that's how it is, I understand now." Feng Xian also gritted his teeth and asked, "Understood what?" Mu Qing said, "I understand. I understand why this brat always regarded me as an enemy. You probably also know the reason." Feng Xian wondered. Cough, cough, what reason? Mu Qing's voice was filled with hatred. "Because he's crazy. Have you forgotten what he drew on that mural? He is that very one. The lowly soldier whom, after His Highness the Crown Prince returned from the mountainside, said he wanted to mentor. His Highness had said his saber technique wasn't bad, suitable for using a saber." Cough, cough. Feng Xian asked, "Then what does that have to do with him hating you?" Mu Qing did not say a word. With a thud, Hua Cheng punched him in the face, a cold smile replacing his words as he said, "Because he chased me out of the barracks." To think Mu Qing had done such a thing. Feng Xian was astonished. "Damn it. Why did you have to chase him out of the barracks? Did he offend you?" Mu Qing, his face covered in blood, said, "I merely let him return. That's all. Fighting wars is no good thing. How could I have known he would be so insane, holding a grudge until now?" He hadn't finished speaking when he was fiercely struck again. With a thud, it almost knocked his face askew. Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Why did you chase me away back then? Did you think I couldn't guess?" Huh. Mu Qing's face brightened. Hua Cheng opened his mouth again. "For things to have turned out until now, who is truly the good-for-nothing, who truly has talent, isn't it very clear?" Mu Qing seemed to have been stabbed somewhere, spat out a mouthful of blood, and enunciated each word. "It's truly fortunate I chased you away back then, otherwise if I let you stay in the army, giving you the chance to slowly approach the Crown Prince, staring at him all day long, and who knows what wicked thoughts would be in your head? That would truly be too disgusting." Xie Lian's heart suddenly tightened in pain. Mu Qing had barely finished the first sentence, when Hua Cheng was already intending to throw a punch, but when the word disgusting was spoken, Hua Cheng's hand stiffened midair, the back of his hand pale green veins bulging, his 5 fingers clenching tight, then loosening, then clenching tight again. After a long while, his voice turned cold, and he said, "I won't bother to dispute with you about what happened before. You honestly confessed to me. Were the words you spoke just now before the avalanche true?" Mu Qing suddenly widened his eyes, glancing towards Feng Xian. Feng Xian also looked back, his eyes wide open. Both of them did not know how to answer. Hua Cheng said coldly, "My patience has its limits. I'll give you 3 counts to answer. 1, 2. He was as swift and forceful as thunder and wind again. Immediately Mu Qing, quick-witted, shouted loudly, "His Highness the Crown Prince, run quickly." This sentence had just been spoken, and the Zhongming talisman on Xie Lian's back responded, making him run for his life. Hua Cheng turned his head, and 2 white silken threads again emerged from the cliff face, wrapping around Xie Lian, causing him to fall after 2 steps. This situation at first glance seemed as if he had just been stunned in surprise, or found it hard to accept, or did not want to interfere in the battle, ignoring it and remaining indifferent. Final. Why deciding to flee now but failing? In fact, he fundamentally had no thought of running away. Xie Lian's limbs were all tightly bound by thousands of silken threads, lying still on the ground, his black hair and white sleeves spread out in disarray. Hua Cheng slowly turned his face away, paused for a long while, but still walked towards him. As he took a step, Feng Xian could not help but cry out, "Hua Cheng." Hua Cheng stopped his steps, slightly tilting his head. Feng Xian closed his eyes and said, "You, please spare His Highness the Crown Prince. His life has already been very miserable. You should not treat him like that." Hua Cheng remained silent, walking to Xie Lian's side, one hand placed on his knee, the other behind his back, lifting him up. Xie Lian leaned against his arm, just able to see the expressions of the 2 cocoons behind them. Feng Xin's face was too miserable to look at, as if a goat offered itself to a tiger's mouth, about to be torn and savored piece by piece. He shouted loudly. Mu Qing began to try to tear at that cocoon's threads with his teeth, but unfortunately they were too cunning to no avail. Hua Cheng seemed to know this cave of 10,000 gods like the back of his hand, turning this way and that, no longer saw any shadows of people, nor heard any sound. Volume 3 Chapter 177. Xie Lian was carried by Hua Cheng in his arms, heading into the dark stone cave. The only light source beside the two of them was a few silver butterflies dancing. Xie Lian could not clearly see the expression on Hua Cheng's face, but he could feel that at this moment Hua Cheng's entire body and arms were stiff. It wasn't that Hua Cheng had never held him before, but now he clearly felt that something before him was different. Hua Cheng did not even touch his wrist. Xie Lian kept looking at Hua Cheng's face, he even blinked forcefully, but Hua Cheng still avoided his gaze, and did not make eye contact with him. Then the two of them walked to another stone cave. In that stone cave there was a stone bed. Hua Cheng immediately carried him and placed him onto the bed. He was about to make Xie Lian lie down when suddenly he felt something, and then checked a little behind Xie Lian, saying, "They put a curse on you?" Xie Lian was delighted, finally discovered it. However, Hua Cheng did not expect that it was only now he sensed something amiss with Xie Lian. And it could also be seen that he had just been caught off guard by many things. Xie Lian was waiting for Hua Cheng to help him wipe off the command talisman. Who knew? Hua Cheng extended his hand halfway, then stopped. In the end he still withdrew his hand, silently placing Xie Lian onto the stone bed. Probably wanting Xie Lian not to worry, he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, rest assured. I will temporarily not kill those two wastes, although I truly wish to kill them." On that stone bed was also spread a layer of fresh grass. Xie Lian lay straight on the soft bed, not feeling uncomfortable at all. Just as he was extremely puzzled as to why Hua Cheng did not remove the curse for him, he then saw Hua Cheng's hand move towards the waistband at his waist, untying the knot. Amen. Light candles for the venerable Lord City Master. At this moment, Xie Lian felt his very core boiling, and had always been struggling to break free. He felt that the command talisman on his back was starting to lose its effect, and so forcefully twitched his leg, letting out an ah. Though at first glance it seemed like a dead fish suddenly thrashing and jumping in its dying throes, it was merely a protest without any threat. Yet Hua Cheng still instantly stiffened, and in a blink withdrew his hand. "I won't do anything at all," seeming to feel that his tone was too strong, afraid of frightening Xie Lian. Hua Cheng's heart resisted the idea. Hua Cheng retreated a few steps backward, his tone gradually slowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, I will not do anything at all. You do not need to be afraid." Xie Lian then understood clearly. Hua Cheng was still unsure how Xie Lian would respond, so he decisively chose not to wait for his reply, and thus did not casually relinquish him. He seemed to be deliberately suppressing something, and once again said in an assuring tone, "Your Highness, trust me." This single phrase, "trust me," compared to his past way of speaking, one could feel a lack of certainty. Xie Lian wondered how best to reply, but if he struggled, he was afraid it would lead to an even graver misunderstanding, so he remained still, not moving, honestly waiting until the power of the command talisman passed. Hua Cheng saw that he was not resisting at all. Only then did he walk over and raise his hand to untie Xie Lian's waistband. Xie Lian mused silently, "San Lang?" Although Hua Cheng was undressing Xie Lian, he still tried his best not to touch his body, at a speed neither fast nor slow. First, he took off the outer robe, then the inner garment. Xie Lian naturally completely trusted that he would not take advantage of a vulnerable situation, but the way things were developing was completely beyond his expectations, making him unable to help but widen his eyes, until a silver butterfly flew over and landed on his shoulder. A warm and itchy sensation crept up his shoulder. He used the corner of his eye to glance over and then noticed that his shoulder was currently a little reddish-purple and slightly swollen, with some areas of skin even cracked. Wherever the silver butterfly passed, it then slightly improved. It was from the icy, snowy wilderness after crawling, groping, rolling, and fighting that frostbite injuries were left behind. He himself didn't completely feel it because for him the sensation of pain was no longer too sensitive. Cold was just cold, although he did discover he was injured. He probably waited for it to heal on its own. But Hua Cheng himself, compared to him, knew more clearly where he was injured, and also remembered that he absolutely had to treat his wounds, as he himself was slightly dazed. Hua Cheng then lifted his arm. On his arm were even more frostbite injuries. Moreover, because of the fierce rushing and pulling, some areas had already bled. Actually, Xie Lian was not afraid of pain, but he was afraid of itchiness. In this situation, he couldn't help but recall fragmented memories from many years ago. A pitch-black mountain cave. A trembling youth but with burning hands, a confused and frantic touching, a pounding heart and chaotic carnal desire. Originally, it was a memory so faint it couldn't be any fainter, and had long been pressed down by the dust of years, tucked into a corner. Now recalling it again, it had a completely different flavor. It truly made one want to clutch one's head and scream, especially since Hua Cheng was now before him almost doing the same thing. Xie Lian's face and mind both felt as if they were burning, only afraid Hua Cheng would see. However, Hua Cheng was not looking at him, faithfully adhering to his previous promise, tilting his head away, not looking at the half-snow-white shoulder being exposed. Just at this moment, suddenly a voice burst out from behind Huang Huang. "You madman, what do you think you're doing to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? How disgusting!" Hua Cheng suddenly turned his head. Xie Lian also glanced past him, looking towards the entrance of the stone cave. It turned out to be Mu Qing. Fong Tin was also by his side. The two of them, having just been wrapped into cocoons by Hua Cheng, did not know how to escape and thus sought out this place. When they saw this scene in the stone cave, their faces instantly turned uniformly pale. Xie Lian's face also turned white. This time all their dignity was utterly lost. Fong Tin pointed at Hua Cheng, then pointed at Xie Lian's newly half-undressed clothes, and after a long while only then managed to utter a few words. You quickly let him go." Hua Cheng swiftly pulled Xie Lian's clothes up, and coldly said, "You two pieces of trash dare to seek out this place? Are you tired of living too long?" Mu Qing scoffed, "Take your filthy hands off him. A toad still wishes to eat swan meat. Don't even mention that you've been coveting him for 800 years. Even if you covet him for another 10,000 years, you still shouldn't dream of laying a single finger on His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Hearing this, Xie Lian let out a laugh in his heart, yet at the same time felt both anger and a faint sense of impropriety. What was the meaning of these two things? What had come to pass that they would so viciously insult Hua Cheng? Could it be because Hua Cheng had just beaten them? But scolding like this was truly a bit excessive. It seemed as if they intentionally wanted to provoke Hua Cheng. Yet provoking Hua Cheng would bring them no benefit, so where was their true objective? Moreover, subtly hidden within their words, they also directed our spears towards Xie Lian, as if only fearing that the world would not fall into chaos, fearing that Hua Cheng would not do anything to Xie Lian when enraged. Hua Cheng was indeed provoked, a shadowy aura fleetingly appearing on his pale face. He spoke softly, "If you intend to seek death." Xie Lian saw in his eyes an unconcealed murderous intent, and inwardly thought no need. It was too late. The scimitar was out of its sheath. Yiming gleamed with a cold light. Fong Tin and Mu Qing were stunned, each lowering their heads. All was well, no wounds were yet visible on their bodies. But before they could even let out a breath of relief, their upper bodies made a thud sound, and their lower half silently fell to the ground. Fresh blood gushed wildly, staining the ground. Xie Lian had never imagined that things would unfold this way, collapsing limply onto the stone bed, utterly stunned and dumbfounded. Hua Cheng had unexpectedly severed Fong Tin and Mu Qing at the waist. The two men were not completely cut dead, falling and rolling on the ground. One gritted his teeth, while the other roared in fury, their conditions both too ghastly to behold. With a stern expression, Hua Cheng withdrew his scimitar. A mere fraction of his upper face splattered with a trace of blood, a vibrant crimson thread, which only further highlighted his face's demonic allure. He stood in that pool of blood for a long while, then turned his head, and turned his body to walk towards Xie Lian. Only then did Xie Lian regain a fraction of his senses, watching Hua Cheng's steady face approach him closer and closer, stepping before him, taking one of his hands, and with one arm pulling him into his embrace. Hua Cheng murmured a single sentence into his ear. Xie Lian was held in a tight embrace, hearing that soft utterance beside his ear, his chest pounding wildly, his heart feeling as if it wanted to leap out of his ribcage. Suddenly he felt his body loosen. Mu Qing's life command talisman, drawn on his back, had finally been wiped clean. Although he had said he wouldn't let go, after helping him remove the life command talisman, Hua Cheng still slightly loosened his grip, releasing Xie Lian. Xie Lian took a deep breath, jumped up, and fell to the ground. "How are you all?" Mu Qing was severely wounded, a great deal of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his gaze scattered. Fong Tin still had a breath left, gripping his hand tightly. He said, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Xie Lian also gripped his hand tightly and said, "What? What do you want to say?" "Fong Tin, be careful. He is a monster." As if staking his life before death to utter this warning. "Who would have thought?" Xie Lian then said. "Monster? I am very curious, are you the monsters?" As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out Fong Xie and fiercely plunged it through Fong Tin's chest, nailing his very life onto the ground. Fong Tin revealed an expression of disbelief, and his voice was immediately cut short. And Xie Lian also threw his hand away, stood up, drew his sword, and pointed at the two corpses on the ground. "Blood has already been spilled. Don't speak such lengthy nonsense anymore." From one side, two cold laughs suddenly sounded. Mu Qing's corpse, severed horizontally into two segments, turned its head and sneered coldly at Xie Lian. His upper body prostrated on the ground even when turning his head, still half of his face pressed down. Who would have thought when he turned his head back it was to complete a full rotation, then turn straight back to the front. These two were fundamentally not Fong Xie and Mu Qing, but two demonic creatures who came from an unknown place. The real Fong Xie and Mu Qing were still trapped inside that large cocoon, thinking of ways to bite and tear their way out. Just a moment ago, when Hua Chong helped Xie Lian erase the Follow Fate talisman, what he whispered into his ear was precisely this matter. The pale complexions of those two were not because of shock or fear, but because they, in essence, were not human at all. Fong Xie and Mu Qing both smiled incessantly, and said in unison, "As you wish." Immediately afterward, they transformed into two beings with bodies full of festering sores and pus. Hua Chong stood before Xie Lian, and those two beings full of festering sores and pus then flowed and merged, emitting intermittent gurgling sounds, like boiling water that gave off hot, foul-smelling bubbles. They then condensed into a human form. The more it condensed, the taller and larger it became. Watching it gradually twist and contort into shape, a wave of chilling dread from Xie Lian's waist couldn't help but surge straight up to his chest. Fong Xie and Mu Qing disappeared before the two of them, replaced by a youth in long white robes. Just by looking at his figure, one could estimate this youth to be around 17 or 18 years old, and on his face, he wore a mask, half crying, half smiling. Although his face was not visible from behind the mask, a clear youthful voice came forth. "Xie Lian, you are well." The corner of Xie Lian's mouth twitched, and his scalp was already tingling. Hua Chong shielded him, swung his blade and struck. Facing the murderous aura of the scimitar Yi Ming, Bai Wuxiang was completely unafraid. Taking advantage of Hua Chong having a tiny moment of vulnerability, he immediately rushed to Hua Cheng's back, his hand reaching towards Xie Lian, wanting to touch his face. A flash of silver light streaked past, and Hua Chong once again blocked in front of Xie Lian, saying coldly, "Take your filthy hand away." It was again using his exact previous words to return them to him. The person in white robes had his right hand severed, falling to the ground. But this had fundamentally no effect whatsoever on him. That wide sleeve then shook, covering the freshly severed arm, and at the sight of the cut, a new arm immediately grew out. His hand formed a claw shape, aiming for Hua Cheng's right eye and thrusting towards it. The entire process occurred within a single instant. Hua Cheng's movement also flashed extremely quickly, but then one side of his face still bore two wounds. This was an unprecedented first time. Hua Cheng's speed could not completely overwhelm the opponent. His gaze fluctuated slightly, and he immediately changed his strategy, summoning thousands upon thousands of silver butterflies, wildly rushing towards the opponent. Those countless silver butterflies wrapped that white-robed person into a human-shaped cocoon shimmering with silver light, but it was feared it could not last too long. Hua Chong was about to pull Xie Lian away when he heard a shriek emitted from those silver butterflies, after which they exploded into myriads of glittering dust particles. Xie Lian saw Hua Cheng's expression subtly change and immediately realized that to be able to destroy so many silver butterflies at once, it was likely the current situation was too unfavorable. After that thick cloud of glittering dust scattered across the sky, hiding the figure of the white-robed person, suddenly, that newly grown arm stabbed forth again, once more aiming for Hua Cheng's right eye. This time it was Xie Lian's turn to draw Fong Xie and strike down with a single sword slash. This one sword strike of his not only severed that arm of the white-robed person but also nearly cut off half of his body. Hua Chong said, "Your Highness, go." Xie Lian also see. We'll not keep fighting indefinitely. Seeing the situation turn for the better, he sheathed his sword, and along with Hua Cheng, simultaneously rushed out of the stone cave. The path ahead, dark as ink just like that, became clear and they surged forward. Xie Lian said while running, "It's him. He truly isn't dead." Hua Cheng went ahead, his speed unhurried. Along the way, he created butterfly formations and many cocoon silks into a very large obstacle, while saying perhaps that is not his original form. Xie Lian, from behind, slightly held his head, and following closely in his footsteps, said, "No. I can feel that it definitely is his original form. He not only didn't die but became even stronger. Could it be that something helped him revive? Otherwise, how could he directly transform into the appearances of both Feng Xian and Mu Qing? Ascended martial gods would be very difficult to impersonate. It is almost impossible to create a fake skin exactly like theirs." Hearing his tone was a bit off, Hua Cheng also stiffened slightly, turned his head, pulling him along, and said, "Your Highness, don't be afraid. It might not be that he's getting stronger. There's a possibility, which is that he is extremely familiar with Feng Xian and Mu Qing. That's why he could create their fake skin. This fellow must, both you and them." His words were not yet finished, when Xie Lian's gaze had already fallen upon that hand holding his own. Hua Cheng's expression and words both froze for a moment. Finally, he composed his expression, withdrew his hand behind his back, turned around and continued to walk forward. Xie Lian did not follow, standing there, called out to him, "San Lang." Hua Cheng stopped in his tracks, his body stiff. However, he did not turn his head back, replying as if very calm, "Your Highness." Xie Lian, standing behind him, spoke up, "Just a moment ago many things happened and I was a bit flustered. Watching him in." Xie Lian, although it's true that I'm still flustered now, however, I want to ask you one question clearly. I only ask that you answer me truthfully. Watching very well. Xie Lian said solemnly, "Golden branch, jade leaf, noble one, who exactly is it?" Hua Cheng's fingers behind his back twitched slightly. After a long moment of silence, he slowly said, "Your Highness already knows, why ask again?" Xie Lian nodded. "So that's how it is." "Indeed, it is exactly as such." Hua Cheng did not utter a single sound. After a pause, Xie Lian continued in a rigid tone, "Then do you not want to know what I think about this matter?" Hua Cheng slightly tilted his head, as if not daring to turn to look Xie Lian directly in the eye, only revealing 2 wounds on his face. "Your Highness, could you not tell me?" His voice was tinged with sorrow. Xie Lian said, "I'm sorry. This matter cannot be left unclear." Although Hua Cheng had no need for breath, after hearing this statement, he still subconsciously took a deep breath. Though his face was ghastly pale, he still managed a slight smile, and said with great composure, "That's right. That's fine then." He was currently not much different from a person awaiting a death sentence, his eyes closed. Who would have thought? No sooner had he genuinely closed his eyes for a moment, he suddenly opened them again. Behind his back, 2 arms were embracing him tightly. Xie Lian buried his face in his shoulder, not uttering a sound. Although nothing had been said, this was enough. A long while later, Xie Lian felt the person he was holding turn around, reversing their roles, and embrace him tightly. He heard a flustered voice coming from above. "Your Highness, you like this? Are truly killing me." Xie Lian buried his face in his shoulder, not uttering a sound. Although nothing had been said, this was enough. Amidst the romantic moment, deep within the stone cave behind the 2 of them, there was suddenly a loud explosion, and several streaks of white light tore through the darkness, followed by the shrieks of silver butterflies. Both raised their heads simultaneously, their expressions changing. Xie Lian hastily said, "Let's go first. We can talk later." And so the 2 of them continued to walk. Only this time their clasped hands tightened considerably. Xie Lian's face was slightly flushed. "San Lang, how did you know those 2 people were fake? What about the real ones now?" "Hua Cheng, those 2 good-for-nothings. I still had the silver butterflies watch over them. But then how see? Will 2 more have run over here? Your Highness, rest assured. They are very strong and won't die. Xie Lian, let's go there first and release Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Otherwise, when we confront that person without the power to fight back, it would be dire. Hua Cheng, this way, follow me." This Wansheng cave was indeed his territory. Even when encountering a 5- or 6-way intersection, he could accurately judge which path to take without the slightest mistake. Just a moment later, the two had returned to the place where Feng Xian and Mu Qing had separated from them. Standing far away, they could hear those two bickering with each other. What did you do to let His Highness run away? Now isn't that just wonderful? That guy unexpectedly embraced him and carried him off. Not let him go. Keep him here and wait for him to unleash his wicked schemes. What? So you basically wanted His Highness to lead Hua Cheng away? Xie Lian was torn between laughter and tears. The two large white cocoons were simultaneously tearing into and cursing each other. As soon as they saw him return, one was startled, while the other forgot to spit out the white silk still clinging to their mouth, and simultaneously asked, "How did you manage to get here?" Xie Lian's torn hat that had dropped earlier was still on the ground. He quickly ran over to pick it up and tied it back behind his back. The white silk band released those two without any pity, then retreated into the darkness. Feng Xian and Mu Qing over were both beaten black and blue. It was with great difficulty that they managed to reach the ground. Looking up, they saw Hua Cheng emerge from the darkness behind Xie Lian. Likely sensing an impending strike, and recalling the troublesome incident from earlier, a slight tremor crossed both their faces. Feng Xian was about to grab Xie Lian's arm and pull him close, but instead saw Xie Lian pull Hua Cheng forward from behind him. "Feng Xian, Your Highness?" Hua Cheng began to lead the way. "Gage, this way." How could those two dare to accompany him any longer? Feng Xian, his face full of bewilderment, asked, "Your Highness, why are you still by his side?" Mu Qing also mimicked him, asking, "Or have you been so enchanted by him that you've lost your mind?" Xie Lian did not want to argue with them about their opinions. He only gently but firmly held on to Hua Cheng, and replied, "There's no time to explain. In brief, we must go first. There are enemies chasing us from behind." Hua Cheng held tightly by Xie Lian. His gaze stirred slightly. A moment later he smiled. "I suggest you stop chattering nonsense. If I say follow, then follow. My mood is good right now. I won't bother to argue with you for the time being." Seeing this, both men wore expressions that left them speechless, finding it hard to believe. They thought and thought but could not fathom it. How could Xie Lian casually allow such a mad pervert, who had secretly watched him for 800 years, whose thoughts were impossible to divine all day long, and a ghost at that, to be in his company? It was truly playing with fire. Mu Qing was half believing, half doubting, but finally chose to address another crucial matter. "You said there are enemies? This 10,000 Gods temple is his territory. Who could possibly be an enemy here? That wound on his face, did his enemy inflict it on him? To be able to injure Crimson Rainsalt Flower, there are truly very few in this world." Xie Lian, it's by Wuxiang. Hearing this name, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions both shifted dramatically, and without another word, they caught up with Xie Lian, because they knew all too well. Xie Lian might joke or deceive others with certain things, but regarding this one individual, he absolutely would not. He would also absolutely not be mistaken. The group that had just been fighting savagely to the point of bloodshed in this 10,000 Gods temple were now all running like mad. "Mu Qing, what exactly is going on?" Xie Lian then recounted the matter of the white-clothed calamity transforming into the two of them. "Those two were utterly astonished, transformed into our likeness. How is that possible?" Xie Lian, it was absolutely, utterly accurate. Although I was too rushed to look carefully, with just a glance I saw the two of you. Feng Xian was surprised. How can Bai Wuxiang still be alive in this world? Wasn't he killed by Junwu? Mu Qing, one would think that kind wouldn't be easily killed. Perhaps he was killed at the tea time, but even from mere ashes, opportunity arises. Xie Lian remembered something and turned to Hua Cheng. "San Lang, earlier, not long after we first entered Mount Tonglu, you suddenly awoke from a deep slumber, urging us to immediately avoid something. At that time what you sensed was him, wasn't it?" Hua Cheng nodded slightly. "It was him." Xie Lian murmured, "As expected. After we reached the Western Fork in the east, the one who killed thousands of demons, monsters and ghosts was also him. Though he has been reborn, his power was still somewhat weakened. He needed to kill demons and monsters to enter Mount Tonglu, making the spiritual power he accumulated like a stepping stone. Now he has recovered, and I fear he is even stronger." Finally, they realized that individual was none other than the first-generation Calamity Ghost King. As they spoke, Mu Qing discovered something amiss. Crown Prince, Your Highness, do you know which way he is taking us? This path doesn't look like it will lead us out. Hua Cheng, this path of course does not lead out simply because there's no way out right now. Feng Exine was alarmed. What? Isn't this cave your territory? Don't tell me even you are lost. Xie Lian, it's certainly not that bad. Hua Cheng interrupted him because Bai Wuxiang is currently blocking the only exit of this cave. If you two feel your current state is capable of contending with him, then there's no need to follow me. I will not obstruct you. Feng Exine and Mu Qing, just like Xie Lian, were all citizens of the kingdom of Xianlu. Regarding the phantom of that thing, unless absolutely compelled, they would not willingly face it. Feng Xin's voice echoed throughout the cave, and he looked upwards, asking, can we directly smash open the cave ceiling and get out? Hua Cheng, above is a snow mountain. If you want another avalanche, then go ahead. What a pity that the things Master Yin had left for him in an emergency, they had not brought. Furthermore, none of them had researched how to use them, otherwise, they could have silently dug a path out of the cave. Feng Exine impatiently said, so now we just stay here and wander aimlessly. Xie Lian, as long as we wander aimlessly, he will definitely give chase. At that time he will have to leave that sole exit, and the remaining people can seize that opportunity to get out. Mu Qing sensitively realized, wait, the remaining people? Brother, do you mean to divide into two paths? One path acts as a decoy to lead him away, and the other path follows the main route to get out? Xie Lian, that is correct. Bai Wuxiang has once again appeared in the world. This matter must be urgently reported to Di Jun. After you get out, find a way to send word to the upper heavens. Mu Qing was surprised. Wait a minute. So you've already clearly decided who will be the decoy and who will leave? Xie Lian, I did not decide, Bai Wuxiang did. Mu Qing understood and said not a word. If they were to choose a person among mortals who could pique Bai Wuxiang's interest in pursuit, truly no one was more suitable than Xie Lian. Feng Exine said without a moment's thought, I will stay here to help brother deal with him. From previous days, whenever something happened, Mu Qing would often follow Xie Lian's words to return and report news, while Feng Exine would definitely stay to assist him. Before their eyes, it was as if this scene was being replayed. Xie Lian again looked at Hua Cheng and said, thank you, but actually it's not needed. San Lang will stay. Feng Exine blurted out in utter surprise, how can he? Hua Cheng slightly furrowed his brow, and Xie Lian again said, he can. I trust him. His tone was gentle yet lacked no firmness, which left Feng Exine stunned. Your Highness. Xie Lian patted his shoulder, gently saying, you two go. Mount Tonglu has closed. Whether you can break out or not truly cannot be said. Moreover, didn't you two want to go find Lan Chong and her child? Reminded by Xie Lian, Feng Xin's expression darkened slightly. A silver butterfly flew out from Hua Cheng's wrist guard. Hua Cheng said, follow it. Those two looked at Hua Cheng, then looked at Xie Lian. Finally Mu Qing spoke up, you two be careful. Then he turned, following that silver butterfly into another path. A moment later Feng Exine also caught up. The four people at this branching intersection parted ways. Xie Lian watched their figures disappear. Just then, from a distant place, waves of loud noises were transmitted again. The two exchanged glances, and Hua Cheng said in a deep voice, he's here. Xie Lian, brother, lead me away. That white-clad figure indeed charged straight towards Xie Lian. Hua Cheng continuously deployed arrays of ghost butterflies, forming obstacles, ensuring that the white-clad figure would forever maintain a distance from them, and simultaneously to monitor the differing situations along the way. Each time a group of silver butterflies transmitted explosive sounds and hissing noises, his expression grew a fraction more serious. Xie Lian heard this and his chest also throbbed slightly with pain. Twisting and turning countless times, circling back and forth, until they reached a stone cavern, he could not help but say, so many beautiful silver butterflies have been lost again. Although the reputation of the silver butterflies was not very good, in Xie Lian's eyes, however, they were merely small, obedient, adorable, mischievous creatures. If they continued to be ravaged like this, he truly could not bear the heartache. Hua Cheng immediately let out a cold laugh, his gaze seemingly piercing forcefully through the rock wall. Rest assured. He kills one, I create 10 more. The storm rages, But we will never retreat. Let's see who ultimately exhausts first. In Xie Lian's heart, a feeling hard to describe suddenly stirred, and he secretly cried out, "Oh no, oh no." Although Hua Chang this time only carelessly revealed his expression, yet towards that ruthless, tough demeanor imbued with confidence, he truly found himself somewhat unable to bear it. At this moment, Hua Chang slowed his pace, lead him away so those two can get out quickly. Xie Lian, very well. We can still slowly think of a way. No rush. We've already left him a very long distance behind for now. It's best to hide here. Who knew that in one instant, the atmosphere between the two people suddenly held a hint of awkwardness. This atmosphere was not a "you embarrassed, I embarrass" kind, nor was it the two of them tossing that embarrassment back and forth to each other, but a slight shyness that could not be understood. Initially, the thing chasing behind them pursued them very closely, and with Feng Xian and Mu Qing present, this sort of feeling was not yet clear. Now that they could slowly take a breath, it could no longer be concealed. Xie Lian coughed lightly twice. However he swung his limbs, it still felt not quite right. He intended to open his mouth to say something, but worried it might be too boring or too deliberate, so he could only place his hopes on Hua Chang, hoping he would speak first. But Hua Chang also maintained a placid expression, as if seriously contemplating a strategy to deal with the enemy, though it was unknown whether he was truly contemplating or not. At this moment, the two people passed by a small divine statue. In the cave of 10,000 gods, most divine statues were life-sized, but the person who made this small statue had rather rough craftsmanship, and its stature was also reduced by half. When Xie Lian walked past, he casually pulled down the hood covering its head, his eyes bright as he asked San Lang, "Was this also made by you?" Hua Chang fell silent as soon as he saw it. After a long moment he said, "I made it when I was young and clumsy." Don't look. These words were absolutely true, because this small divine statue was sculpted to be extremely ugly. Although one could see that the sculptor had poured all his effort into completing the perfect image in his heart, his craftsmanship was limited, and it did not turn out as desired. Though one could not say its nose was crooked or eyes askew, gourds warped or apples cracked, one could say the small statue's head and body did not match, and its smile seemed to carry a hidden sorrow. Nevertheless, even so, he still completed the statue's details without any sloppiness. Therefore, Xie Lian could discern that this was a small statue of Crown Prince Yushan, and the red coral pearl earrings were also adorned. Xie Lian silently covered his mouth and turned his head away. To fully try to appear natural, he even rubbed his face a few times with force. Hua Chang was speechless, and repeated again, "Your Highness, don't look." After speaking, he used the cloth to cover the statue's head once more. Xie Lian hastily said, "Don't misunderstand. I truly find it very adorable." Thinking about it, wasn't the statue Hua Chang carved of him? Praising this statue as adorable, wasn't that a veiled compliment to his own adorableness? Having lied without batting an eye. His own skin was truly too thick, but then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Hua Chang also lowered his head, eyes downcast, and smiled. Such a burst of laughter dissolved quite a bit of that unnamed, unsettling atmosphere. Continuing to walk forward, they again passed by a small statue that seemed to be lying horizontally on a stone bed, its entire body covered by a layer of white silk as light as smoke. Xie Lian was extremely curious, and just as he was about to lift the white silk covering the statue's body, Hua Chang seized his wrist. "Your Highness." Ever since entering this cave of 10,000 gods, Hua Chang had always called him "Your Highness." Xie Lian looked at him, and Hua Chang released the hand tightly gripping his wrist, still looking unnatural. "Xie Lian, I already know this is my divine statue, still I cannot look?" Hua Chang, "If you wish to see a divine statue, I will carve the best small statue you have never seen before, and after it's finished I will show it to you. But the statues in this cave, please don't look." Xie Lian was puzzled. "What does that mean?" "I think all your carvings are very good, truly very good. If I'm not allowed to look, I will feel truly regretful. Furthermore, there's also that mural." "Who knew?" Hua Chang immediately interrupted him. "I will go destroy it." Seeing that he truly wanted to move, Xie Lian hastily held him back. "No, no, no. Why? Oh, you want to destroy it? Is it because I've already seen it? Alright. I'll tell the truth, actually I've only seen a little. The Shangyuan Heavenly Ceremony Procession, along with a few sections depicting army camps. There are still many other parts one haven't finished seeing, because Feng Xian and Mu Qing didn't let me see them. So I fundamentally don't know what you painted. You don't need to destroy it. Hua Qing asked again truly. Xie Lian tugged at him truly. If you want me not to look, then I won't look. Hua Chang seemed to let out a sigh of relief, smiling as he said there's nothing beautiful about it. Whatever you wish to see, just tell me directly to paint it. This reaction of his only made Xie Lian more curious. But he did not want Hua Chang to personally destroy that precious mural, so he had to forcefully restrain himself. After walking a few steps, he suddenly frowned. That's not right. Volume 3 Chapter 179. Hua Cheng what? He turned his head towards Hua Cheng. Why does Bai Wuxiang want to come to Mount Tonglu? Hua Cheng, perhaps his power has not fully recovered, and he wishes to borrow Tonglu to emerge once more. Xie Lian, if that is the case, in other words, he is not currently a devastation? Hua Cheng, this possibility is not non-existent. Just now Bai Wuxiang impersonated Feng Xian and Mu Qing, then suddenly erupted into a festering mess. Appearing on stage like that would make people very frightened. Moreover, Xie Lian's first reaction at the time was cannot win, run. Therefore, he immediately pulled Hua Cheng and fled. The two of them did not directly fight him for very long, so they could not test to see what level Bai Wuxiang's power was currently at. Was it an empty show of strength? Or was he still formidable? In the hasty moments of exchanging a few blows, it was fundamentally impossible to judge. Xie Lian murmured, I merely saw those two fake skins and instinctively assumed he was growing stronger. But perhaps, currently, he has not fully recovered. Perhaps now is his weakest moment? If not, why would he want to come to Mount Tonglu? Perhaps I should try to see if I can capture him now. Hua Cheng immediately agreed. Good. I will go with Gij to fight him. Xie Lian immediately snapped back to his senses, hastily saying, No, Sanlang, you do not need to confront him directly. I will try, that is enough. Devastation-level ghost kings in the mortal realm are all alike in that it is not easy to fight for a single victory or defeat. Like black water sinking ships in crimson rain-sought flower. Year after year, both sides remain quiet without incident. Because ghost kings are not like heavenly officials in the upper court, whose strength, worship, believers, and sphere of influence can be easily calculated. Meanwhile, ghost kings conceal their true power and hide their backgrounds, so one does not know the strength of the other, nor does anyone know what level the consequences would wreak. If two devastation ghosts were to fight. Therefore, if a balance can be maintained, they will do their utmost to keep it balanced. Hua Cheng, no need to worry. Victory or defeat is unknown. Or does Gij perhaps think I would let you face him alone single-handedly? Xie Lian shook his head. No, Sanlang, we are not the same. You will not kill me. I guarantee it. Hua Cheng asked why. After hesitating for a moment, Xie Lian still chose not to answer that question. He only said, you do not know to what extent this thing is truly terrifying. Hua Cheng immediately interrupted him in a deep voice. Your Highness. I know. It was only then that Xie Lian remembered Hua Cheng had also participated in the Xianlu army at that time. He had also experienced the battlefields of Xianlu, witnessing with his own eyes the tragic scene of corpses strewn everywhere. But in the end, Hua Cheng had still not, like him, witnessed with his own eyes the terrifying battle between Jun Wu and Bai Wuxiang. Furthermore, he had also never engaged in combat with Bai Wuxiang. Thinking of this, Xie Lian forcefully shook his head, saying, It is not that I do not trust you. It is just that I do not wish for you to make a mistake. Hearing this, Hua Cheng's eyes flickered slightly, and a moment later he smiled and said, Gij, rest assured. I am already dead. It is not easy to die again. Moreover, have you forgotten what I once said? As long as he cannot find my ashes, he cannot do anything to me. Hearing his reminder, Xie Lian then remembered such a thing. He hastily said, Wait. Let us not speak of anything else for now. Sanlang, have you hidden your ashes well? Hua Cheng nodded. Already hidden well long ago. Xie Lian nodded, paused for a moment, then still could not help but ask, Are you sure they are hidden well? Is that place safe enough? Will no one else find them? Hua Cheng calmly said to me, That is the safest place in the world. Talin felt again that nothing was absolute. Are you truly so certain? Hua Tan smiled softly. If the place where it is hidden is destroyed, I also have no need to exist. Of course I am certain. Although Talin did pay attention to the meaning of no need to exist, however, this place was not safe. Who knows if some ear somewhere was listening? It was inconvenient to talk deeply about this issue. If it was not necessary, he would not bring it up. But speaking of this, Talin truly wanted very much to ask Hoatan. Why did he die? He wanted very much to know but could not ask. Those who, after dying, whose souls could remain in the world all relied on an obsession. In the vast majority of situations, the obsessions stemming from pain and resentment were the strongest. And to be able to become a calamity ghost king, the obsession must be even deeper and heavier. He feared that if he asked Hoatan, it would be like poking at an unbearable scar of his, and he himself might also not be able to bear it. For these 800 years, how did Hoatan exist? Thinking of this, a terrifying thought suddenly arose in Talin's mind. All at once, cold sweat broke out. He immediately called out Tam Lang. Hoatan, what? Talin's fingers moved slightly. I have this question I want to ask you. Hoatan, brother, just speak. Talin stared at him. Over the past 800 years. Besides when you met me in Xianlu, have you met me any other time? Hoatan slowly turned his head. It's truly regrettable. Although I tried my best to search, I never overlooked anything, but still there was nothing. Talin pressed on. Truly? Hoatan looked straight into his eyes and asked again. Truly? Brother, why do you ask such a thing? Talin felt it wasn't easy to breathe a sigh of relief. He could only force a smile and say it's nothing. It's just that in recent years I've been relatively unsightly, confused and muddled, and truly a failure. I thought that if you saw me it might not be very good. Hoatan laughed heartily and asked him how would that not be good? Talin did not smile at all. I'm not joking. I truly am a failure. Hearing this, Hoatan's smile faded, and he said solemnly, it doesn't matter. Didn't your highness say so long ago? Talin was startled. Me? What did I say? Hoatan slowly said to me. Boundless scenery is you. Fallen into the dust is also you. The important thing is you, not how you are. He blinked at Talin and raised one eyebrow. I am the same. After hearing this, Talin was dumbfounded for a long moment. Then suddenly with a bang he covered his face with both hands. He felt his entire head was burning hot, and stammered, I said something like that. Hoatan, yes. Brother, there's no need to deny it. Talin's arm supported his face, still stammering, no I didn't. Hoatan, brother, do you want to take a look? Shall I find it for you to see? Xie Lian suddenly lifted his face. Could it be? No way. Tam Lang, you didn't remember everything, did you? Just kidding. Honestly, I don't quite believe it. Gage, trust me. I don't believe it. The two of them had just reached a turn when a gust of wind suddenly blew past. Huacheng embraced Xie Lian, shielding him. He raised one hand, seemingly protecting him. This wind was not actually strong, and of course there was no need to block it. But this movement of Huacheng was entirely natural. After the wind passed, hair was still flying in disarray, a minor annoyance. Yet Xie Lian suddenly discovered that when Huacheng wasn't looking at him, his expression and the contours of his face were cold, absent-mindedly, beautifully detached. Huacheng himself hadn't even realized that he had subconsciously embraced Xie Lian, as if protecting him had become an instinct. Xie Lian exclaimed, Tam Lang. Huacheng tilted his head to look at him, only then giving a small smile as he said, Your Highness, is something the matter? Xie Lian felt that Huacheng probably didn't even realize he was smiling. A clear and intense voice in his heart told him that this person truly regarded him as a god. Xie Lian's fingers subtly scratched his palm as he said, After we leave Mount Tonglu, I have many things I want to tell you. Huacheng nodded slightly. All right. Oh wait. Xie Lian asked, Has Feng Xin's group gone out? Huacheng replied, They've gone out. Xie Lian, where's Bai Wuxiang? He didn't chase after us, nor did he stop them. Where is he headed now? Is he very far away from us? Huacheng, he's at. Before he finished speaking, Huacheng's expression subtly shifted. His eyebrows trembled slightly. A moment later he continued, I can't see that fellow anywhere. Xie Lian was astonished. Why can't you see him? Huacheng still didn't panic. He gazed intently for a moment, then said, Vanished into thin air. Even a ghost would not be able to vanish into thin air within the cave of 10,000 gods. Amidst this astonishingly powerful formation of silver butterflies and white silk, Xie Lian exclaimed, Let me see. Having said that, he immediately stretched out both hands, gripping Hua Cheng's shoulders, and slightly stood on tiptoes, bringing their foreheads to touch. Hua Cheng's hand held his waist a little, as if wanting to move away, but in the end, he held him even more tightly. Before Xie Lian's eyes flashed the scene Hua Cheng had witnessed a moment before. That white-clad figure slowly walked into a rock cave. Countless silver butterflies surged forward again, once more wrapping him into a human-shaped cocoon shimmering with silver light. He struggled for a while, then burst it open, the silver light exploding. A series of clattering sounds ringing out as the silver butterflies were struck into a sky full of silver light. But the crucial point was, after the silver light settled, he vanished. Next, Hua Cheng's right eye, carrying Xie Lian's sight, swept across countless other paths and caves, but none revealed the presence of that white-clad figure. Xie Lian's face creased slightly as he asked doubtfully, did he perhaps leave? Others perhaps did not know, but he was very clear. As long as Bok Vo Tuong saw him, his soul would definitely not dissipate but would entwine him. Hoa Tan only then spoke. Perhaps our previous conjecture is the truth. His urgent matter is to borrow Dong Lu to recreate a Ju body, which is why he left first. This sound directly clung to his ear and transmitted to him. Ta Lin only then regained his senses, discovering Hoa Tan's face was in his hand, pulled by him, causing him to slightly bend his back. Ta Lin hurriedly loosened his hand, catch him. Their mission this time coming to Mount Dong Lu was precisely to stop all those who had the potential to become a Jew. Just a moment ago, the two had always avoided that white-clad man. Yet after grasping the situation, they ran past countless divine statues, actively searching. Only a short while later, the two arrived at the place where that white-clad man had disappeared. As expected, apart from a few small divine statues, there was not a single soul. The ground was full of silver light, and there were also silver butterflies that had not completely shattered lying scattered, struggling with their broken wings. Ta Lin bent down, though he did not know if it would be useful, but still wanted to use his hands to gather them. At that very moment he heard Hoa Tan's voice resound from behind him. Gij, come this way with me. This sound carried the pressure of suppressed anger, but it was not anger directed at him. Ta Lin raised his head, discovering that Hoa Tan's eyes were blazing with fire, staring intently at a small divine statue ahead. That was a divine statue draped in white silk covering it from head to toe, still unmoving, seemingly its form could be discerned. It held a sword pointed at a person, therefore a part of its extremely sharp tip was exposed. Yet at this very moment from that sharp sword tip, a layer of pungent stench slowly flowed out. Moreover, it was continuously spreading, the white silk covering it gradually stained red, completely soaked. There was blood on the sword body. No matter who saw such a scene, they would also consider this divine statue bizarre. Perhaps at this very moment, beneath that white silk was not a transformed divine statue but something else. Ta Lin sprang up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hoa Tan. The tip of the Fong Xian sword pointed directly. Why at that divine statue? Hoa Tan's face was grim as he waved his hand, and that white silk was immediately pulled open. Ta Lin's eyes suddenly constricted. Beneath the white silk, it was still a divine statue of him. This was a small statue of the Crown Prince Yushan, one hand holding a long sword, one hand holding a flower, its face smiling. Only this smile was tainted with a trace of bloodiness. The source of the blood was the sword he held in his hand. On the sword tip was impaled a young man, his face full of bandages, his body covered in fresh blood. It was indeed Lang Huan. Book 3 Chapter 180 End of Book 3. His head was tilted to one side, seemingly having lost consciousness. As soon as he saw it was Lang Huan, Ta Lin instinctively wanted to go save him. But he quickly stopped his steps, reacting just a moment ago. Only Bok Vo Tuong was here. How did Lang Huan suddenly appear? Seeing the extremely pure and sacred statue of the Crown Prince Yushan being sullied beyond recognition by blood dripping down, Hoa Tan immediately felt extremely displeased, his face grim and furious, the Yiming scimitar in his hand emitting cold aura in all directions. He coldly said, "Get down." The tilted head of Lang Huan indeed turned to face them squarely, opened his eyes, and slowly pulled his own body off the sword body, falling onto the ground. Just a moment ago, after he broke through a wave of encircling silver butterflies, as soon as that silver light flaw shed, he immediately hid beneath the white silk on this divine statue, transforming into Lang Huin's appearance. If he could transform into Lang Huin, he must have encountered Lang Huin somewhere. Ta Lin, where is the real Lang Huin? Hoatan, Your Highness, perhaps the so-called real Lang Huin does not exist at all. If from the very beginning Lang Huin did not exist, only Bakvo Tuong in a state of not yet fully recovered, then the matter would be very easy to explain. But Ta Lin remembered young lady Xiao Huin who had died together at Mount Jun. This saying was completely unfeasible. He quickly thought of another possibility, slowly saying perhaps he devoured Lang Huin. Hearing that, Lang Huin standing opposite them gradually elongated his body. The bandages on his face slowly peeled off, revealing the mask underneath, slightly raising his head, seemingly smiling. You guessed correctly. Indeed it was so. Bakvo Tuong was truly defeated by Quan No. But his lingering spirit did not dissipate, still leaving several strands of residual soul to wander in the mortal world. It was unknown how long he drifted, and also unknown when he found Lang Huin's ghost body. He must have used some method to deceive or bewitch Lang Huin, compelling Lang Huin to agree to let him parasitize her body. Otherwise, his remaining weak spirit certainly could not have devoured Lang Huin. After he attached himself to Lang Huin, he slowly recovered. The ultimate outcome was he very formed that Hua Chang and Xie Lian were seeing before them. Ghost eating ghost. Bakvo Tuong devoured his host, just like He Xian devoured Bak Thoi Chan Tian, and Lang Huin, conversely, became dependent on him. After a few sentences, Lang Huin had completely transformed into Bakvo Tuong. Hua Chang stared at him intently, raising his voice to question, why did Lang Huin agree to lend you her spirit body? This kind of request was not much different from talking to a stranger saying, open your door, let me come in, and we can laugh and make merry together. After all, Lang Huin was a ghost, and had lived for hundreds of years. Although its temperament was somewhat timid and reserved, it was not so foolish. Bakvo Tuong said softly, I can of course answer you. But, do you think the one standing beside you wants me to speak of it here? Hua Chang looked towards him. Xie Lian's expression at this moment was slightly strange, completely oblivious to his gaze. Bakvo Tuong spoke again of the Lang surname Yanggon, the human-faced plague. Why did it agree to let me devour it? Do you still not understand? Xie Lian's face instantly turned ashen, veins throbbing on the back of his hand. He slashed with his sword, shouting, shut up. Bakvo Tuong dodged with a flicker of his body, and that sword with a clang severed the long sword of his main divine statue that he held in his hand. This was truly excellent. The statue of Crown Prince Yu Jun, its sword broken by the Cr. Own Prince's own sword. The divine statue also turned into a pile of scrap. Xie Lian instantly snapped back to his senses, as if doused with a basin of cold water. A swarm of silver butterflies, as if provoked, surged forth. Bakvo Tuong let out a string of indifferent laughter, calm and unhurried, covering his face with his sleeve, without any entanglement, quickly and completely vanishing into the darkness. Xie Lian looked at the severed stone sword lying on the ground, instinctively looking at Hua Chang, and said, I'm truly sorry. Hua Chang then said, Gidge, isn't this amusing? Why must you apologize to me? He's gone, what now? Xie Lian composed himself, saying, does he intend to escape? He cannot be allowed to enter Mount Tonglu. The two pursued him out of the cave of 10,000 gods, once again climbing the snowy mountain above. No sooner had they exited the cave than they felt a tremor that shook heaven and earth. Looking ahead, they saw avalanches in successive waves, even more intense than before, as if something buried beneath the thick snow was awakening, roaring in successive bursts of fury. Xie Lian, can one still travel up here? Hua Chang clasped Xie Lian's hand tightly. Follow me, and you can go. The two ascended against the collapsing ice and snow, which flowed like a torrent. Indeed, although it was arduous and extremely perilous, taking one step forward only to retreat three, they still managed to avoid countless fierce waves of snow and rock, escaping on to a mountain path. They finally climbed to the highest point. On the peak of Icy Wind Mountain, thick ice and snow froze in countless layers. Xie Lian felt as if he would slip and fall if he walked even a little faster, yet Hua Chang held his hand and walked steadily, completely unafraid. The two entered the mouth of the volcano. That mountain mouth was like a gigantic maw roaring towards the sky, truly massive. Looking down, they saw only a patch of utter blackness. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but in the deepest depths, successive flashes of frightening red light emerged, appearing and disappearing. Xie Lian's heart involuntarily quickened. He pressed down the ragged hat on his head, preventing the wind and snow from blowing it away, and said, "Has he entered?" Hua Chang merely glanced, his expression immediately turning solemn. He said, "He has entered." "How can you tell?" "Mount Tonglu is closing." Xie Lian was startled, suddenly feeling caught off guard. "What is this? Why is it closing so fast? Doesn't it only close when the ghosts inside begin to slaughter each other?" "Hua Chang, that is the general situation. But if Mount Tonglu believes the one who entered possesses immense potential to shatter Mount Tonglu, and that ghost then makes a request for the mountain to close, then the mountain will also close." He paused, then continued, "Before I did the same. Xie Lian, is he truly a Jew? If he has already become a ghost king of the Jew rank and enters Mount Tonglu again, what will happen?" Hua Chang, like an ascended martial god experiencing another tribulation. In other words, he would become stronger and stronger. If Bak Vo Tuong could break through this gate, the consequences would be unimaginable. And after he became a Jew and left the mountain, the first one he would seek out would be none other than Xie Lian. Staring at the boundless, bottomless abyss for a long while, Xie Lian slowly said, "San Lang, it's possible I want to go down to end this matter." Hoa Tan's voice was neither heavy nor light. "Go down. I will follow you." Xie Lian raised his head to look at him. Hoa Tan also raised his head, gazing directly at him. Hoa Tan raised an eyebrow, saying with a smile, "It's merely going down to slay the one thing that causes hindrance, and smashing Mount Tonglu once more. There's nothing difficult about it." Seeing how light-hearted he was, Xie Lian's mood, which had been taut until then, also involuntarily eased a little, a faint smile gracing his lips. Immediately after, Hoa Tan said, "However, there is one thing." "Xie Lian?" He tilted his head slightly. Hoa Tan suddenly placed a hand on his waist, pulling him tightly against his chest, his other hand gently lifting his chin, before lowering his head to claim his lips. After a long deep kiss amidst the snow and wind, their lips slowly parted. Xie Lian remained dazed for a long while, before finally jolting awake. His face burned crimson as he opened his eyes wide. "What did why? Oh, you suddenly do." Although it was not the first time the two of them had engaged in such an act, previously they had always used plausible excuses such as borrowing spiritual power, transmitting qi, or inadvertently. But now, with this unadorned initiation, those excuses were immediately exposed, making the implications far more significant. He truly did not know where to put his hands. Should he grasp Hoa Tan's arm, or push against Hoa Tan's chest, or simply block his front? Hoa Tan's breath, close to his ear, seemed slightly ragged as he whispered, "I shall lend your highness some spiritual power first, which you can use in any situation. Will you accept it?" Xie Lian unconsciously swallowed, stammering, Is this a little? Seems like too much. I still haven't repaid all of the last times." "Hoa Tan, it's not that much. There's no need to rush. Just take your time, combine it all and repay it in one go." Xie Lian haphazardly mumbled them a few times, about to bolt and flee for dear life. Hoa Tan pulled him back, gently reminding him, "Your Highness, where are you running off to? That's the wrong way." It was only then that Xie Lian realized he had inexplicably been running in the opposite direction, and he instantly turned around. His footing on the ice felt a little unsteady as he hurried. He pressed down his hat and nothing. "I'm just a little cold. I wanted to walk a few laps to warm myself up." He tied his hat securely behind his back, finally seizing Hoa Tan's hand and clutching it tightly. The two stood side by side, gazing at the colossal abyss below. With a casual air, Hoa Tan said, "After we've resolved this, I'll show Gij my most satisfactory deity statue carving." Xie Lian replied, "Okay." With that, the two of them leapt down together. The fierce wind shrieked in their ears, lashing at their faces like colossal waves. But the two did not let go of their hands. Instead, they clutched each other's hands even more tightly. To their surprise, in midair, Xie Lian's hand suddenly felt empty. It wasn't that his hand had slipped or that Hoa Tan had cast him aside, but suddenly, in that very instant, the hand he was holding simply vanished, as if it had never been there. Xie Lian's heart tightened. He called out loudly, "San Lang." He was falling rapidly. The cry he had just uttered a moment ago immediately echoed upwards, sounding incredibly indistinct. Xie Lian finally landed on the ground, standing firm. He instantly stood up, calling San Lang. No one answered, only the echoes in the empty expanse told him that, at this moment, he was utterly alone in a vast, desolate space. Every direction, as far as he could see, was shrouded in pitch black. Xie Lian then looked up above him. Above, a patch of snowy white sky was slowly contracting. That was the mouth of Mount Tonglu sealing shut. With a rumble, Xie Lian raised his flame-filled hand, hoping to illuminate the depths below and assess the situation. But the darkness here was unfathomably deep. The flame in Xie Lian's hand barely illuminated anything, as if it were being indifferently absorbed by the darkness. Furthermore, he inadvertently mismanaged his spiritual power, sending the flame too high, almost singeing his hair. With nimble movements he cast the flame aside. As if by fate, that same light of fire fell upon a faint white figure not far away. Xie Lian's vigilance immediately soared. Who? The white figure turned around, replying blandly, "You know who I am." Although he had answered, the muscles on that person's face did not stir in the slightest. This was an entirely natural occurrence, for that face was not a human face, but rather a mask, half smiling, half weeping. Xie Lian exclaimed, "San Lang." Every time he beheld this face, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end, a chill spreading down his spine. Yet at this very moment, he called that person's name not from fright, but from deep concern. Still as before, no one replied. Instead, that half-sad, half-happy mask drew several degrees closer to him, saying, "There is no need to call. Tonglu has sealed itself. This place holds only you and I, there is no third person." Xie Lian instinctively looked towards the sky once more. Above, where before a small patch of sky had remained, that tiny sliver of light had now been devoured by the omnipresent darkness. This also meant that Tonglu had truly sealed itself off completely. Xie Lian had by no means anticipated it would devolve to such a situation. He, along with Bai Wu Xiang, two of them trapped within Tonglu Mountain? The two of them? Why was it them? Xie Lian aimed the Feng Xian sword at him, demanding, "What exactly is going on here? Is this yet another one of your wicked ploys? Where are the others? Where are they now?" Bai Wu Xiang's two fingers seized the Feng Xian sword, flicking its tip once, and an exquisitely crisp sound rang out. "They're gone." Xie Lian watched his movements, his gaze chilling further. "Explain yourself clearly. What is it that has gone?" "Bai Wu Xiang, they did not wish to follow you. They have departed, they have perished." "You tell me?" A chill first seized Xie Lian's heart, then a torrent of rage surged within him, and he swung a sword to cleave. "Stop spouting such utter nonsense." Once again Bai Wu Xiang caught the sword's tip with effortless grace, saying, all right. It was I who spoke nonsense. He has now been sent outside Tonglu Mountain. Even if he were to rush here now, it would be too late." Xie Lian, on the contrary, was not afraid that Hua Cheng would fail to reach this place. As long as he was unharmed, all would be well. He covertly breathed a sigh of relief. But Bai Wu Xiang then said, "Nevertheless, I believe it is still for the best that he did not enter. Otherwise, even if he does not hold that thought now, just wait and see your appearance a moment later. Perhaps he still would not wish to follow you then. Such a thing is truly difficult." Say. Xie Lian could bear it no longer. He brought another sword strike down, roaring, "Shut your mouth. I have endured enough of you. What more do you desire? What is it that you truly want? How long exactly do you intend to entangle yourself with me?" Bai Wu Xiang calmly parried his every sword strike. Xie Lian, in a furious rage, demanded, "Why are you still not dead? Why have you come to Tonglu once more?" "Bai Wu Xiang, because of you." Xie Lian's movements halted for a moment, and he panted, "What do you mean by that?" Bai Wu Xiang replied with serene ease, "Because you came, so too did I." Upon hearing such a reply, Xie Lian's face twisted slightly, yet it only further enraged him, his killing intent deepening by several degrees. Bai Wu Xiang seemed capable of anticipating the trajectory of his every subsequent sword strike, evading each one flawlessly. The more times Xie Lian struck with his sword, the clearer a cruel truth became to him. He could not win. Indeed, as if he could peer into Xie Lian's very soul, Bai Wu Xiang spoke, "You cannot win. With those words he brought a saber down upon Xie Lian's wrist. A wave of throbbing pain diffused through his entire being, causing Xie Lian to involuntarily release the sword from his grasp. Immediately thereafter, Bai Wuxiang seized his hair, savagely burying his head into the earth. A thunderous roar echoed in his ears, his nostrils and mouth were both overflowing with blood, and his brain reeled from the ceaseless impact. After the assault had ceased, Xie Lian finally felt a hand lift his head from the earth, and a voice from above uttered, "Pitiful, pitiful." Ta Lin choked out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bok Vo Tuong then said, "Every time I see Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are always in this state. It truly makes people grieve and people rejoice." Ta Lin tried to swallow down a mouthful of fresh blood, not letting it choke out again. He raised his hoarse voice and said, "You don't need to be too smug. Currently I cannot defeat you, but someone can. When you come out of Dong Lu one more time, Quan No might not necessarily be unable to kill you one more time. What's more, outside there is also Hoa Tan." "Who would have thought?" Bok Vo Tuong then said. "Who said the one who will come out of Dong Lu is me?" Hearing that, Ta Lin was stunned. "Not him." "If not him, then who?" Bok Vo Tuong lifted his face, looked straight into him, his voice gentle. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I think you have made a mistake somewhere. In this Dong Lu there will indeed be a Ghoul King coming out. But it's not me. It is you." Ta Lin was utterly astonished. "What did you say?" "I'm not." His words still unfinished, he immediately realized something. A wave of cold sweat broke out all over his body. "Bok Vo Tuong, that's right. It is indeed so. Congratulations to you for finally seeing my true purpose. Isn't this the third path that you like the most? Currently inside Dong Lu, there is only one Ghoul King along with one heavenly official. Looking at it, there are only two paths. Either Bok Vo Tuong kills him and shatters Dong Lu, or both should not think of getting out, forever trapped together in this Dong Lu. But in reality there is still a third path. As long as Ta Lin immediately commits suicide here, his body transforming into a ghost, killing Bok Vo Tuong, he can then step onto the earth to become a Ghoul King, with more than enough power to shatter Dong Lu." Ta Lin painstakingly recovered his senses from the shock. "Don't do things without thinking. You're crazy. What exactly do you want to do? Why do you have to go to this extent? To let me become a Ghoul King? I'm not as crazy as you. Even if you want me to kill you, I cannot defeat you. Dong Lu will not acknowledge such a Ghoul King." Those were true words. As a human, one might not necessarily become a god. As a god, one might not necessarily become a ghost after death. Bok Vo Tuong then said, "At this moment, is that so? It doesn't necessarily have to be that way." Having said that, he stretched out a hand. Thanks to the candlelight not far away, Ta Lin saw clearly. A mask appeared in his hand, identical to Bok Vo Tuong's mask. Bok Vo Tuong said, "Do you remember this mask clearly? It looks truly fitting for you." Ta Lin's eyes widened, fear like a tide gushing out in his heart. He reluctantly said, "Take it off. Take it off. Take it off." Bok Vo Tuong smiled, looking at your appearance. "It seems that Your Highness the Crown Prince's memory is not very good. Since that is the case, shall I help you remember?" Having said that, without any explanation, he immediately merged that pale half-smiling, half-crying mask into one with the infinite darkness, heavily pressing it onto Ta Lin's face. End of Book 300. Unforbidden Taboos. Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.